Osama by Chris Ryan. Read by Michael Roberts. When the decision to assassinate has been reached, the tactics of the operation must be planned based upon an estimate of the situation similar to that used in military operations. From declassified CIA manual, A Study of Assassination. We will kill bin Laden. We will crush Al-Qaeda. Barack Obama, 7th of October, 2008. Chapter 1. The White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C., USA, 1st of May 2011, 14:30 hours EST. So this is what people look like, thinks Todd Green, when they're about to witness a death. The official photographer to the President of the United States takes his third picture in as many minutes. It is of a plain, narrow room with a long mahogany table, crammed full of laptops and polystyrene coffee cups. 13 men and 2 women are fixated by a screen on the wall at one end of the room. Some stand, their hands covering their worried mouths, their foreheads creased. Others sit. The President in the corner, his white shirt dotted with sweat stains, the Vice President to his right, and his Chief Military Advisor, General Herb Sagan, to his left. Unlike those of the President, the VP, and most of the others in the room, Sagan's clothes are immaculate. He wears a blue uniform, its lapel emblazoned with line upon line of medal flashes and decorations that Todd does not recognize. He thinks Sagan has the face of a man whose career will be defined by what happens in the next 60 minutes, 3,000 miles away, in a small town in Pakistan named Abbottabad. The screen itself shows a dark image. It is the inside of a stealth-configured H-60 Blackhawk, specially designed to reduce radar splash, a dish-shaped cover over the rotors and with an infrared suppression finish. This is top-secret stealth capability. Sagan has briefed everyone in the room. It will allow the aircraft to enter Pakistani airspace undetected. The juddering visual feed is from the helmet camera of a U.S. Navy SEAL. For now, the sound is turned down low. There's nothing to hear, other than the dull grind of the chopper circling in dark Afghan skies. The VP speaks. That guy on screen. What the hell does he have written on his armband? Sagan blinks at the politician he so clearly loathes. His blood group, Mr. Vice President, sir. The VP nods, embarrassed. I see, he mutters. Sagan interrupts. Mr. President, respectfully, DevGru are ready to enter Pakistani airspace. They need your authorization to continue. The President looks around the room. Nervous eyes look back at him. His own eyes fall to documents on the table. Todd knows what they are. Aerial maps of a compound in Abbottabad, taken from high altitude by a stealth drone. One of these grey bat-wing spy planes is hovering over that faraway town right now, controlled from an operations base in the Nevada desert. And next to the aerial maps is a photograph of a high-walled compound taken 3 months ago by a plainclothes CIA operative. A hazy grey image of a man whose daily habit is to walk up and down outside the house within the compound walls. Despite everything, their surveillance from the air and from the ground, and their covert attempts to gather DNA samples from the occupants of the compound, it has been impossible to make a positive identification of the man. The agents involved simply refer to him as the Pacer. But the Pacer's strolling days are numbered. You just need to give me the go order, sir. Sagan is polite but tense, perhaps even a little exasperated. The backup team? The President asks. 3 Chinooks, Sagan confirms. 24 men. They're online by the Indus River, Mr. President. 10 minutes flight time from target Geronimo. That's in addition to the attack team and the Black Hawks. And we have surveillance on the compound? We're sure of no unusual activity? Affirmative, Mr. President. And our British cousins? Securing the doctor and his family, Mr. President. The Pakistanis won't know what we've been doing in Abbottabad as long as we keep the doctor out of the hands of the authorities. The British have instructions to maintain the cordon and stay out of the compound. He looks back up to the screen. Through the helmet cam footage, Todd sees the face of one of the SEALs staring back, almost as though he's listening and waiting to hear the President speak. Half his face is in shadow. Moonlight, flooding in from one side of the Black Hawk, lights up the other half, revealing goggles propped up on the helmet and a boom mic beside his mouth. The President gives a slow but distinct nod. Sagan wastes no time. He lifts his lapel and addresses an unseen colleague via the microphone pinned to his uniform. "This is Sagan. I have a go order from the President. Start the clock on Operation Geronimo. Repeat, start the clock on Operation Geronimo. Confirmation code Charlie Alpha Niner." He turns back to his Commander-in-Chief. "We'll know within the hour, Mr. President," he says. Abbottabad, Pakistan, 0030 hours. "I'm telling you, brother, if he doesn't stop squealing, I'm going to frickin' do him." Joe Mansfield looked over his shoulder. In the shadows 5 meters behind him, tied to a rickety wooden chair and with several layers of packing tape stuck over his mouth and eyes, was a thin, terrified Pakistani man. He was the owner of this small house. Nobody important, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. His body was shaking, and the sound escaping his taped mouth was high-pitched. He shifted in his chair, and its legs made a scraping sound against the wooden floor. Standing between Joe and the prisoner was Joe's best mate, Ricky Singh. Ricky had murder in his eyes. "Take it easy, big guy," Joe said. "No rounds if we don't have to." Ricky was a couple of inches shorter than Joe, but broader about the shoulders and torso. Second-generation Indian, with an accent that was more Leicester than Lahore, he was the only currently serving member of the regiment who could blend into the background in Pakistan without darkening his skin. Useful back in the Stan, where they spent the past 3 months erasing insurgents from the Badlands where the Green Army wouldn't set foot. And it made him a shoo-in for a job like this. His hair was shoulder-length, and like Joe, like all SF personnel currently operating in this part of the world, he wore a full beard. Ricky called everyone in the regiment brudder, like he had the biggest family in the world. "I've got my blade," he muttered. But he walked back to the OP. Their captive fell silent. Maybe he realized his noises were making Ricky feel like doing something about them, while Joe continued to scan the area outside. They were holed up on the first floor of a very basic building. The room, which they had reached by means of a rickety wooden staircase that emerged from a ground floor that housed nothing but an unflushed toilet and an old bicycle, was about 6 meters by 4 and almost bare. There was one window, slung open. As soon as darkness had fallen, Joe and Ricky had fixed up a 3-meter length of net curtain from the bottom of the window to the ceiling at an angle of 45 degrees. This would hide movement inside the room from anyone looking in. Joe had cut a rectangular hole the size of a letterbox in the center of the netting and erected a tripod behind it. He had 3 sets of optics to fit on the tripod, a pair of high-powered Canon binoculars, a spyglass thermal imaging device, and a night sight. The rest of the room was a lot less high-tech. The ceiling, bowed and cracked, looked as if it might collapse at any moment. There was a mattress in one corner, covered by a single dirty sheet, and the 2 sets of robes Joe and Ricky had been wearing over their gear. The ceramic hookah stood next to it. On the opposite wall, hanging at a slight angle, was a yellowed, grease-spotted piece of parchment with some Arabic script. Something from the Quran, probably. Beneath it was a small cooking area with a tiny stove. The place stank in the heat, a musty smell of decay mixed with the spicy aroma of whatever the occupant had last eaten, its remnants still in a battered saucepan on the stove. The air buzzed with the sound of a single fly, as it had done all day. All in all, it was a dump, but a dump that had one advantage, even though its owner didn't realize it. Outside the window was a single-tracked road. Beyond that, the 5-meter-high walls of an enclosed compound. And in the compound, if the Yanks were right, the slippery fucker who'd evaded capture ever since 9/11. In the endless briefings that had preceded this op, the CIA operatives had insisted on calling him Geronimo, or the Pacer, or even by one of his Arabic nicknames, if they were feeling cocksure and sarcastic. The Director, the Lion, the Sheikh al-Mujahid. The rest of the world, of course, knew him by his real name. Joe, Ricky, and the rest of their 8-man unit had been in Abbottabad for 21 hours, but they'd been studying the imagery of the town and its surrounding areas for a week before that at their base in Bagram, over the border in Afghanistan. 24 hours previously, a Chinook had lifted them over the mountains and in-country, along with a battered white utility van with Pakistani plates and a tape deck full of shite Arabic music. Their operational movements were covert, even to the regular members of the regiment. Joe, Ricky, and the others were part of a specialist cell from the newly formed E Squadron, the highest vetted and best trained the SAS had to offer. And even among E Squadron, the expertise of these 8 men in the field of covert surveillance had no equal. The American SF flight crew that had put them on the ground in Pakistan at 0100 hours didn't know what they were up to either. Fuck-ups aside, nobody would ever know they were here. No acknowledgements, no backslaps. That suited them just fine. The Yanks needed men on the ground to pull this thing off, and they needed the best, even if they did intend to write them out of history at the end of the day. And of course, as far as Joe was concerned, there was more to it than that. There always was. If they were compromised, and the op went to shit before it had even begun, it could be spun as a British clusterfuck, not an American one. Ricky had driven the van cross-country to Abbottabad, every inch the Pakistani peasant, down to the stench of farm animals on his rough clothes. The rest of them had been secreted in the back, hidden behind a false panel that guys from the REME had welded on in case of a stop and search. But nobody stopped, and nobody searched. By 0300, they'd hit the north-south N35 Mankarai Road. Just another vehicle entering the surprisingly busy little town. There had been no need for them to speak when the van came to a halt. The engine cut out, and Ricky tapped 3 times on the back of the cab to indicate that they'd reached their destination. They'd emerged silently into a dark, breeze-blocked garage alongside a shit-encrusted farm vehicle, before leaving in pairs at irregular intervals to get themselves into position. The first 2 to leave, their weapons hidden under their robes, had been Raz and JJ. After Ricky, JJ was Joe's closest regiment mucker, a sarky, tough little Glaswegian whose house in the wilds of the countryside round Berwick-upon-Tweed had been the location of Joe's holidays with his family for the past 5 years. JJ and Raz had drawn the short straw, but you wouldn't have known it from their steely demeanours. By now they'd have spent almost 24 hours on the far edge of a field abutting the compound, dug into an irrigation ditch, covered with mud, shit and foliage. Watching and waiting, they were invisible even to any locals who might wander within a couple of meters of their stinking hideout. Stevie and Reese had been next, hiding out in a disused outbuilding at the western end of the single-track road on which the compound stood. Joe and Ricky had followed, waking up their reluctant host with the suppressed butt of an M4 and a roll of packing tape. That left Diz and Jacko to go and babysit the doctor and his family. In Joe's opinion, the doctor was the weak link in the chain. The photograph of him that Joe had studied was burned into his brain. A thin man with a goatee beard, a protruding Adam's apple and round steel-rimmed glasses. The doctor was a long-time resident of Abbottabad who had been dishing out free vaccinations to the population over the past several months. The jabs were just a cover. Every time the doctor administered a vaccination, he took a swab of the patient's cheek. Routine, he told them, failing to mention that each of these hundreds of swabs eventually made their way to some lab in North America, where the DNA on it was analyzed. Nobody seriously expected Geronimo himself to take advantage of the medicine on offer. But if he had family members around him, there was a chance of some of their DNA making it onto one of the swabs and giving the CIA confirmation of their suspicions. The confirmation had never turned up. Maybe this meant that the occupants of the compound were too cute for the CIA's ruse. But there was a small possibility that the doctor was not all he seemed to be, and that possibility had increased over the past hour. Jacko's voice over the comms had been tense. "I'm with the missus. She expected him back at 1100 hours. He's a no-show." "You're sure she doesn't know where he is?" "Roger that." Of course Jacko was sure. He'd have used all his powers of persuasion to find out. Their instructions were clear. If tonight's operation was successful, and even if it wasn't, they were to evacuate the doctor and his family. But if there was any evidence of him trying to send word to the compound of what was going down, their orders were more straightforward. Take the fucker out. Evacuate or execute. Difficult to do either if nobody knew where the hell he was. Silence. Joe checked his watch. 0037. Ricky was standing 3 meters to his left. His M4 was slung across his front, and Joe was almost certain he saw his mate's left hand tremble. No, that couldn't be right. "We should have frickin' heard by now," Ricky said. Joe returned his attention to the optics. He felt sweat trickle down his back, and his mouth was dry. He scanned the 5-meter-high wall that surrounded the compound at a distance of 10 meters from the house. Running alongside the wall was a single-track road, stony and baked hard. There was only one entrance to the compound, a pair of heavy metal gates in that wall, 25 meters southwest of Joe's position. From this location, he could see anyone approaching the compound's entrance from either east or west. But so far, there was nobody. And no word from base that the operation had begun. Maybe it was a no-go. Wouldn't be the first time they'd... A crackling sound in his earpiece. He found himself holding his breath. Nothing. For a few seconds he thought it was just interference. Then, a voice. "Sierra Foxtrot 5, this is 0. Operation Geronimo is go. Repeat, Operation Geronimo is go." Joe and Ricky exchanged a look before Joe twice tapped the pressel on the comms unit strapped to his ops vest, wordlessly acknowledging this latest communication. They knew what it meant. The still night air was about to be broken. War on terror? Damn right. 14:33 hours EST. "We breached Pakistani airspace, Mr. President. ETA 27 minutes. The President looks across the table. For a moment, Todd thinks he's looking at him, but then he realizes he's turned his attention to the small, jowly man in an elegant brown suit who's sitting just behind Todd and to his left. He has blonde hair that is neatly parted to one side and horn-rimmed glasses. Whereas most of the other men in the room have either loosened or removed their ties, this man still wears a neatly tied dicky bow. Todd knows that his name is Mason Delaney, but doesn't know his title or even if he has one. He's high up in the complicated hierarchy of the CIA, however, and he's sitting behind the photographer because he doesn't want his face to be recorded on any official photograph. During his time in this job, Todd has learned there are certain men and women who do not consider photographers to be their friends, even though the looks Delaney has given him before now are enough to make Todd believe the rumours that he prefers the company of young men. For the first time since they all filed into this room, the President manages something like a smile. "Feeling confident, Mason?" he asks.
"I feel 87% confident, Mr. President."
Delaney's voice is high-pitched and nasal, almost girly. Todd notices Sagan's face darken as he speaks. This military man clearly has very little time for such an effete individual, and when Delaney catches Sagan's expression, he widens his eyes provocatively.
"What is your estimate of success, Herb?"
Sagan's annoyance visibly increases, but this operation is Mason Delaney's baby, and everybody in the room knows it. He takes a deep breath and appears to calm himself. "ETA 26 minutes, Mr. President," he says. 26 minutes and counting. Abbottabad, 00:53 hours. Joe had eyes on the two metal security gates that form the compound's only entrance. Distance 25 meters to the southwest, across the single-track road. "Anything?" Ricky sounded as tense as Joe felt. "Fuck all," he murmured. Through the grainy green field of his night sight, he had seen the occasional flashing eyes of a wild dog, or the bright light of a commercial flight drifting overhead. In his mind, he pictured the bat-wing shape of the RQ-170 stealth drone he knew was circling up there too, its camera trained directly on the 3,500 square meters of the compound. An impressive piece of kit, sure, but not a substitute for men on the ground, alert to the arrival of a lookout with an anxious expression, or the frown of a guard in a state of heightened awareness. Joe saw neither. He didn't doubt that the compound was guarded, but the guards were well hidden behind its high walls. At that moment, the exterior was deserted. Jesus, it was hot. Joe's skin was soaked. There wasn't even the hint of a breeze, but the sound of traffic from the centre of Abbottabad, just under a kilometre away, still drifted towards them. Like everyone else, Joe had always assumed that their target would be holed up in some remote village on the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, or living in a cave with a heavily armed entourage. He'd even heard rumours that the guy was in Africa, living under the protection of some scumbag warlord. The fact that he was here, in pissing distance of the Pakistan Military Academy, and right under the nose of the Pakistani government, had been as much of a surprise to him as he knew it would be to the world at large, when it learned that the Americans had finally caught up with him. If the Americans had finally caught up with him. The rabbit wasn't in the bag yet. "You think he's in there?" Ricky breathed in the darkness. Joe kept the night sight to his eyes. It could only take a second for somebody to slip in and out of that place, and he didn't intend to miss that if it happened. A bead of sweat dripped down into one eye. He blinked hard, but kept his position. The Yanks must be pretty sure. He half smiled. Be a laugh if they send in a squadron to find some farmer banging his wife, though. He was interrupted by more squeaking from the man bound to the chair. Joe felt himself start. When he looked over his shoulder, his mate was already storming over to their prisoner. "Ricky." Ricky was drawing his knife. "Fucking hell, mate, what's the matter with you?" No answer. Ricky picked up the roll of packing tape that was lying by the chair and wrapped even more of it round the man's head, so that now it covered his nose as well as his eyes and mouth. The noise stopped, but now the man clearly couldn't breathe. His body started shaking more violently. Ricky gave it 10 seconds, then carefully punctured the tape covering the nostrils with the point of his blade. just enough for the guy to get some air in his lungs. The loose tape under his nostrils flapped in and out like a fish's gills. As Ricky walked back to the OP, he didn't meet Joe's eyes. Joe didn't push it. A minute passed in tense silence. "Hotter than a hooker's noo-noo," Ricky muttered finally. "Flight crews need to be careful." He was right. High temperatures like this could thin the air and reduce the lifting capability of a chopper's rotors. No point worrying about that, though. Let the Yanks do their job while Joe and Ricky did theirs. Keep the cordon, and if anyone tried to come in or out, deal with them. Movement. Joe held up one hand to indicate that he'd seen something. 2 figures had just wandered into Joe's field of view. The sound of giggling reached his ears, and through the open window he saw a young woman in Western clothes running ahead of a young man. She allowed herself to be caught and pressed up against the high wall of the compound. The giggling became muffled, and the man's hands started to wander. "What is it?" Ricky asked, his voice almost silent. "Couple of kids. We're on for a live show if Romeo gets his way." Joe checked the time. 00:59. "You okay, mucker?" Joe asked quietly, not taking his eyes away from the optics. "Fine and frickin' Dan—" He stopped mid-sentence and looked toward the window. So did Joe. They could suddenly hear the sound of a couple of choppers. They were approaching fast. Joe could tell by the way the volume of the rotors increased quickly. He moved his eyes from the night sight and squinted through the net curtain and into the dark sky. At first, there was nothing to see. The flight crews would be seeing their way with the aid of night vision units, all lights on their aircraft extinguished. 20 seconds later, however, the roar of their engines reached a peak, and Joe could see 2 great black silhouettes, one of them hovering 20 meters above the compound, the second 30 meters above that, and maybe 10 meters beyond it. In the corner of his vision, he saw the young Pakistani woman wriggle away from her suitor and look up. It crossed Joe's mind that she could be in a lot of trouble if her indiscretions were made public. Joe bent down at the night sight again and redirected it towards the nearer helicopter. Suddenly, the black shadow was converted to green-tinted detail. Joe could instantly tell that he was looking at a modified chopper, one that few people would ever get the chance to see. The familiar shape of the Black Hawk was subtly different. The tail was smoother and more rounded. The nose was sleeker. Joe could tell at a glance that it had been engineered for stealth capability, which meant that the Pakistani authorities wouldn't even suspect its presence here in their backyard. The door on one side of the Black Hawk was open, and Joe counted 6 men at the aperture, not including the minigun operator, who had his weapon trained on the compound. He knew there would be another 6 preparing to drop down from the other side door. He could make out the head cams and goggles fitted to their helmets, the boom mics to the side of their mouths, the assault rifles strapped to their bodies. Something fell from the chopper, long and snake-like. Joe had travelled in and fast-roped out of enough helicopters to realize something was wrong. "We got a problem," he said. Instantly, Ricky was beside him, peering through the netting. "What's happening?" he demanded tersely. "Birds skittering." As he spoke, the chopper spun through 90 degrees, wobbling. The pilot was obviously struggling to control it in the heat-thinned air, and the fast rope was spinning with the momentum of the helicopter. Now the Black Hawk was listing alarmingly. It spun back 90 degrees to its original angle, and although he couldn't hear the voices of the SEALs inside, over the screaming of the engines, he could see they were shouting at each other as they started to lose height. A couple of seconds later, the chopper had lurched 10 meters down. Its main body was now hidden from Joe behind the high wall of the compound, but he could just see the tail peeping up above the rim of the wall. "What's happening?" Ricky shouted. Joe was about to answer when he heard the noise, an ominous sharp crunching sound as the Black Hawk's modified tail caught the top of the wall, and a shower of sparks glowing brightly in his night vision scope, needled his eyeballs. "Black Hawk down," he muttered. "That's getting to be a frickin' habit." Joe turned his sight to the second chopper. It too was descending and wobbling as it disappeared behind the compound's walls, hardly reassuring. The SEALs were supposed to fast rope into the compound, leaving the choppers to fly away out of earshot, so as not to attract unnecessary attention until they were needed to extract. Now they both set down inside the compound, and half of Abbottabad must have heard them. The op was turning pear-shaped before it had even started. Joe kept eyes on. Stuck in here, he felt about as much use as Am Frank's drum kit. "We're going to get a fucking audience any minute," he muttered. As he spoke, though, he heard a solid clicking sound behind him. He looked round. "What you doing, big guy?" he asked, his voice dangerously level. For a moment, Ricky didn't answer. He was too busy checking the magazine in his suppressed cig before replacing it high on his chest rig. "I'm going in," he said. Joe straightened up. "We're not going anywhere, mucker. We keep the cordon no matter what happens." "Fuck the cordon. They've crashed. They need help." "There's 2 choppers full of SEALs, Ricky. They can take care of themselves." As he spoke, he edged towards the door, ready to block Ricky's exit. "Get out of the way, brother." Ricky's voice was level, but very quiet. The air vibrated with the roar of the choppers on the ground nearby. The fly that had been buzzing around the stove landed on Ricky's cheek. He didn't seem to notice. "SOPs, mucker," Joe breathed. "The Yanks don't want us in that compound." Joe was in front of the door now. Ricky stopped advancing. "Standoff." Ricky scowled. "Fine," he said. He turned on his heel, walked back over to the observation post, and laid his M4 back on the ground. Joe joined him. He leaned down over the tripod and looked through the night sight again. And that was when he saw him. A man was running along the front wall of the compound. He was keeping close to it and was almost directly in front of the OP, about 15 metres from their position across the single-track road. The young couple, who were looking alarmed, were in front of him. He just skirted them without appearing to acknowledge them and continued along the wall, clearly uninterested in what they were up to. He was evidently intent on getting to the compound entrance, just 20 metres away. Joe's eyes were sharp, but it was difficult to make out his features exactly. He was dressed like a local, though, white dish-dash, sandals, and he had round spectacles and a goatee. "Shit!" Joe hissed. "What?" But Joe was already speaking into his comms. "Jacko," he barked. "Is the doctor home yet?" "Negative," Jacko replied tersely, his voice masked with distortion. "Why?" "I think we found him," Joe replied. He was already moving towards the door. "You sure it's him?" Ricky demanded. "Where did he come from?" Joe wasn't sure. Maybe if he hadn't been keeping Ricky on the straight and fucking narrow, he'd have seen the man arrive, get a better look. But whether it was the doctor or not, if he was approaching the main entrance of the compound with the aim of reinforcing its occupants or helping them in any way, he had to be stopped. They were at the top of the rickety set of wooden stairs, the stench of the ground-floor toilet wafting up towards them, and no trace of their previous argument in their voices. They needed to get to ground level because to fire from their OP would immediately give away its location. Seconds later, they were hurtling towards the front door. Opening it, Joe stepped out into the darkness beyond, his M4 fully engaged. Ricky was with him. Joe took in the situation at a glance. The doctor, if it was the doctor, was 15 metres away at Joe's 2 o'clock. The courting couple had separated. The boy was edging away eastwards along the perimeter wall. Distance 20 metres, 11 o'clock. He'd left the girl crouching on the ground, yelling her head off at the sight of 2 men with weapons. They were both in the wrong place at the wrong time. Joe and Ricky couldn't let Romeo go off and alert anyone to their presence. Same went for Juliet. "Take them out," he instructed Ricky, and turned his attention back to the new arrival. The guy was 17 meters away now, 18. A single headshot would put him down. But Joe made the split-second decision to aim for the body. If this was the doctor, they needed to identify him, and it was hard to identify a body with only half a head. He fired. The suppressed M4 made a dull knocking noise, and the man went down. To his left, he heard the discharge of Ricky's weapon as he fired on Romeo. Joe kept his own target in his sight, checking for movement. After 5 seconds, though, the girl was still screaming. He looked to the left. Ricky had his weapon pointed at Juliet, who was still crouched on the ground 10 meters away, to their 12 o'clock. The red dot of his laser marker danced on her throat. But Ricky didn't fire. His hand was shaking again. "Fuck's sake!" Joe hissed. He turned his own weapon in the girl's direction. The red dot from his gun joined Ricky's. 1 round, a flash of blood, and the girl fell backwards. There was no time for Joe to lay into Ricky for his moment of indecision. An explosion from inside the compound ripped through the air. Both men pressed themselves against the exterior wall of the house. Joe engaged his comms. "Zero," he shouted. "This is Sierra Foxtrot 5. What the hell's going on in there?" A crackle of interference, then a voice. "Entry team breaching the internal walls to reach target Geronimo. Hold the cordon. Repeat, hold the cordon." "Roger that." Joe immediately consulted his mental map of the compound. It was triangular in shape. The main building, situated opposite the triangle's apex, was connected to the main entrance gates by a pair of high interior walls that formed a 30-meter-long open-top passageway. The Black Hawk had crashed in the western segment of the compound, where, intelligence reports suggested, the occupants burned their rubbish. The explosion must have been the SEALs breaking their way through the walls of the roofless corridor that led from the entrance gates, the same gates Joe's target had been trying to reach. The man had fallen into a ditch along the bottom of the compound wall, 18 meters from Joe's position, and to his 2 o'clock. Joe needed to get over there, identify him, and finish him off if necessary. "Cover me," he said. Ricky nodded, dropped to one knee, and pressed the butt of his M4 into his shoulder, ready to provide covering fire should Joe need it. Joe ran. The distance between the house and the enemy wall was 10 meters, but he had to run double that on the diagonal in a southwesterly direction to reach the man. He'd gone down barely a couple of meters from the security gates. He was clutching with one hand the wound Joe had inflicted on the side of his right leg. It was pissing blood through his fingers, and the man was shaking violently. Joe flicked on the maglite attached to the body of his M4. It lit up the alarmed, sweating face of the wounded man, whose dish-dash was soaked with blood. Joe saw immediately that he was not the doctor. He was about 20 years too young. He was also feeling for a weapon with his spare hand. He didn't get very far. The barrel of Joe's cylindrical silencer was no more than 6 inches from the target's head when he fired. The round made as much noise entering the man's skull as it did leaving the weapon. Blood spattered over the pale-rendered wall of the compound as the shooter slumped back into the ditch, his face no longer a face. But Joe's attention was already elsewhere. There was a second explosion from inside the compound, louder than the first, or maybe Joe was just nearer. He turned to look at the main gates. He was standing just 2 meters from them. They were metal, about 5 meters high, the same height as the wall, and each a couple of meters wide. A thick roll of barbed wire covered the top. They hummed and vibrated on account of the mechanism inside. And they were opening. A figure emerged, just a shadow in the darkness. SEAL or enemy? Impossible to tell, but if it was the second, they couldn't be allowed to breach the cordon and fetch reinforcements. Joe held his fire for the briefest of moments. The figure hurried out into the moonlight. It was a man, tall, Thin. He wore a dirty white smock, and his bearded face was full of wild, sweaty panic. He was clearly not an American, and he was clearly trying to escape, which meant that he was dead. Joe fired once more. The suppressed round, hardly audible above the sound of the raid, entered the man's right eye, blasting a chunk from that side of his head. He dropped immediately. As his body fell against it, the gate boomed like an oil drum and creaked open a few more inches. Joe sensed movement over his shoulder. He turned quickly. A figure was approaching, halfway between his position and the observation house. He was only a fraction of a second short of dropping him when he realized it was Ricky. Joe cursed. What the fuck was wrong with him? Couldn't he follow the simplest SOP, stay where he was and cover his mate? Ricky had his personal weapon engaged and was alternating the direction of its aim, first one way along the track, then the other, with every step he took. Joe no longer heard the roar of the choppers in the compound. He just saw Ricky. And now that he was only 5 meters away, he could see the sweat on his brow. Ricky said nothing. He strode past Joe, stepped over the dead body and disappeared into the darkness beyond the partially open gate. 3 seconds later, the corpse slid into the compound as Ricky dragged him back inside. What the hell was he doing? Joe felt the acrid taste of bile rising in the back of his throat. Ricky was about to fuck things up good and proper. He cursed under his breath and scanned the area. There was no sign of any movement along the road. Inside the compound, the air was filled with the roar of the choppers. He had to make a decision. Ricky was alone in there. If one thing had been drilled into him from the very first minute of his very first selection weekend, it was this. Never try to do anything by yourself. Either he was with his mate or he was against him. Put like that, the decision was made for him. Joe stepped over the threshold and pulled the gates shut. They closed with a rattling clang. Then he became aware of the sounds of battle, the choppers turning and burning, and the occasional burst of precise targeted gunfire. His first thought was for Ricky. Joe could make out his silent silhouette 5 meters ahead, weapon in the firing position, as he hugged the left-hand wall. They were standing in the shadows, but he could just make out Ricky's eyes as his mate looked at him over his shoulder. They were in a corridor open to the sky, some 3 meters wide, and lined by 2 5-meter-tall walls. 20 meters ahead, Joe could see where the SEALs had blasted through these walls. There was a cloud of smoke and dust, illuminated by a beam from the right that he assumed emanated from the downed Black Hawk. Silhouetted figures passed from right to left, obscured by the dust. He counted 6 men. 7. He saw the outline of a sniffer dog, then another 2 human forms. Nobody was heading towards them. They were moving swiftly into position from the LZ to the compound's accommodation area. The thunder of the Black Hawk's rotors took on a different quality, a slightly higher pitch. The undamaged chopper was rising. Then it appeared above the right-hand wall, huge and threatening, and continued to rise until it was about 15 meters in the air. Looking up, Joe could see that the Yanks had decided, now that everything had gone noisy, to use the helicopter as a weapons platform. He could see a door gunner aiming a minigun down into the compound, plus 3 other soldiers with their assault rifles pointing downwards. The guys in the Black Hawk showed no sign of being able to see him or Ricky. If he could just persuade his mate to get back to the entrance. The dust was settling up ahead. Peering in the darkness, Joe could make out 2 piles of rubble, each a good couple of meters high, by the blast site. There were no longer any SEALs moving towards the house. He could hear evidence of their activity, though. There were screams. Not the constant, blood-curdling screams of a massacre, but the occasional shouts of women and children, obviously very frightened. And punctuating the screams, the dull knock of suppressed weapons. Joe counted them. 1. 2. 3. The clinical sound of individuals being deliberately picked off. There were more people screaming than being shot, which meant the SEALs were being selective. They knew who they were after. But even though the Yanks might not be greasing everyone, Joe knew exactly what he would do in their shoes if he unexpectedly came across 2 men as heavily armed as him and Ricky. "We're surplus to fucking requirements, mucker," Joe whispered. "Let's get the hell out." Ricky's only response was to go on another 5 meters. He was halfway towards the rubble now and still advancing. Joe ran after him. A shout from the other side of the wall. An American voice, clearly a SEAL commander, instructing 2 of his men. "Guard the main entrance. No one enters. No one leaves." Joe froze. He looked back towards the gate. 15 meters. To get there, reopen the gates, and extract. 15 seconds. Too long. But the piles of rubble were only 5 meters away. The light shining from the choppers through the gap in the wall meant the vision of anyone passing through there would be compromised. He could sense Ricky making the same calculations. They sprinted towards the rubble. A rectangular block of concrete, about 2 meters long by 1 meter high, and with a crack running its entire height, was resting at 45 degrees against what remained of the left-hand wall, with other chunks of debris littered about it. Joe wormed his way into the gap, fully aware that Ricky, with his back against a meter-high boulder of concrete alongside the wall on the right, was less well hidden. They'd found cover just in time. 2 SEALs ran from the courtyard into the corridor, heading for the security gates. Joe didn't move. His mouth was filled with the dry taste of dust, and the sharp edge of the concrete was digging into his right arm. Through a foot-wide crack in the otherwise undamaged part of the wall, he could see into the central courtyard. It was about 20 meters by 20. The main house, 2 stories with a 2-meter-high privacy wall around the first-floor balcony, showed no signs of occupation. The lights were off, the windows shut. Joe counted 6 SEALs in the courtyard, the nearest of them about 12 meters away, kneeling down in the firing position, their weapons trained on the house. They all had thick beards like his, and were wearing JPCs in the latest Crye Precision multicam. This was the same get-up Joe and Ricky would have been wearing if they hadn't been in civvies, with the exception of the small Velcro patch on the Americans' body armour bearing the stars and stripes insignia. Lying on the ground, no more than 4 meters from Joe's position, was a dead body, clearly an enemy combatant. He was wearing underpants and a vest, and had taken a round to the chest. The vest was dark and saturated. The corpse's head was twisted, so that it was looking almost directly at Joe. A flash of phosphorescent light filled one of the windows, followed by a sharp crack. Another scream, almost lost under the thunder of the choppers. The retort of a rifle. It sounded like it came from the first floor of the house. And stuck in that cramped, uncomfortable space, barely daring to breathe, and cursing his friend for getting them into this situation, Joe Mansfield couldn't help wondering if that was the gunshot the world had been waiting for. The White House Situation Room, 15:10 hours EST. "What the hell's happening?" The National Security Advisor is the first to ask the question Todd sees on everyone's face. The room has been silent for 10 minutes, its occupants' eyes fixed on the screen. Only there's nothing to see. Just darkness. The occasional shadow. Every minute or so the picture crackles, a reminder that these images are being transmitted halfway around the world. It's quiet as well as dark. The occasional shout, a barked instruction, the sharp rapping of a firearm. There's no way the watchers can know whether this is American fire or enemy fire. Todd senses movement behind him. He looks over his shoulder and sees Mason Delaney pull a silk handkerchief from his top pocket. He dabs a bead of perspiration from the area of his forehead just under his parting, before neatly replacing the handkerchief. And when he sees that Todd has been watching him, he gives the photographer a little smile.
We should sell this footage on the DVD in Walmart, Mr. President, he announces in his piping voice. Pay off the deficit.
Delaney smiles. Nobody else does. There's movement. The headcam footage on the screen judders as the soldier whose view is being transmitted to the White House runs along a short, dark corridor, 2 other SEALs in front of him. The corridor ends in a flight of stairs, which they start to mount. They are halfway up when Sagan stands. He has one hand to his ear and an expression of concentration. Or is it alarm, Todd wonders, as he listens to his information feed. Suddenly all eyes are no longer on the screen, but on Sagan. Sagan's eyes widen. A smile spreads across his face. Geronimo EKIA. Enemy killed in action. He turns to look at his commander-in-chief. We got him, Mr. President. We got the son of a bitch. A few seconds of silence. The president closes his eyes. His face visibly relaxes as he kicks back in his chair and punches his palm in a gesture of triumph. It's as if the whole room has exhaled after minutes of holding its collective breath. A quiet buzz of excited conversation. The president shakes hands with his deputy before inclining his head appreciatively at Mason Delaney at the other end of the table. When Todd looks back at Delaney, he's put in mind of a cat preening himself. The CIA man's lips glisten with barely suppressed delight, and he straightens the bow tie that doesn't need straightening. The president then turns to congratulate his chief military advisor, but Sagan doesn't appear interested in congratulations. As he sits down at the table again, he urgently directs the president's attention to the footage with a sharp jab of his forefinger. There is a hallway at the top of the stairs. A number of people are there, kneeling, their backs against the dirty wall, and with an armed SEAL standing over them. It's impossible to say how many because they only appear on the screen for a fraction of a second. 5? Maybe 6? They're all women and children, their hands secured behind their backs with cable ties, and their mouths covered with packing tape. Their lives are being spared, but not their dignity. The headcam turns away as its wearer jogs along another corridor, stopping after 5 meters at an open door to his right. This could be ugly, Mr. President, murmurs Sagan, but he doesn't suggest that anybody looks away. The headcam looks into the room. For 10 seconds, the soldier wearing it is as still as the politicians observing him, as they all stare at the scene it reveals. It is a bedroom, shabby, untidy. There are 2 beds, a small double, and what looks like a single camp bed to one side. On the opposite wall, there is a window with frayed blue curtains, and along the right-hand side of the room, a wardrobe that is little more than a rail holding a collection of white robes. The floor is covered with a patterned rug. The whole place has an air of neglect, as though it is an unloved room in the cheapest and most neglected of temporary accommodation. But nobody is really looking at the wardrobe, or the curtains, or the rug. They are looking at the body lying on the double bed. The face is instantly recognizable, despite the devastating gun wound the man's head has sustained. The gaunt cheeks, the beard flecked with grey, and now red. His left eye is closed. His right eye is no longer there. It's just a bleeding, gaping abscess around which a flash of skull is visible. The untidy sheets of the bed itself are saturated with blood in the area around the head. There is spatter elsewhere, and a streak of scarlet on the garish rug. The women in the Situation Room, and some of the men, avert their eyes. At the same time, the headcam turns to the right. The corner of the room becomes visible. There are 2 Navy SEALs. They have boom mics at the edge of their mouths, goggles perched on the top of their helmets, and headcams attached to the fronts. They hold their weapons with the light confidence of professionals. But the figure at which they are aiming them is not a threat. It's a little girl. She's wearing a nightgown and is crouched in the corner, her head in her hands, weeping. "Surely they're not going to," says a female voice in the Situation Room. But Sagan interrupts her. "His daughter," he states, having been briefed by his information feed. Several of the people sitting round the table recoil as one of the SEALs steps towards the girl. He doesn't hurt her, but neither is he gentle. He pulls the kid to her feet, and for the first time the occupants of the room see her face. The image might be blurred and scratchy, but the look of terror it conveys is almost as distressing as the grisly vision of the girl's dead father. "Get the kid out of here," instructs the second SEAL. His companion drags the girl towards the door. As she passes her father, though, she wriggles free and runs to him, ignoring the bloodied rug she's treading on and flinging herself at his corpse. She manages to hold on to his thin leg for a fraction of a second before the soldiers pull her away. The headcam steps back, and the body disappears from view, to be replaced by the landing once again. The SEALs bind the girl's wrists behind her back and throw her in the direction of the other women and children. She wails as she stumbles to the ground and shouts something in Arabic, but her distress doesn't seem to affect the soldiers. "Get him bagged up," one of them instructs. "I don't think we need to see any more," interrupts the president. Sagan nods and presses a switch in front of him. The images disappear from the screen. Silence falls in the room. Todd raises his camera. Snap. Abbottabad, 0130 hours local time. Joe's heart hammered in his ribcage as he kept watch on the courtyard from the darkness of the pile of rubble. How the hell had they got themselves into this situation? What was going on with Ricky? How was Joe going to get them both out unseen? 5 minutes passed. There were still 6 SEALs in the courtyard, kneeling in the firing position, clearly waiting to bring down anybody attempting to flee the building. They didn't flinch when the front door of the house opened and a line of people emerged. They were women and children. Joe counted 7, all of them cuffed and blindfolded. 2 SEALs followed, and they directed the captives to the right-hand side of the house before making them lie on the ground face down. More movement at the doorway. Another 2 SEALs emerged. They were carrying a body bag, one man at either end. Joe had seen enough body bags in his time for it to be an unremarkable sight. Somehow, though, he couldn't keep his eyes off this one. He knew he was watching the SEALs extract the corpse of the most wanted man in the world. The 2 SEALs were about 5 meters out of the house when he saw yet more movement at the doorway. Another 2 appeared, carrying a second body bag. Both pairs of soldiers were moving with grim purpose across the courtyard. They stepped over the underwear-clad corpse, 4 meters from Joe's position, each body bag scraping over the dead man's bloodied vest as the SEALs carried them past the pile of rubble, less than a meter from Joe's position, through the demolished walls of the open-topped corridor, and into the rubbish-burning area that doubled as an LZ. The movement of the body bags was like a signal. US troops spilled out of the house. 2 men were carrying crates. Joe assumed that these contained materials they were confiscating from the compound, and they were preceded by a tracker dog, whose silhouette Joe had already seen. Joe recognized it immediately as a Malinois, a variety of Belgian shepherd, intelligent and highly aggressive, that the regiment's own dog handlers used as both sniffer and attack dogs. It was wearing a harness that suggested the troops had been intending to winch it down to the ground from the chopper, and had a small IR camera the size and shape of a Smarties tube fixed to its side. It scampered ahead of them, clearly unfazed by the noise, and stopping only when it came to the dead body near Joe, which it sniffed, paying particular attention to the area around the bullet wound. The dog looked up. With a sensation like cold ice sliding down his spine, Joe realized the animal was looking in his direction. It tilted its head and scampered over the body, 2 seconds later, it was inches from Joe's hiding place, its wet nose worming its way into the crack in the wall. He could smell the rank stench of its breath. The dog sniffed. A low growl escaped its throat. Joe's hand moved slowly to the holster on his chest rig, his fingertips feeling for the cig. A harsh voice. American. Cairo! Cairo! Joe saw a hand grab the dog's collar and pull it away. Its handler came into view. The seal looked young, most likely no more than 20. He had a lean face and pronounced cheekbones, but there was a small scar on his upper lip, which looked slightly out of shape, a hair lip that had been fixed surgically, Joe reckoned. The soldier pulled Cairo out of Joe's field of view, which meant he could see the whole courtyard again. The 6 SEALs were standing, but kept their weapons trained on the house, while another 8 soldiers started to extract, as did the 2 who were guarding the main security gate. 30 seconds later, the final 6 hurried from the courtyard. Joe could hear the undamaged Black Hawk returning to the ground, ready to lift them out. Joe was drenched in sweat, and not just because of the heat. He remained absolutely still for 30 seconds after the last SEAL had passed by him. Only then did he creep out of his OP. Ricky was still hidden, fully obscured by the darkness, his back up against the concrete slab behind which he'd secreted himself. Joe edged towards the opposite side of the corridor and peered round the damaged wall. He squinted as the chopper's lights blinded him, but he was able to make out the second of the 2 body bags being loaded into the unharmed Black Hawk. 3 SEALs were running from the compromised chopper to the intact one. 10 seconds later, the LZ was deserted, and the frequency of the helicopter's engines became a little higher as it prepared to take off. Joe's stomach knotted. They were abandoning the second chopper. He knew what that meant. To leave a military asset on enemy territory was a no-no at the best of times. And when the asset in question was a stealth chopper, and the enemy was Al-Qaeda. "It's gonna blow, brother." Ricky was standing half a meter behind him. Joe grabbed his arm. "Fucking run!" The 2 men were 10 meters from the main gates through which they'd entered the compound when the undamaged chopper rose above the walls again. And they were only 2 meters away from the gates, alongside the body of the man Joe had killed outside the compound and which Ricky had dragged inside, when the explosions came, a succession of short, sharp detonations, followed by a single, much larger one that made the wall shake and threw Joe to the ground. He jumped up immediately to see Ricky already throwing himself at the gates, knocking up the latch with his M4, just as a shower of dust and shrapnel started to rain down all around them. They hurled themselves out of the compound as a twisted chunk of what was once a helicopter slammed into the meat of the fresh corpse. Then both men covered their heads and ran across the narrow dirt road, out of range of the debris that was still showering down. "What the hell?" Joe almost screamed. But Ricky was looking back towards the compound. A bright orange glow was emanating from inside the walls where the down chopper was burning. The second Black Hawk was already 30 meters in the air and swerving in their direction. It thundered overhead and headed northwest into the distance. Ricky was refusing to catch Joe's eye. "Let's get back," he said tersely. Without a word, they ran 30 meters back east along the road to their original OP, where the owner of the house was still tied up on the first floor, trying to breathe slowly as his body shook with fear. It didn't take more than a minute for them to gather their things, the tripod and the optics, and don their robes once more. Ricky was heading for the door again. Joe had stopped, stock still. The 2 friends stared at each other. "What?" Ricky demanded. Joe didn't answer. He strode over to their captive and ripped the tape from his nose, though he'd left him blindfolded, silenced and bound. Only then did he follow Ricky to the doorway. "You're out of control, mucker." 5 seconds of silence. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ricky retorted. his chin jutting aggressively. "You going to go squealing to the frickin' Ruperts?" But his friend knew how insulting that suggestion was. Joe sneered at him. "Let's get out of here," Joe said. He pushed past Ricky and started running down the stairs. By the time they hit the street again, the Black Hawk had long disappeared into the night sky, but now there was the sound of alarmed citizens shouting from an easterly direction, from the centre of Abbottabad. Joe was confident he and Ricky looked enough like locals, especially in the darkness, not to attract any attention, especially when there was so much else for the townsfolk to ogle back at the compound. But that was no reason to lower his guard. He kept one hand firmly on the handle of his cig as they made their way back into the town, keeping in the shadows, to RV with the rest of the unit. And Joe's mind was turning over. What had Ricky been trying to prove? It happened sometimes that a guy lost his nerve and tried to make up for it by putting himself in danger. But Ricky didn't seem the type. Something else was troubling Joe too. Something he'd seen. Why had the SEALs removed 2 bodies from the compound? Target Geronimo was one thing. He understood that they couldn't just leave his corpse where it lay. But what reason could they have to remove another stiff? It occurred to him that maybe they'd nailed a kid and needed to remove the body to avoid a PR disaster. But in his heart he knew that the body in the bag had been too large for a child. Maybe it was a significant AQ commander. But who? Who else was sufficiently important that the Americans would want him removed, along with the pacer? Joe tried to clear his head. No doubt he'd find out in time, but for now he had other things to worry about. There was still work to do, and this was dangerous territory. Osama bin Laden might be dead, but the blood was still pumping through Joe's veins. He had to remain focused if he wanted it to stay that way. Chapter 2. Pembrokeshire, Wales, UK. The following morning, 08:30 hours. Mrs. Bethan Jones had only been out of bed for an hour, but at her time of life an hour could feel like a day. The very business of dressing herself and making her way downstairs was enough to exhaust her. She'd lost count of the number of well-meaning doctors who'd tried to persuade her to move out of her remote, cavernous, draughty house and into a retirement home, or, "Isn't there a relative who might help you out, Mrs. Jones? A friend?" But there were no relatives, apart from a distant cousin of her late husband, Gethin, who'd had her eyes on the house ever since he'd died nigh on 20 years ago now. No friends either. Not any more. Unless you counted her pale gold cat, Dandelion. And Bethan Jones would rather die than spend the rest of her days dribbling in a home. Anybody who suggested it was given short shrift. Dandelion was curled up over her feet. Bethan was glad of the extra warmth. Her feet were ulcerated, and she found it too painful even to put on a pair of slippers. She'd been warned by the health visitor who made the journey out here every 2 weeks, even though it was several miles out of her catchment area, that she really ought not let Dandelion anywhere near the suppurating sores on her feet. The molted cat hairs had a habit of getting stuck to the skin, causing infection. But there was no way Bethan would ever banish her cat. If Dandelion was comfortable where he was, that was good enough for her. Although it was a large house, Bethan as good as lived in this one room. Twice a day she would totter out to the kitchen to fill Dandelion's bowl with food and her own glass with an inch of Belgian water that was practically her only sustenance. Come nightfall she would strap herself into her stair lift and go up to bed. But the rest of the time was spent in here. It was the biggest room in the old house, about 8 meters square, with a large stone fireplace that hadn't seen a fire since the day before Gethin passed on. Instead, an electric heater sat in the fireplace, both bars on. Bethan's eyes flickered over to the window. The panes were misted with grime and the frames rotting on account of the salty wind. It was raining outside, but that was no surprise. It had rained all winter and showed no signs of stopping now that spring had arrived. She pulled her floral housecoat more tightly around her and turned her attention back to the television. It was on full volume. Bethan was more than a little deaf. It was also positioned just 2 meters from the sofa, as her eyesight really wasn't what it used to be. For the third time that morning, she listened to the news bulletin, to the only story that the shiny breakfast TV reporters had any interest in today. Osama bin Laden, the al-Qaeda leader and mastermind behind the September 11th attacks, is dead. He was shot in the early hours of this morning by U.S. Special Forces, who raided his compound in the Pakistani town of Abbottabad. His body has already been buried at sea in accordance with Muslim practice. Bethan peered more closely at the television. A familiar picture of bin Laden, one finger raised up in the air, filled the screen. She felt a sour look cross her face. "Such a wicked man, Dandelion," she said out loud. On the bookshelf behind the television there was a photo of Gethin staring out fiercely with his splendid lamb chop sideburns. "He always said so," she continued, talking to her cat. "You mark my words, Bethan lass," he used to say. "Those Arabs'll be more trouble than the blacks before long. Rivers of blood, lass, rivers of blood." He knew what he was talking about, did my Gethin. She'd been sitting in exactly this seat 10 years previously, watching the 9/11 attacks unfold on TV, and she'd recalled Gethin's foresight on that day too. Dandelion had been a kitten then, not the elderly clump of fur he had now become. The cat meowed lazily as the TV cut to footage of the US president announcing bin Laden's death to the world. But suddenly Bethan's attention was diverted. Dandelion had cut short his meow and jumped up onto her lap, and she could see something else on the television screen. Her own reflection stared dimly back at her in the glass, but she could also see the reflection of a second person. A tall man standing behind the sofa. Thin, dark skin, dark hair, a slight stoop to his lanky shoulders. Bethan started and fumbled for the remote control, causing Dandelion to jump down to the floor as she located the mute button. Silence filled the room, a silence that was almost as oppressive as the noise it had replaced. And Bethan realized that she was flushed, that her heart was beating hard. "I do hope I didn't alarm you, Mrs. Jones," said a quiet voice behind her. It was an effort for Bethan to turn round, and she winced trying to do so. Immediately she felt light fingers on her shoulders. "Please, Mrs. Jones," said the voice, "don't move on my account. I only popped in to say goodbye." "Oh, Mr. Ash, I'm afraid I didn't hear you." "I did knock, Mrs. Jones." The figure was walking round the side of the sofa. "Oh, I'm sure you did, Mr. Ash. I'm sure you did. My hearing's not quite what it was, you know, and I was just catching up with the news." Mr. Ash smiled. Only now did Bethan see that he was carrying a mug. "I've brought you a cup of hot Ribena, Mrs. Jones. But there was no milk for tea." "Oh, bless you, Mr. Ash," she said, as he placed the cup on a small table by the sofa intended for just that purpose. She patted the seat next to her, indicating that he should sit down, which he did. Dandelion immediately jumped onto Mr. Ash's lap, where he curled up contentedly and purred as his ears were scratched by his long, well-manicured fingers. "They've caught that dreadful man?" "So I understand, Mrs. Jones." "I'm sorry, Mr. Ash. I'm a little hard of hearing, as you know." Really, I don't know how it's taken them so long." "So long, Mrs. Jones?" "To catch him, Mr. Ash." Mr. Ash gave a little shrug, as if to indicate that this was, for him too, a profound mystery. For the next 2 minutes they sat in silence, watching the mute pictures on the screen. The bland white compound in Pakistan, now surrounded by a collection of armed police, reporters, and ordinary onlookers. Flashing sirens, curious locals. A thought suddenly struck Mrs. Jones.
You're not from
Saudi Arabia, said Mr. Ashe gently. Bethan nodded, pretending that this meant something to her, but in truth one of these countries was the same as another to her.
Of course, she said. Saudi Arabia. Yes, of course. I'm not saying all of you are, but I don't care what anybody says, Mr. Ashe. The world's a better place without him.
Safer, Mr. Ashe agreed. I wouldn't wish to bring up children in a world where...
I was never blessed, Mr. Ashe.
She adopted a look of mild tragedy as she glanced at Gethin's photograph again. A silence, broken by Mr. Ashe clearing his throat politely. Bethan blinked.
Saying goodbye?
She asked, as it dawned on her what he'd said several minutes ago.
But you've only been here for 2 days, Mr. Ashe. You know how I enjoy your company.
And it was true. Mr. Ashe gave her a regretful little look. My time is not my own, he said. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out a thick wad of notes bound with a red elastic band. My rent, he said, handing it over, for the next 6 months. Would you like me to put it in the sideboard for you?
Thank you, Mr. Ashe, Bethan replied. Really, I don't know what I'd do.
But she failed to finish what she was saying, silenced by a dismissive wave of his hand as he stood up again. Dandelion jumped to the floor and walked to the far side of the room, where there stood a large mahogany cabinet. He opened a drawer, slipped the notes inside, and walked back over to the sofa, where Bethan was lifting her Ribena to her lips with hands that trembled gently with old age. Is there anything I can do for you before I leave, Mrs. Jones? Any little jobs around the house? I can't be sure quite when I'll return.
Oh, no, Mr. Ashe, really, you've done quite enough. You might pop some new batteries in the control for my stair lift. I wouldn't want them to run out while you're away.
Do you know where they are? Mr. Ashe smiled and bowed his head before striding out of the room. Such a pleasant man. So helpful. Bethan didn't really hold with foreigners, couldn't trust them, her Gethin used to say, and he should know after all the trouble they'd given him during the war. But Mr. Ashe wasn't like most of them. She'd taken to him the moment they met. He was so much nicer than any of her previous lodgers, more like a helpful neighbour, for whom nothing was too much trouble. So much so that Bethan actively looked forward to him staying. She felt somehow more secure with a gentleman like that in the house. But he was seldom here, even though he paid for his rent many months in advance, and that saddened her. She cast a slightly guilty look up at Gethin at this thought. How he would have disapproved. All done, Mrs. Jones. Mr. Ashe reappeared by the side of the sofa, from which he picked a single one of Dandelion's pale hairs. Would you like me to turn the volume up again for you?
Thank you, Mr. Ashe, Bethan said. My hearing isn't what it used to be.
And as the volume returned and Mr. Ashe took his leave, she took another sip of Ribena, closed her exhausted eyes, and allowed the sound of the TV to wash over her as Dandelion snuggled up around her feet once again. Mr. Ashe closed the door of the front room softly behind him. The hallway smelled as neglected as it looked, musty and damp. There were cobwebs thickening over the yellowed plaster cornices, and by the heavy oak door a pile of Wellington boots and an antique stand containing old walking sticks. Mr. Ashe was quite sure they had not been taken outside for years. On the opposite side of the hallway was a door leading into a dining room that was never used. The flagstones on the hallway floor sucked the warmth from his feet as he walked to the wide wooden staircase. Mrs. Jones' stair lift was at the bottom, looking out of place beside the burnished, rather ornate banister. There was no way the old lady could make it upstairs without it, however. Mr. Ashe laid the remote control on the seat and made his way upstairs. 17 steps. He'd counted them the very first time he came here. Mr. Ashe's room was immediately to the left at the top of the stairs. The door, as always, was shut, He let himself in. It was a large bedroom, the largest in the house, Mrs. Jones had told him when she showed him the room. But having examined all the others, he knew that was a lie. Or rather, a mistake, for he suspected Mrs. Jones was past remembering such details. There was a lumpy double bed against the far wall, with a patchwork quilt, and an enormous mahogany wardrobe in another. Behind the bed was a window that looked out onto the neglected back garden, and perhaps 200 metres beyond that, the brim of the cliff on which this old house stood, overlooking a grey sea that was only just visible through the rain. 3 pictures hung lopsidedly on the wall. 2 of them were inexpertly painted oils of the imposing house, each from a different perspective, framed in cheap plastic, with thick layers of dust and grime along the tops. The third, right next to the window, showed a sailing ship battling through stormy seas. The floor was littered with big cardboard boxes, about 15 of them, and taking up the centre of the room was a circular table about 2 metres in diameter and covered with a crumpled yellow tablecloth. Piled high on this were stacks of papers, files, and photographs. Books, a chunky Dell computer, and what looked like an early mobile phone, boxy and with a 6-inch antenna, but which was actually an Iridium satellite phone. Mr. Ash's sole link with the outside world in this remote region, where internet connectivity and mobile phone reception were nothing more than rumours. Closing the bedroom door behind him, he carefully laid on the table the cat's hair he had pulled from the sofa before walking over to the wardrobe. His few clothes were hanging next to some long-forgotten garments of Mrs. Jones's. He selected a heavy green Barber raincoat and loosened the hood from its pouch before returning to the table. Lying on top of the Dell was a book. It was about 2/3 the size of an ordinary paperback, but a good 2 inches thick, and wrapped in a sturdy leather binding with a push-button fastener. Embossed in gold on the front were the words, Holy Koran, in both English and Arabic. Mr. Ash picked up the book and slipped it into the inside pocket of his coat. Then, rummaging around in one of the cardboard boxes, he found a small tube of superglue. He recovered Dandelion's hair, left the room, and locked the door. The key he used was newer and shinier than the one Mrs. Jones had given him, because the very first thing he'd done on moving into his new lodgings had been to change the lock after the old woman had gone to bed. She'd never mentioned that her key no longer worked, but that didn't mean, of course, that she'd never tried to get in, or would never try in the future. Half blind and confused, it was unlikely that she would ever understand the significance of anything behind the locked door, but Mr. Ash still didn't want any prying eyes. He squeezed 2 tiny blobs of superglue, one onto the top of the door, one onto the frame, then carefully fixed the cat's hair to them. It would take only a minute to dry, and nobody would notice it was there if they weren't looking for it. He went downstairs again. The noise coming from the television was slightly muffled here in the hallway, but it was loud enough for him to make out more details are emerging of the daring raid in Pakistan by US Navy SEALs that has killed Osama bin Laden. Mr. Ash could not help a brief smile. He pulled the hood of the coat over his head, patted his pocket to check that his Koran was still there, and stepped outside. He made it a rule to drive here as little as possible, and Mrs. Jones, of course, had no car. So he walked briskly into the rain, not stopping to look back at the solitary shape of the house standing on that deserted cliff top. His face was dripping wet in seconds. Within the minute, the rain had soaked the leather of his inadequate brown shoes. When he'd walked the 30-metre length of the driveway and exited through a pair of rattling iron gates, he turned right onto the road that would lead him, if he continued for another 4 miles, to the nearest railway station, Thornbridge. Perhaps one of the infrequent country buses would pass him before then, but if not, he was prepared to walk. A crack of thunder ripped the sky overhead. Mrs. Jones's house disappeared in the distance. Mr. Ash continued to walk, his shoulders still slightly stooped, his brow furrowed, the lower part of his trousers already sodden, his mind deep in thought. Chapter 3. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, USA, 0700 hours EST. I gotta hand it to you, Mason. The president's grinning like a goddamn lunatic. I think he'd do just about anything if you asked him. Mason Delaney felt his lips twitching with pleasure as he rested his hands on his neat little paunch.
Well, there's a thought, Jed, he replied, his voice as quiet as it always was when he was receiving a compliment and pretending to be modest. His eyes sparkled behind his horn-rimmed glasses. You make me sound like the new Monica Lewinsky.
Delaney giggled. Jed Wallace, the president's chief of staff, smiled patiently. It was an expression that didn't suit his hawk-like face. His auburn hair was cropped military fashion, and Delaney had no doubt this was a conscious style statement. Wallace ran the show in the West Wing, and he did it with military precision. Seriously, Mason, you made a powerful friend yesterday, and one who expects to be around for a while. His approval ratings are through the roof. You just bought him another 4 years in office.
I live to serve, Jed. I live to serve.
Delaney inhaled deeply, and with a pleasant smile looked around his office. The May sunshine was streaming in through the window, casting its light over his desk and the coffee table in front of the comfortable sofa on which the two men were sitting. He made this office very much his own, transformed it from the bland, beige box it had once been into a place which he felt more accurately represented his character. An antique chaise longue stood along the opposite wall, and on the walls were prints of his favourite Michelangelo sketches. He adored the way the artist caught the male form. Really, he felt he could gaze at them all day. Shall we take a look? Wallace interrupted him politely after a full minute of silence. Delaney snapped out of his reverie.
I beg your pardon, Jed?
The images. Shall we?
Had enough coffee?
Delaney indicated the china coffee pot and the 2 full cups on the table. Sure.
Cookies?
No cookies, Mason, thank you.
I only asked, Jed, because I think you might lose your appetite when you see them. If you'd rather not put yourself through it.
I've finished my coffee, Mason. Wallace pushed the cup away from him to underline this. Delaney gave him a bland smile before standing up and shuffling over to his desk, where he picked up a manila A4 envelope and brought it back to the sofa. He sat down, fixed Wallace with a stare that he knew would make the chief of staff uncomfortable, then removed a sheaf of photographs from the envelope. The photographs were in colour, but they were grainy and occasionally out of focus. The first showed an unmade bed and a large blood stain on the rug in front of it. The second showed the same thing, but from a different angle. Mason, none of these show that—
Always wanting to fast forward, interrupted Delaney, to the money shot.
It's what I'm here to talk about, Mason.
Then let's talk, Jed.
Delaney held out a third photo with his arm outstretched so that they could both admire it, much as Delaney had been admiring the Michelangelos a moment before. It was a close-up of a mangled and blooded man's face. Even Mason Delaney, who had no use for or knowledge of guns, could clearly identify the entrance wound, just above the right eye, a small dot of dark red surrounded by an orange sun that had spread across the side of his face, taking out the eye and the upper part of the cheek. The rest of the face, including the grey beard, was spattered with blood. The mouth was open, and the man looked as though he'd been gunned down just as he was screaming in terror. Delaney dropped the photograph onto Wallace's lap before reclining on the sofa with his hands clasped behind his head. The chief of staff looked nauseous.
Of course, Delaney said. You might be of the opinion that the great American public ought to be shown this. On the other hand, he coughed gently, you might decide that publishing such a sight would be a tad inflammatory.
Jed Wallace appeared unable to take his eyes off the photograph. Delaney continued to talk, a little quieter again, but his voice still as nasal as ever.
What is it that Sagan doesn't like about me, Jed? Is it the way I look? The way I sound? Is it that I wear a Turnbull and Asser dicky bow and not a pair of fucking epaulets? What peg has the little shit got me hung on?
Really, Jed, I don't know what you...
Sagan wants the president to publish. No?
Wallace looked up from the grim image. How did you know that, Mason? Delaney removed his glasses, breathed on them, and meticulously cleaned both lenses with his handkerchief.
Here's the deal, Jed, he said,
and all of a sudden his voice was not quite so shrill as usual.
You put that photograph out to the news wires, it'll be on the front cover of every damn newspaper in the world within 24 hours, not to mention the computer screen of everyone with an internet connection in about 24 seconds. It's grotesque, Jed. Every last Islamist on the planet will think the president's gloating. DevGru went to a lot of trouble to drop the bastard's body in the Indian Ocean to stop his grave becoming a shrine. If you give that picture to the world, you'll be creating 1 million shrines.
Delaney blinked heavily 3 times.
I don't think you should do it, Jed.
He stretched out, lifted his coffee, and took a long sip, raising his eyebrows at Wallace over the brim of his cup. The Chief of Staff turned the photographs over on his lap. It's the President's decision, Mason, he said.
But of course it is, Jed. Of course it is. And I hope the President knows I'm here to watch his back.
He folded his hands over his paunch again. Wallace stood up. I have to get back to D.C. Could I... He pointed at the envelope that was still on Delaney's lap.
Of course.
Delaney stood up and watched as Wallace stowed the photographs, first in the envelope and then in his briefcase.
And Jed?
Yes?
Enjoy it.
A pause. Enjoy what? Delaney gave him a surprised look.
The victory, Jed. America hasn't been the good guy for a long time, remember? Maybe the president can be persuaded to flex his muscles a bit more now he's had a taste of success. Bin Laden's not our only high-value target, you know, and as my physician never tires of reminding me, prevention is better than cure.
Wallace looked as though he was in 2 minds whether to respond. Look, Mason, he said finally, I know you think this administration is a bit wet, but times have changed. America can't afford to boss the world around in the same way anymore.
You start taking any flack, Delaney interrupted, as though Wallace had said nothing. I'll give you what you need. We got DNA samples, we got eyewitness accounts, damn, we've even got Bin Laden's daughter, who was in the same room as him.
A knock on the door.
Come, Delaney called.
The door opened and a young man appeared. He was extremely handsome, with lustrous black hair and well-defined cheekbones. Preppy, like he should be wandering the lawns of Princeton. He stood in the doorway without saying anything, but the anxiety on his face was evident as his eyes flickered between the 2 men in the office.
Scott!
Delaney greeted him blatantly and lasciviously, eyeing the young man up and down. Mr. Delaney, Scott Stroman's voice cracked. He cleared his throat again. Mr. Delaney, I need a word.
Mr. Wallace was just on his way out. Scott?
Delaney held out a chubby hand, which the Chief of Staff shook.
So long, Jed,
he said. Wallace nodded, and without another word left the room. Stroman stepped inside, closed the door behind him, then stood with his back to it. We've got a problem, Mr. Delaney. Delaney wandered over towards his desk.
Go ahead.
No answer. Delaney stopped and looked back at his young colleague.
Go ahead, Scott.
But Stroman shook his head. I think you need to come and see for yourself, sir, he replied, in what was little more than a whisper. Delaney could see that he meant it. The two men left the room, Delaney locking the door behind him. The corridors of CIA headquarters were alive with people. They all knew Mason Delaney. He was as much a part of the place as the enormous presidential seal on the floor of the main entrance, and they all knew that today was his day. He lost count of the number of congratulations he received. He did notice, too, that his colleagues, for once, did not appear to be suppressing knowing smiles at the sight of his pretty male assistant. But as they descended into the basement, the number of passers-by diminished, until finally they were walking by themselves along a deserted narrow corridor with pale grey walls, and at the very end of the corridor was a door with a numerical keypad next to it. Scott punched in a number, and there was a faint click. He opened the door, and they both entered. It was a small room, no more than 5 meters by 5, and it appeared even more cramped on account of the large quantity of audio-visual equipment it contained, including 4 daisy-chain screens and 2 sets of reference speakers. Scott sat at the comfortable chair in front of the screens and pressed a green button. The same silent moving image appeared on all 4 screens. At first it was dark, blurred and indistinct. "What is this?" Delaney asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Camera footage from the Black Hawk leaving Abbottabad, sir," Stroman replied. And as he spoke, the image started to make sense. Delaney could see the ground receding, and in the top left corner of the screen, he could make out the dark shape of the compromised chopper. The Black Hawk rose higher. Now they could see the high compound walls and the uncovered corridor that led from the main security gates. And movement. "Who's that, Scott?" Delaney asked, his voice dangerously level. Stroman shot him a glance that said, "This is what I wanted you to see," and pressed a red button. The image froze. The young man spun a dial and zoomed in on that part of the picture which showed 2 shadowy figures. Delaney fancied he made out an assault rifle strapped to the body of one of these individuals. Without waiting for an instruction from his boss, Stroman started the film again. The Black Hawk rose sufficiently for the perimeter of the whole compound to be visible. A shudder, and an explosion of orange light as the compromised chopper exploded down on the ground. The compound receded from view as the chopper banked. When it straightened up again, Delaney could see that it was outside the perimeter of the compound. Stroman hit the stop button again. He pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of one of the screens. 2 figures again, both crouching and watching the departing chopper, both holding their faces directly up to the camera. Stroman zoomed in again. The level of magnification caused the faces to appear a little pixelated, but it was still possible to determine their features with some accuracy. The long hair and dark skin of one of them, the full black beards of both, as well as the weapons they were carrying. "Facial recognition?" Delaney asked. "I've already run it, sir." Stroman pressed another button on the console. The image on 2 of the screens was replaced by a portrait of an Asian-looking man with shoulder-length hair and a thin scar along the left side of his nose where the dark skin was slightly lighter. The remaining 2 screens showed a different man, Caucasian, no beard in this picture, but thick eyebrows that met in the middle, unruly hair and dark bags under the eyes, which looked like no amount of sleep would chase away. "Introduce me to these handsome young men, Scott," Delaney breathed. Stroman pointed first at one, then the other. "Richard Singh, Joe Mansfield, British SAS. Records show they were part of the unit holding the cordon." "Have any of our guys reported making contact with them?" "No, sir." "And you've been in touch with Hereford HQ?" "Of course, sir. They deny there was any breach of SOPs." Delaney closed his eyes, removed his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose. "So tell me, Scott, tell me this. If they were supposed to be holding the cordon, and there was no breach of SOPs, what in the name of fuck were they doing running out of the compound in the wake of the raid?" Stroman looked at his knees. I don't know, Mr. Delaney, sir. I just don't know. A thick, uncomfortable silence fell as the two men stared up at the faces on the screens.
Do we know where they are now?
Delaney asked. Stroman nodded. Yes, sir, he said. Of course we do. Chapter 4. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. 1700 hours local time. The Chinook that put Joe's team back on the ground didn't close down. It was needed elsewhere. Joe barked at the doctor's wife and their 3 daughters to get off the transport. The old woman gave him a look of loathing. She hadn't liked the abrupt way Joe and his mates had manhandled her family out of Abbottabad without looking for her husband. Joe reckoned he could live with that. He worked for the British Army, not Thomas fucking Cook. He pointed towards the tailgate to indicate she should take her daughters and get out. The rotors were kicking up a massive wall of brown dust as the unit lugged their gear off the plane. One of the kids was crying because the sand was in her eyes. He saw Ricky help the little girl out of range of the downdraft. His mate hadn't said a single unnecessary word to him since they'd left the vicinity of the compound. The way Joe was feeling, that suited him just fine. The tailgate closed. The chopper lifted. The dust swirled around a larger area for a few seconds. Only as the dust settled did the peaks of the Hindu Kush that filled the horizon come into view. Joe had stopped being impressed by the sight. The snow-capped mountains were just another obstacle in this dog-turd of a country. Closer to hand, the LZ was surrounded by a sea of cargo containers, impossible to say how many, but in the hundreds. Some of them were covered with camo nets, others were just scratched and exposed. Bagram, or 6.5 square miles of it, was an important staging post for the Americans. A large proportion of the goods necessary to keep the US's show on the road in Afghanistan passed through here. Military vehicles, Humvees mostly, were driving all over the place, as well as large SUVs that wouldn't have looked out of place on the New Jersey Turnpike. Joe knew that the drivers of half these SUVs were only moving around because the air con in their vehicles was better than in their bunkhouses. The Chinook flew out of earshot. The grind of its motors was immediately replaced by the ear-splitting din of an F-16, flying low, probably on its way to put the shits up the locals, a not too subtle warning of what they could expect if they messed with the Stars and Stripes. Nobody approached to help the unit with their gear, and the unit wouldn't have wanted anyone to. They worked alone. Everybody knew that. Joe and his mate, JJ, whose brown beard was longer than the rest of the unit's because he'd worn it for years, lifted a crate of weaponry in the direction of a large hangar situated 100 metres from the LZ, just beyond a 2-metre-high HESCO wall, over the top of which an array of satellite receivers and other signalling apparatus was visible. A couple of paras stood guard at a gap in the wall, next to a green and white sign stating, "No unauthorised entry." There were thousands of signs, plastering every inch of Bagram. Even the thunderboxes had a notice telling you not to piss on the seat. One of the paras was lazily scraping the Afghan dust from the inside of his nostril with a rolled-up piece of Kleenex. Both had expectant looks on their faces. Word of bin Laden's death had obviously got out, and anyone who knew that Joe's unit had been on ops in Pakistan at the same time would have put 2 and 2 together. Joe looked over his shoulder. Ricky and the rest of the unit were walking towards the hangar, their bodies appearing to waver in the heat haze. Beyond them, 3 guys whom Joe recognized as American DoD personnel had surrounded the doctor's family, and 5 black SUVs were driving up towards them. Fuck knows what was going to happen to them. A new name and a safe house in a faceless North American suburb, he supposed. "Been busy, lads?" one of the paras asked. "Aye," JJ replied. "Shagged out, me. Never knew your sister was such a goer." The para grinned. "She told me you had a dick like a maggot, JJ." JJ gave a look of mock acceptance. "Aye, it's true," he said. Maybe that's why she got her rocks off with the rest of the unit as well. I'm telling you, she was walking like Charlie Chaplin by the end. And Joe here has been grinning like the Cheshire fucking cat ever since. Yeah, looks like it. The para nodded at Joe. Joe glowered back. The hangar housed the regiment's operation base at Bagram. The third guard standing outside and armed with an M16 slid open the huge metal doors that remained closed as a matter of course, to reveal the cavernous space bustling with activity. The hangar itself was about 80 by 40 metres. There were windows along both sides, but these had been covered up against curious eyes with sheets of plastic tarpaulin. The space was lit by 12 portable floodlights aimed up at the flat metal ceiling to stop them dazzling the people inside, of whom there were 30 or so. The combination of the metal walls and the powerful lights could easily turn the hangar, big as it was, into an oven in this climate, and so evenly spaced along both walls were 6 air conditioning units. Out of sight, on the other side of the far wall, Joe knew there was a large petrol-operated generator, which added to the general noise. The hangar was divided into 4 quadrants. Closest to Joe and on his left was a bank of computer screens. A mess of wires on the floor trailed through the wall towards the signalling area and the Jenny, and a handful of the guys, as well as 2 female terps, were leaning over the screens, examining maps and other imagery. Joe counted 7 men and 1 woman he didn't recognize. They were standing in a group by themselves and watched Joe and the others with interest as they entered. To the right was a weapons store, crates of hardware piled high, manned by a grizzled member of L Detachment. He nodded at Joe and JJ to indicate that they should dump their own crate just next to him. In the far left quadrant was an R&R zone, a television mounted on the wall, a few old sofas, and a kettle for anyone wanting to make a brew. This area was deserted. No rest, no recuperation, not out here. The 4th quadrant, in the far right-hand corner of the hangar, was blocked off by a series of large screens. This was the briefing area, the place where Joe and the unit had first been informed about the nature of their operation. Now a tall, gangly Rupert with a lean face and a 2-day-old beard was walking out of it. Major Dom Fletcher, OCE Squadron, looked and sounded like the Prince of Public School Twats. To hear him talk, nobody would guess he'd come up through the ranks, or that his rough London accent and squaddy turn of phrase had miraculously disappeared the day he got his commission. Overnight, Dom had become a Dominic. But the guys had learned the hard way not to test his patience and just called him Boss. Fletcher wasn't beyond issuing an RTU for anyone who took the piss. He nodded in Joe and JJ's direction, jabbed his thumb towards the briefing area, and turned on his heel to walk back into it. "You know," said JJ, "what I really love about this place is the warm welcomes. I could murder a Mr. Kipling." Joe glanced behind him. Ricky was walking alone about 10 metres back. His eyes were fixed on the floor. The briefing area was nothing to look at. 20 or 30 plastic, stackable brown chairs in rows, a long table at the front, a whiteboard with clips on the top to hold mapping sheets. Fletcher stood next to it, his arms folded, his face unreadable. Within 30 seconds, all 8 members of the unit were there. "Sit down," Fletcher said. It wasn't a polite offer. Joe took a seat in the back row. The others all sat forward of him. Fletcher spoke sufficiently loudly that they could hear him over the noise of the hangar, but not so loudly that anybody outside of the briefing room could eavesdrop. "You've all seen the news?" "We stopped off at a travel lodge just outside Abbottabad," JJ cut in. "Jerked off over Kirsty Young on the telly while she told us all about it." JJ, shut up. "Target Geronimo was KIA and extracted at 0110 local time. The Americans dumped him in the Indian Ocean just before dawn. Burial at sea is the phrase they're using. The President made the announcement this morning. We've got CIA swarming round the base with fucking hard-ons. They'll assist with the debriefs later. My guess is I'll want to know why you came home without the doctor in tow, which is a pretty good fucking question."
"The doctor wasn't there," Jacko growled.
"Right," Fletcher said. "Now remind me, are you a specialist unit under the command of E Squadron, or a bunch of fucking girl guides?"
A pause. Fletcher looked at each member of the unit in turn. A question was coming, Joe could sense it.
"Anyone care to tell me why the CO took a call from our American cousins, asking if we were aware of anyone breaching SOPs during the raid?"
Silence. Joe found himself staring, not at Fletcher, but at the back of Ricky's head. Once more the OC directed his gaze at each of them. Was it Joe's imagination, or did he linger on him slightly longer than the others? 30 seconds passed. It seemed a lot longer. Finally, Fletcher inclined his head, plainly aware that nobody was going to give him an answer.
"Stand down," he said. "Get yourselves cleaned up. Eat, full debrief at 20:30.
He looked in turn at each member of the unit once again.
"Now," he said quietly, "would be a good time for you all to decide what you're going to tell me. And more to the point, what you're going to tell the Yanks."
The OC walked from the briefing area and out of sight before any of them could even stand up. JJ was sitting in the front row. He turned round to look at the others.
"What the fuck was all that about?"
Nobody replied. They started to file out of the briefing area, all except Joe and Ricky, who remained in their seats. For a moment, Ricky didn't look back.
"Thanks, brother," he said quietly.
"We need to sort our story out," Joe said under his breath. "Right now." Ricky looked around and nodded. "Not here," Joe said. "Let's take a walk." They left the regiment hangar and headed towards the center of the base. It was teeming with American troops, hanging out in pairs or threes, all wearing their standard uniforms of camo, aviator shades and Berettas hanging from their belts in non-standard issue leather holsters. To a man they had crew cuts, some of them with elaborate razor-cut patterns on the side of their heads. Then there were the airbase staff, contractors mostly, wearing blue overalls, baseball caps, cigarettes glued to their lower lips, and facial hair that marked them out as non-military personnel. Very few locals. There were plenty working on the site, Joe knew, but they were mostly doing just that, scrubbing toilets, cleaning floors. He couldn't count the number of times he'd overheard the words Bin Laden. There was a mood of self-congratulation around the place. They'd been walking in silence for 10 minutes, past the packed Burger King and Subway concessions that would have made the whole place feel like a Midwestern mall if it hadn't been for the 20-ton MRAPs filled with troops coming back from, or going out on, patrol, when they came to another hangar. This one had its doors flung wide open, and it contained a U.S. Air Force Boeing E-3 Sentry. The engines were turning over, and perhaps 15 engineers swarmed around the aircraft. The noise was sufficiently loud to drown out Joe's and Ricky's voices. They headed round to the side of the hangar. Joe spoke first. "We saw the enemy target heading to the security gates. I nailed him, you nailed Romeo and Juliet. When the gates opened, you approached and took out the dude trying to leave. We extracted to the opposite side of the path and held our positions till the Yanks left. We singing from the same hymn sheet?" Ricky nodded. "Look, mucker." Joe looked round, checking that nobody could overhear them. "You've got to sort yourself out. You haven't been..."
"What?"
"You haven't been yourself. Not for a long time. Maybe it's getting to you."
"Maybe what's getting to me?"
Ricky stuck out his chin, oozing defensiveness. "This!" Joe gestured all round him. "Nobody would blame you. It's intense. I'm telling you, mucker, they're going to be spending more on shrinks for the crap-hats than they are on prosthetics for the amputees." He paused. "And not just the crap-hats."
"What you trying to say, Joe?"
Joe noticed that Ricky was clenching his teeth. He could sense his mate's tension. The noise of the E-3's engines suddenly grew quieter.
Neither man spoke. Until finally Ricky said, "I'm Hank frickin' Marvin. Let's get some scran." He turned to his friend. "I'm fine, brother. Really. I fucked up back there. Hands up. It won't happen again." Joe nodded. If Ricky said he was fine, that was good enough for him. "Okay, mucker, if you say so." Ricky grinned suddenly. "So, did you see the big BL? I couldn't see fuck all from where I was." "Nah," Joe said, shaking his head. He might be giving Ricky the benefit of the doubt, but something told him his mate didn't need anything else to fuck with his head. "Thought for a minute that Malinois was going to come and sniff my bollocks, though. Could have been interesting." "You should have let him," Ricky said. "Better looking than some of the dogs in Hereford." The two men headed off to find some food. 0350 hours. Joe lay in his low cot, still fully dressed in camo trousers and black t-shirt, but with his boots and ops waistcoat dumped on the floor beside him. It was dark inside the thin-walled porter cabin, mounted on two skins of roughly rendered breeze blocks that served as digs for him, Ricky and JJ. The first thing they'd done when they'd moved in here was board up the windows against the possibility of mortar attack. Joe was knackered, but sleep wouldn't come. It wasn't the noise from outside. It wasn't even the heavy breathing and occasional snores from Ricky and JJ. It was his head, reliving the debrief with the Yanks, where he and Ricky had stuck to their story, even though they could tell someone was smelling a rat. He found himself remembering the cold, glazed look on Ricky's face in the compound. Joe had lost count of the number of kids he'd seen take on that same 1,000-yard stare after a particularly traumatic op, then learned that they'd handed in their badge and headed back to their parent unit in the hope of a quieter life. But these days there were no quiet lives in the military. Even the greenest of Green Army soldiers found themselves stuck in a shit-filled Afghan ditch on 6-month rotation with some Taliban fucker trying to put holes in them 3 times a day or separate their legs from their torso. And as for regiment ops, they'd grown increasingly dangerous at the same rate. The first time he'd gone out on the ground on this tour, he'd come across what looked like a father kneeling at the roadside and weeping over his dead son. The kid was naked, his belly sliced open, and his skin bloody and stained. Joe had approached, and only when he was 5 meters away did he realize there was more to the scene than he'd noticed at first. There was a wire leading from the kid's stomach wound to a switch in the weeping man's hand. Only he wasn't weeping anymore. He'd started muttering to himself. Joe had only needed a single shot to the head to take him out. And once he was kneeling by the 2 dead bodies, he followed the wire that led from the switch. He'd had to insert his hands into the still warm innards of the boy's stomach to pull out an old Russian mortar round that was hidden inside. The memory of that child with the split-open stomach had haunted him of late. Maybe life in the regiment was getting to him too. His watch glowed a pale green in the dark, 0400. He hadn't slept for days, not properly. It was one of the things the medics had told them to look out for, but none of the guys took that shit seriously. He swung his legs over the side of his cot and fumbled in the darkness for the bottle of water he knew was there somewhere. His fingers brushed against it and it toppled over. He heard the contents sloshing out and felt a sudden wave of anger. He thumped the side of the bed in frustration, and by the time he'd picked up the bottle again, it was only a third full. He downed what was left, threw the bottle back on the floor, and stood up. No point lying here in the darkness. He pulled on his boots and headed out of the porter cabin into the camp outside. The bunkhouse Joe shared with Ricky and JJ was one of 20, located behind the regiment hangar and surrounded by yet more Hesco walls. He weaved his way among them until he found himself along the back end of the hangar itself, where the generator was sited, turning over noisily and stinking of petrol. Light was escaping from a back window where the tarpaulin had failed to cover the glass completely, and he knew that the hangar would be full of activity, even though it was only the small hours. He didn't feel like company, so he kept to the shadows as he skirted round the edge of the hangar, not really knowing what he was doing or where he was going, wandering without purpose. It was the noise overhead that made him stop and press his back against the wall of the hangar. He recognized immediately the distinctive sound of a Black Hawk, and it sent a series of images flashing through his head, the 2 body bags, the shower of shrapnel from the exploding chopper. He snapped himself out of it and turned his attention back to the Black Hawk. It was flying low over the base, 30 meters max, and was heading in from the south over towards the LZ in front of the regiment hangar. The outline of the helicopter immediately told him it was one of the stealth models he'd seen in Pakistan. No one had access to these machines but Delta and the SEALs. One or the other was about to touch down. Joe kept close to the edge of the hangar, stopping at one of the front corners. Light was spilling from the front. The main door was open, and peering round he could see the elongated shadow of someone standing at the entrance. The modified Black Hawk hovered over the LZ and started losing height. The shadow moved forward, and Joe saw the thin, tall form of Dom Fletcher walking towards the HESCO that separated the hangar from the landing zone. Someone inside the hangar slid the door shut, and the sudden absence of light messed momentarily with Joe's night vision. By the time he got it back a few seconds later, Fletcher had disappeared. Joe crossed the 10 meters between the corner of the hangar and the opening in the HESCO wall. He could hear voices on the other side. "Yank friends of yours, boss? Shut the fuck up and keep your positions." Fletcher sounded distracted. A pause. "Wanker," the first voice said. The OC had clearly left. A second voice just grunted in agreement. "Fucking Yanks," the first voice continued. "Why's Fletcher licking this lot's asses anyway?" Joe moved, away from the opening and along the HESCO wall, coming to a halt after about 15 meters. He didn't want the OC to see him loitering there. Fletcher had already given him, Ricky and the others, the 3rd degree during their debrief, massaging the egos of the 2 American spooks who'd been in on the meet. And Joe had had it with his mock Sandhurst bullshit. So he kept still in the shadows, waiting for a good moment to head back to his cot. 20 seconds passed. Fletcher appeared, striding back through the opening and towards the hangar. A line of soldiers followed, walking less quickly than the OC, some of them in pairs, others in single file. He counted them, 12, not including Fletcher. When the OC slung open the door of the hangar again, the glow from inside lit them up. All the new arrivals, except one, had big, bushy beards. They were distinctively American. Some wore jeans, others 511 pants. They were all carrying helmets, plate hangers and rifles, M4s with torches and laser sights mounted. Joe instantly recognized the slow, confident swagger of Special Forces personnel. And as one of these newcomers looked over his shoulder to say something to a mate, he recognized something else as well. His face. The guy might have been 15 meters away, but Joe's eyes were sharp, and he'd been trained to record the tiniest detail almost without knowing he was doing it. The soldier was the only one without a beard, and his upper lip jumped out at Joe. The tiny scar, the hair lip, surgically repaired. Instantly, Joe was back in Abbottabad, hidden among the rubble, staring at the face of the SEAL, manhandling Cairo away from the scene. A second later, the guy had turned his head again and was walking into the hangar. And after 10 seconds, the whole unit was inside, and somebody was sliding the metal door shut. Darkness. Silence. The Black Hawk had powered down, and it felt as though the whole camp had suddenly plunged itself into a moment of uncharacteristic stillness. Joe crept back to his bunkhouse. He didn't expect to sleep. 0600 hours. Ricky was scowling. JJ too. Joe didn't blame them. The sun wasn't even up when the summons had come. Fletcher needed them in the briefing area. Sharpish. "What the fuck does he want?" JJ muttered, scratching at his beard. Joe's own face was itching too. It might be early, but the temperature was already hot, and he still hadn't showered since they'd returned from Abbottabad. He knew he must stink. But everyone stank out here. He half wondered if he should tell the others that at least one of the guys who conducted the raid on Abbottabad had just popped in for a cosy little chat with Fletcher. Maybe if he'd been alone with Ricky, he would have. But he kept quiet as they headed to their RV. Fletcher didn't look like a man who'd been up in the small hours. His eyes were bright, his uniform fresh, and now he was clean-shaven. When they entered, he was examining imagery at the computer screens, accompanied by 3 men Joe didn't recognize. One of them was wearing standard Yankee multicam. The other 2 were in suits and did not have a military bearing. The moment Fletcher saw them, he jabbed his thumb in the direction of the briefing area before turning back to his screens. Joe and Ricky exchanged a look and followed his instruction. Raz, who had partnered JJ back in Abbottabad, was already in the briefing room. He was sitting in the back row of seats, looking thoroughly pissed off. He was not the only man there. Standing silently against the walls were the 12 American SF men that Joe had seen arriving just a couple of hours ago. Joe got a better look at them. They were all wearing black and white sharmags around their necks, and their shades were either propped up on their foreheads or hanging round their necks on black cord. 7 of them wore beards that were even more unkempt than Joe's. None of them wore smiles. They all had skin that was baked leathery brown, and with the exception of 3 of them, had multicam baseball caps fitted backwards over their heads. The standard uniform of the American SF soldier. Joe picked out the man with the scarred lip. He wore neither a baseball cap nor a beard. He looked Latino, with slicked back hair and pockmarked skin. He was staring straight ahead, and like all the others, he didn't even acknowledge the arrival of the SAS men. "Sit down." Joe looked over his shoulder to see Fletcher enter, along with the 3 strangers. Joe and his mates took seats next to Raz. None of the Americans moved, not until the 3 strangers had reached the front of the briefing area, and the uniformed man had nodded at them. At his signal, they silently occupied the front 2 rows, while Fletcher and the 3 others remained standing at the front. It was Fletcher who spoke first. He neither welcomed nor introduced anyone, not his style. "Okay, gentlemen," he instructed. "Here's what you need to know. Intelligence wires are buzzing. I don't have to tell you why. We've got every AQ cell from Kabul to Kidderminster planning a revenge attack." "Surprise, surprise," Raz muttered. "Village of Nawaz, 35 clicks southeast of here. Our American friends," he indicated his 3 companions, "have been monitoring ICOM chatter radiating from a known Taliban communication center based in an old school building. It seems to suggest that—" The uniformed Yank stood forward. "Why don't I take it from there?" he said in a lazy drawl. Fletcher nodded, but Joe noticed a slight tightness around his eyes. "The name Anwar Zahari won't mean anything to any of you gentlemen," the Yank said. "No reason why it should. He's a Taliban grunt, but he's a very skilled explosives engineer. Last known location was an AQ sanctuary in Eritrea. We weren't aware of his presence in this part of the world until just a few hours ago, when his name started coming over the ICOM. If he's in the area and active, he's only doing one thing. We need to stop him from doing it. From what we can establish, he's only going to be in Nawaz for a few hours. We can't wait till nightfall. Intel suggests all the roads in are being watched, so you'll have to approach cross-country by foot. We have 2 Black Hawks online for Bagram. They'll be on the ground in 30 minutes. I want 2 teams, one to enter Nawaz from the west, one from the east. You'll have drone support, but don't rely on it. It's a heavily populated area. and we need to keep civilian casualties to a minimum." "So why the drone support?" JJ butted in. "Tell you what, soldier, why don't you let your superiors do what they're good at, and you can do what the fuck we tell you? Hernandez," he indicated one of the U.S. soldiers, and Joe saw it was his man with the scarred lip, "will lead Team Alpha from the west. McGregor," he pointed at one of the men with baseball caps, the back of whose neck was so tanned it was almost black, "Team Bravo from the east. ISAF directives. This is a joint operation. Each team will take 2 regiment scouts." The American turned to Fletcher, who was ready with his instructions. "Joe, Ricky, Team Alpha. JJ, Raz, Team Bravo." "You have," the American checked his watch, 25 minutes to familiarize yourself with the imagery. Departure 06:45. We have support groups preparing your gear. Let's move, gentlemen. We've caught the big fish, now let's hose up the tiddlers. You find our man, and remember, he's notched up a fair few American names on his bedpost. You have my express permission to fuck him up pretty good." He looked directly at Hernandez and nodded. The American stood up as a single man as their commander left the room. Chapter 5 07:15 hours. The sun, low in the sky, streamed into the dirty interior of the Black Hawk. A thick, oily stench of aviation fuel clung to everything, and the surfaces were covered in sand. Joe couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten a mouthful of food that didn't contain grit, or wiped his arse without it feeling like he was sandpapering it. Joe sat next to Ricky on the dull, hard black seats that lined the chopper. No attempts to disguise themselves as locals today. Kevlar helmets cut away around the ears, body armor and multicam, ops vests stashed with extra ammo and grenades. When they caught up with the bomb maker, they'd need to go in hard and fast. A camelback full of fresh water was strapped to each man's back, with a little plastic tube emerging around his neck. Rehydration was almost as important as ammo in theaters like this. Stopping to drink from a bottle could mean wasting time they didn't have. Every man wore the Sky precision gear common to the regiment, the SEALs, and Delta. The only differences being that the Yanks had their knee pads sewn into their trousers, whereas Joe and Ricky had to fix theirs around the outside. The Yanks had Velcro patches with the stars and stripes fixed to their body armor. Joe and Ricky had Union Jacks, with a difference. In common with some of the other old sweats in the regiment, their badges were embroidered with Arabic lettering, which translated very precisely as "Fuck Al-Qaeda." The Yanks were all bigger than both Joe and Ricky, and they carried a bit more shite on them. There were more knives tucked into their rigs, and Joe saw that Hernandez had a pair of surgical scissors to snip plastic cuffs with. He felt eyes on him. Why was Hernandez looking at him like that? He shook off the paranoia. He'd seen enough men go off on missions to realize that different people prepared themselves in different ways. There was seldom a party atmosphere while you were waiting to be inserted. When the loadie shouted, 5 minutes in, above the noisy grind of the aircraft, and held up 5 fingers in the direction of the Americans, but ignored Joe and Ricky, he told himself it was a U.S. chopper and a U.S. flight crew. Of course they were going to pay more attention to their countrymen than to the Brits. Joe had been on enough joint ops to realize it was always that way. He closed his eyes and cleared his head. He wished he'd slept last night. They started losing height suddenly and sharply. Standard flight practice. Keep high out of the range of the type of rockets the Taliban were expected to have. Then swoop down at a steep gradient when you're almost at your insertion point. They didn't touch down immediately, but skirted just a couple of meters above the desert. Joe knew why this was. Their final insertion point was camouflaged by undulating ground, and this maneuver would decrease the chance of their being spotted by Taliban scouts. But it was dangerous. The pilot's vision would be compromised by dust from the downdraft, and the aircraft could easily lose that couple of meters of height. This was something only a Special Forces flight crew would attempt. Final checks. Weapons locked and loaded. Ops vests tightly strapped. The Black Hawk finally touched down, and within seconds the 8 men were exiting from the side, forming a semicircle around the back of the chopper and kneeling down in the firing position. Once more, Joe found himself surrounded by a cloud of dust, which only started to settle as the chopper lifted up into the air. The blur of brownout all round faded, and their location eased into view. They were in a patch of bare desert. The area around Bagram was a featureless dust bowl, a harsh environment even for the locals, and the earth was baked hard even this early on in the year, but with a fine silty covering of dust that accepted footprints. Here and there some hardy foliage was trying to force its way out of the cracks in the ground. To Joe's left, 2 meters away, was the long, craggy branch of a mulberry tree. But there were no other trees in the vicinity. Either it had been blown here in a winter storm, dragged here by a wild animal, or a person had placed it here. A reminder that even deserted places were never deserted for long. The mountain ranges of the Afghanistan-Pakistan border were at Joe's 6 o'clock. Ahead of him, the terrain sloped uphill, gradient 1 in 5, peaking in the brow of the hill about half a click on and 100 meters high, curling round to the south. To the north, horizon. Joe's earpiece crackled into life. Hernandez's voice was clearer through the comms than in person, even though he was only 5 meters to Joe's right. "Team Alpha in position," he said. Only when he had relayed this information back to their ops center at Bagram did he raise his arm again and jab his forefinger north in the direction of the brow of the hill. Joe and Ricky stood up. Their role was well defined. You could have all the intel in the world, but until real men with real eyes had scoped the place out, you never quite knew what was waiting. They bent low as they ran uphill, knowing that the Americans had them covered. They ran 15 meters apart. That way, if they did get into contact, they weren't bunched up as a single target, and it took approximately 3 minutes to cover the ground. 15 meters from the top of the hill, they hit the dirt. Joe looked to his right and caught Ricky's eye. They both nodded at the same time and started to crawl, edging closer to the brow and keeping low. Stand here on the summit, and you'd be observable for miles around. The terrain beyond the downhill slope of the hill was an open plain. A deep wadi, one of the dried-up riverbeds that characterize this part of the world, ran from the bottom of the hill across the wide expanse of open ground and into the heart of Nawaz, 2 kilometers away. The town itself was a sprawling hodgepodge of compounds around the edges and low concrete buildings surrounding a tall, thin minaret in the center, all wavering in the heat haze. A road ran into it from the northeast, and even with his naked eye, Joe could make out the metallic glint of 3 vehicles heading into the town. Their plan was to approach Nawaz using this wadi with high, craggy sides as cover, knowing that it would take them within 100 meters of their target's suspected hideout. Joe edged forward another couple of meters, keeping his body pressed flat against the ground and moving slowly. His pixelated digicam would help him blend into the scenery from a distance, but it was movement more than anything else that caused people to be seen. Before leaving camp, he carefully removed his wristwatch. Rule number 1 of daytime surveillance: remove anything reflective. Now he carefully took a small, handheld scope from his ops vest. It was coated with non-reflective black paint to prevent sunlight glinting off it. The lens was hooded for the same reason. Joe draped a camo net over the end of the lens to make triple sure that the sun didn't reflect off it, then put it to his eye and started to scan. It was immediately obvious they would not be able to approach Nawaz from this direction. There was no sign of activity within the wadi itself, but the open ground surrounding it was crawling with militia. Joe counted 6 motorbikes, the Taliban grunt's vehicle of choice, as well as 4 open-top Land Rovers, each carrying a minimum of 3 armed men. They were all moving, none of them following any particular pattern, just exerting their presence. An insect landed on Joe's left eyelid. He didn't move to swat it, and when he spoke into his comms, he barely moved his lips. "We've got company." A pause. 20 seconds, then a crackle at the earpiece. "Roger that," came the voice of Hernandez. "Get back down here, both of you." Joe and Ricky edged backwards, then slid 10 meters down the hill on their backs before standing and running back to the unit. They were still in a circular formation, each of them kneeling and with their guns pointing out into the desert. Joe approached Hernandez directly. "It's a no-go," he said. "The wadi that leads into the town is fine, but the open ground around it is crawling. They'll spot us when we go over the hill, no question." The American considered it for a moment. "Okay, listen up. We're going to reroute. Cut round, enter the town from the south." A bead of sweat was running down his face. It collected on his upper lip, just where the scar was. "We move in pairs." "Hang on," Ricky interrupted. Hernandez stopped talking and looked at Ricky as though he'd only just noticed he was there. "You got a problem with that?" "You've seen the mapping, brother. The area south of Nawaz is ship full of legacy mines and IEDs. That's why we're supposed to be heading in from the west." Hernandez took a step closer. "Well, here's the thing, brother. You want to go back up there, get your head full of holes, you be my guest. I'm not walking into a fucking minefield. You'll walk where I damn well tell you to walk." An ominous pause. In an uncomfortable instant, Joe realized there were 3 Colts pointing at him and Ricky. It was Hernandez who broke the silence. "As you studied the map so damn carefully," he said, "you'll know that bomb disposal teams have marked safe passage through the area. You'll see the chalk lines on the fucking ground. Even you Brits aren't so dumb that you can't follow the white line." Joe breathed deeply. It was true that he'd seen pathways through the minefield marked on the mapping. "He's right, Ricky," he murmured. "What is it, friend?" Hernandez interrupted. "Lost your nerve?" "Fuck you!" Ricky looked in contempt at the others. "You can tell your homies to point their rifles at the bad guys, Hernandez," he hissed before turning back to Joe. "Come on," he said. "If we're going, let's go." 0742 hours. The desert was already a furnace, and Joe's clothes clung to him. He took a pull of warm water from his camelback and surveyed his position. To his 9 o'clock was the incline of the hill, a little gentler now that he and Ricky had covered 500 meters east from their insertion point. At their 3 o'clock, open, empty ground, and the mountains in the distance. At 6 o'clock, 2 of the Yanks 400 meters back, indistinct in the heat haze. And at 12 o'clock, a fucking wasteland. There were already 3 derelict breeze-block buildings approximately 500 meters ahead. They delineated the edge of the town. About 200 meters beyond them were more buildings, though it was clear that this area was seldom visited. There was no sign of any human activity, just a thin, lame cat that limped towards them from the direction of the breeze-block huts and stopped 100 meters from their position when it saw Joe and Ricky. It stood still for 5 seconds before limping away in the opposite direction. "How many lives do you reckon Tittles has used up?" Ricky murmured. "More than 9, Joe thought to himself. The 500 meters of ground between them and the breeze-block hut was like a junkyard. The burned-out shells of cars littered the whole place. With his scope, Joe could make out the ravaged corpse of some unidentifiable animal, the size of a large dog, but headless. And a few meters to its left, what looked like the remnants of a kite, knotted and tangled round a twisted chunk of metal, drooping in the windless air. 5 meters from where they were standing, the hard-baked earth was stained white. A straight line, it was only a couple of inches wide, extended 20 meters in the direction of the shacks, before veering left at 45 degrees and straightening up again after another 5 meters. "Follow the yellow brick road," Ricky said. "I don't like it," Joe replied, his voice low. "Maybe we should skirt around the whole area." Ricky shook his head. "We don't know how far the frickin' things extend. The Ruskies mined this place to hell, you know. If the Yanks minesweepers have done the hard work, we should follow their line." Ricky was right. Thank fuck it hadn't rained for 6 weeks, and the chalk line was mostly intact, though it was scuffed out in places. The chalk lines marking safe passage through a minefield weren't just good for soldiers. Local people and enemy militia used them too. "I'll go first," Joe said. "Hey, a brother." "Forget it, Ricky. We're good now, okay?" Ricky grinned. Okay. If he suspected that Joe didn't want him taking the lead for any other reason, he didn't show it. "Keep a 25-meter distance," Joe said. Ricky didn't have to ask why. That was the buffer he had to keep to stay out of the kill zone should Joe end up stepping on a pressure plate. "Roger that, brother. See you on the other side." They clapped palms, then Joe stepped onto the white line. He wouldn't have walked more carefully if he'd been treading a high wire. He took each footstep very slowly, placing his toes down first and feeling for anything unusual before allowing himself to release his whole weight onto his foot and take the next step. The dry earth crunched slightly beneath him, sounding almost as though there was a dusting of snow. No fucking chance. It was already pushing 40 degrees, and the sky was an intense blue. Sweat continued to ooze from Joe's pores. He'd only gone 10 meters before he had to stop and wipe the salt from his eyes so that he could see the way ahead. 15 meters. 20. He reached the apex of the line where it angled off, forcing him to change direction. He allowed himself another sip of water to ease the burning dryness in his mouth and throat. All his attention was on the line ahead, and it was only out of the corner of his eye that he saw Ricky starting out on it. The shell of a Toyota on its side, it still had a few tiny patches of peeling red paint here and there, lay 10 meters to his right. Joe's skin prickled as he passed the shattered glass that lay all around, and spotted the rough Hessian bag twisted around the remains of the front seat that had perhaps once belonged to the driver. He looked up to see that he hadn't covered more than 1/10 of the distance to the breeze-blocked huts. Another slug of water. Another step forward. He looked over his shoulder. Ricky was about 30 meters back, a safe distance. Beyond him, Joe realized he could no longer see the Americans. In a corner of his mind, he wondered why they weren't still advancing, but he didn't have the headspace to worry about it for long. He took another step. And another. Movement up ahead. It was the cat, hobbling across the chalk line. For a moment, Joe considered shooting it. If it trod on a pressure plate, they'd all be fucked. But the animal, almost as if it knew what Joe was thinking, changed direction and scampered off in the direction of the breeze blocks. Joe's blood was thumping through his veins. His right foot crunched down onto the chalk line. Then his left foot. Then his right again. He almost missed it. Had the feral cat still been diverting his attention, he would have done. It was a footprint to his left, about 20 centimeters from the chalk line and facing towards it. And a second footprint, 1/2 meter, a stride's length beyond that. Joe stopped. He stared at the ground. Something wasn't right. He crouched down and touched the footprint. The indentations of the sole had made a regular symmetrical pattern in the dust, not unlike his own prints. He recognized it as a military boot. But if it was a military boot, why had it not been walking along the chalk line? All of a sudden, Joe felt as though somebody had slowed time down to a crawl. He looked over his shoulder to see Ricky still 30 meters back. His mate had his head inclined, clearly wondering why Joe was crouched down on the ground, and he was taking a step forward. "Don't move!" Joe shouted so loud his voice cracked. Ricky looked puzzled, but he continued to put his foot down. "Ricky, don't fucking move!" But it was too late. As Ricky's boot touched the earth, he clearly realized something was different. He looked down, but only for the fraction of a second that remained of his life. Joe had a snapshot vision of a huge geyser of dust and rock spurting 10 meters up into the air, accompanied by the ear-splitting retort of at least 5 charges exploding in quick succession. A tremor rippled across the ground, so violent that it knocked Joe onto his side. He rolled to his front, his eyes clenched shut before throwing his forearms over the back of his neck and waiting for the debris to fall. It was like a hailstorm. Rubble hammered down on the back of his helmet. Stones pelted his back and his legs. He found himself tensing his body, ready for a piece of shrapnel to fall and tear into his tissue, for his ribs to crack, his legs to be mashed. His ears rang with the explosion and with the sound of debris hitting the ground all around him, like rain on a metal roof. And then 10 seconds after the initial detonation, a sudden and profound silence. He looked up. At first he could see nothing but the cloud of light brown dust all around. Still settling, it reduced his visibility to less than a meter. But after 20 seconds, his view cleared. There was no sign of Ricky. Not of his body, at least. Joe could see nothing but his helmet. It was lying at his 10 o'clock, approximately 8 meters from his position. The strap was broken, and the helmet was half filled with rubble. Joe closed his eyes. Opened them again. They smarted from the dust, and his brain felt just as clouded. He tried to clear his mind. He'd probably only missed by inches the same pressure plate Ricky had trodden on. He looked to his right, squinting through the heat haze and the dust cloud. Was he imagining it? Or could he see 20 meters away, and almost parallel to the path he'd been following, a line of displaced earth? Was that the original chalk line? Had they been following a dummy line laid by whoever had left the footprint in the dust? Joe was too shocked even to curse. He was taking in short, jagged inhalations of breath, trying to master the fear rising in his gut. He had to get off this chalk line. It was booby-trapped, that much was obvious. But now he had no way of knowing where to step. He looked back the way he'd come. 50 meters, he reckoned, to get to the point where it would be safe. 50 meters, and there could be triggers, wires, or pressure plates anywhere. He started to crawl. Slowly, gingerly. Every few centimeters he gently brushed the earth with his fingertips. He didn't even know what he was looking for. He'd recognized the small circular pressure plate of an old anti-personnel mine, but the art and science of IEDs had come on since the Russians left their calling cards all round the country. There were countless ways to hide a detonator. They could even be remote, and if some Taliban cunt saw an enemy soldier crawling in the vicinity... 5 meters gone. 10 meters. He stopped. He looked at his right hand. It was shaking. He clenched it and immediately remembered how Ricky had done the same thing. He gulped in more air, trying to steady himself. Up ahead, he scanned for the Americans. No sign. 15 meters? 20? There was something blocking his way, 2 meters ahead, about the size of a bowling ball. He had thought it was a rock. But now he was up close. He realized it was something else. An indistinguishable chunk of human flesh, swaddled in scorched clothing. He moved it out of the way. Ricky's warm, sticky blood glued itself to Joe's palm. He continued to crawl. 30 meters. 35. How long had he been edging through the dirt? 10 minutes? A little more? He had to fight the urge not to stand up and run. Go slowly, he told himself. Go carefully. He'd crawled 40 meters when his fingers, still brushing away at the dusty ground, touched something hot. His hand flew away from it, and his heart started to race even faster. At the same time, he could hear shouting in the distance behind him, English, but harshly accented. "Hey, American motherfucker! You go bang bang, American motherfucker!" He looked back. A group of kids, maybe 10 of them, none older than 13, he estimated, had congregated by the breeze blocks. Where had they come from? The village was 2 clicks away, but there was nothing to stop them alerting the adult militia on the other side of the hill. One of them was waving a rifle in the air. His neighbour was pointing at Joe, clearly urging his friend to take a shot. The others were all jeering and laughing, obviously wanting Joe to give them a show by pressing on the wrong piece of ground. He turned his attention back to the metal, blowing on it to get rid of the sand. But his breath did not uncover the pressure plate of an anti-personnel mine. It was one end of the bulbous, gunmetal grey body of a shell of some description, embedded in the earth, so that only a couple of inches were showing. And there was no way of telling the mechanism by which it was to be detonated. Joe lightly traced a circle round the shell, his thick calloused fingers sensitive like feathers. He needed every ounce of self-control to stop his hand trembling. But it didn't take him more than a few seconds to find the tripwires. There were 4 of them, attached to the shell and running at 90 degrees to each other. Joe realized he'd been crawling parallel to one of them, no more than 10 centimeters to its left. And if he was going to cross the tripwire, he would have to get up from his crawling position and step over it. Easier said than done. He became aware of 2 sounds at once. The first was the hum of a helicopter up ahead. He couldn't see it yet, but he knew it was arriving. The Yanks must have called in a pickup. Where the hell were they? Why weren't they giving him fire support? The second sound was gunfire. It came from the crowd of kids, and it had the unmistakable bark of a Kalashnikov. Joe cursed under his breath and rolled onto his back. He could only see one kid with a gun. He'd raised it in the air above his head to fire a burst. No doubt he'd seen adult insurgents do the same thing any number of times in his young life. Now, though, he was lowering it, and egged on by his mates, preparing to fire in Joe's direction. Joe estimated the distance at between 400 and 500 meters. He was at the edge of the Kalashnikov's effective range, but he wouldn't bet his boots on the kid missing him. The rounds from the second burst landed over an area of about 10 square meters, 20 meters from Joe's position. Unable to control the recoil of the rifle, the kid had staggered backwards and turned to grin at his mates. More shouting from their direction, the boy raised the Kalashnikov again. Joe had to do something. He hadn't signed up to nail kids, but these were insurgents in the making. He pulled a white phosphorus grenade from his ops vest. He squeezed the detonation lever and pulled the pin with his teeth. Then he tensed his stomach muscles, forced himself into a half-sitting position, and hurled the grenade with all his strength. A thick curtain of white smoke would give him chance to swastika out of there. But the explosion that followed was 10 times louder than he expected. The ground shook, the air rang, the earth between Joe and the kids erupted, and the bang echoed across the desert, shredding Joe's nerves. There was a cloud of smoke, all right, but a whole lot more than he'd have expected from a white phos grenade. He could only assume that the canister had hit another pressure plate. "Run," he hissed at himself. "Fucking run!" Pushing himself to his feet, he stepped over the tripwire. Distance to the drop-off point, half a click. If he wanted to extract with that chopper, he needed to get there fast. He sprinted. He knew he was risking his life, that he still had 10 to 15 meters of the minefield to clear, but he couldn't let the Yanks extract without him. People other than the kids would have heard the explosions, people better armed and with greater skill, people Joe didn't want to get into contact with all by himself, especially now that the smoke from the grenade was dissipating. Each time his foot hit the ground, he expected to feel the telltale spring of a pressure plate, to hear the blast that was going to kill him. But it didn't come. He cleared the minefield In 5 seconds. Behind him, the noise of more gunfire, but he knew he was fully out of range now. All he could do was leg it back to the chopper. Even weighed down by his gear, he'd never run so fast. No point shouting at the others that he was coming, he realised. They'd never hear him over the noise of the chopper, and his energy was better expended on moving quickly. He bolted round the curve at the base of the hill. 100 metres, 200, the chopper came into sight. It was kicking up the dust, and even in the daylight, he could see a faint glow where the particles of sand were sparking against the rotors. The Americans were there, but they were little more than shadows in the cloud that surrounded the aircraft. It was 250 metres away. 150. The figures had disappeared inside the Black Hawk. He could see the outline of the tail rising. Overhead, a second Black Hawk screamed across the sky. Team Bravo extracting. 50 metres. A change in the quality of the noise coming from the chopper's engines. Higher pitched. It was preparing to lift. Joe stopped just short of the dust cloud, 20 metres from the aircraft, and skirted round so that he was facing its front. He grabbed his Firefly beacon from his vest and turned it on. To start with, there was no visible light, but he ripped off its infrared filter so that now a strong white light flashed from the beacon. All he could do now was hold it up above his head and pray that the pilot could see it through the dust. But the dust cloud was getting bigger. 2 seconds later it engulfed Joe. He could see nothing but the silhouette of the Black Hawk every second as the Firefly lit it up. He could see it rising. 5 metres in the air, 10 metres. And then the sound of the rotors powering down. The dust subsided a little. The chopper returned to the ground. Joe sprinted round to the side of the aircraft, where he could just make out the sight of the American Lodi, headphones on, urgently ushering him in. He jumped inside and could feel the Black Hawk rising almost immediately. Joe's face was a filthy mixture of sweat and dirt, but it wasn't so black as his mood. He strode directly up to Hernandez, who was sitting impassively with his back against the wall of the chopper, surrounded by his men. He grabbed the SEAL by the front of his body armour and yanked him to his feet. "Where the fuck were you?" he roared, his voice dry, hoarse and full of fury, before swinging the unit leader round and hurling him to the floor. He started to bear down on the guy, but instantly he felt hands pulling him back. A solid blow behind his knee forced him to the ground. Next thing he knew, Hernandez was standing above him, weapon at the ready, his scarred and pock-marked face a picture of distaste. "We heard 2 explosions, pal. We thought you were both KIA. And you didn't come to check?" Silence. The Black Hawk swerved in the air. Hernandez had no reply. He just jutted his weapon in the direction of the opposite side of the aircraft. Joe knew what to do. He took his place, and as the chopper returned to Bagram, he felt the heat of the Americans' unfriendly glares on him, and the gaping absence of the friend he left in pieces on the ground. 09:23 hours. The regiment hangar was a blur of activity. American military commanders were in and out, trying to get the lowdown on what had happened out there. None of them were getting anything but the shortest shrift from Fletcher, who, for all his faults, was doing the only thing the guys would have expected of him, making sure that Ricky's next of kin knew he wasn't coming home. That they couldn't even find any bits to stick in a box so the family had something to plant was information that could wait for now. Let it sink in that the poor bastard was dead first. Joe sat in the R&R quadrant of the hangar, away from it all. His helmet was by his side, next to a full bottle of sterilised water that he hadn't touched even though his throat was desert dry. His filthy face was in his hands. 5 minutes ago, he'd been vaguely aware of some broad-shouldered American Rupert with a lapel full of badges on his khaki uniform and a couple of intelligence officers by his side. They were looking in his direction and talking to Fletcher. The OC had obviously told them where to get off because they hadn't bugged him, but they hadn't left either, and were now hanging around by the main door. The TV on the wall behind him was murmuring quietly. BBC News 24 drifted in and out of Joe's consciousness. The White House press secretary has backtracked on claims that Osama bin Laden was armed when he was shot dead by American Special Forces. This information barely registered. Joe was reliving for the 100th time the explosion that killed Ricky. The White House has attributed mistakes and contradictions to the fog of war. He was only alive himself by chance. Osama bin Laden's 12-year-old daughter has told Pakistani investigators that her father was captured alive and shot dead in front of family members. Family members. The words caused a leaden feeling in his stomach. Will someone turn this fucking television off? Joe heard his own voice, but it didn't seem to come from him. There was a click, however, and the commentaries fell silent. Joe looked up to see Fletcher standing over him. You should get some water down you. What are you? Joe retorted. Florence fucking Nightingale? I'm your OC, and if you talk to me like that again, I'll fuck you up and have you on the next boat back to Hereford. Joe looked away. An awkward pause. Ricky was a good lad, Fletcher said, his voice subdued. I'm sorry you had to see him go. Joe closed his eyes. The OC was right. Ricky was a good lad who shouldn't even have been on ops, and Joe had known it. You want to tell me what happened out there? We rerouted through a minefield. American sweepers had got there first. Someone had fucked with their chalk lines, laid new ones, led us straight to the IEDs. The Yanks say you insisted on taking that route. Joe gave him a contemptuous look. They're talking out of their arses. How did you get out? Joe looked to the other end of the hangar. The 3 Americans were still loitering by the door, casting glances in his direction and clearly speaking about him. No thanks to the Yanks, he said. Cunts tried to extract as soon as Ricky went up. Left me to it. Fletcher wasn't one to hide the displeasure in his face, and he failed to do so now. Joint debrief, he stated. We'll get to the bottom of this. Joe shook his head. Forget it. No can do, Joe, you know that. I said, forget it. And I said no can do. I'm ordering you to... I want out, boss. A pause. What? You heard me. What do you think this is? A fucking poker game? Yeah, Joe thought to himself. And the Yanks have all the aces. Get yourself cleaned up, said Fletcher. I want you back here in an hour. Joe was barely listening. 2 brushes with death in as many days, his best mate blown to pieces in an Afghan minefield. I quit, he said. Bullshit. Our numbers are too low for you to start throwing your toys out of your pram, Joe. I said I quit. Then I'll recommend that the adjutant defers you 6 months, and another 6 months after that. If you want to go AWOL, that's your choice. Now clean yourself up and get your arse back in here. Such powerful anger rose in Joe's gut that for a minute he thought he might give Fletcher his own reason to head home. A broken limb, or worse. It descended on him like a fog, and the effort it took to stop himself exploding in a barrage of violence against his own OC was so profound it seemed to make his whole body shake. He stood up, his eyes burning. Get out of my way, he whispered. His voice trembled. Fletcher didn't move. You need to calm down, Mansfield. His voice was as low as Joe's. He was clearly aware, as was Joe himself, that their argument was being observed. The OC couldn't have said anything worse. Joe pushed past him, and ignoring the sharp looks from the 20-odd support personnel in the hangar, he stormed towards the exit. And there he stopped. The broad-shouldered American commander was standing in his way. He was fully bald, highly tanned, and wore a superior expression that only made the rage inside Joe burn more fiercely. Say, Sergeant Mansfield, maybe it's time for you and me to have a little summit. Maybe it's time, Joe breathed, for you to get out of my way. Joe noticed a couple of Yanks immediately drawing close to their boss, flanking him on either side. Joe sized up the fucking cavalry. They were a metre behind their boss and were both thick-set, with crew cuts and aviator shades on their foreheads. Same goes for Dumb and Dumber, Joe added. The American commander's face gave no sign of irritation or offense. His voice, though, was threatening. "Let's get this straight, soldier. This is an American air base." The Yanks flanking him started grinning in a stupid, arrogant way, clearly enjoying the show. The 2 intelligence officers Joe had seen on his way in had also joined the little party. Standing a couple of meters apart from Joe, they glanced at each other in amusement. "And on an American air base, you—" The commander didn't finish his sentence. There was nothing subtle about Joe's attack. He just raised his knee hard into the American's bollocks. The Yank doubled over in pain, at which point Joe shoved the heel of his right hand into his nose. The big man fell backwards. Blood spattered from his nose over the clothes of the 2 intelligence guys. His body clattered against the door of the hangar. It rattled and echoed, and anyone who hadn't had their eyes on Joe sure as hell did now. Joe looked at his palm. It was smeared with blood. For an instant, the gruesome image of the chunk of Ricky's flesh he'd pushed out of the way in the minefield flashed into his mind. And then another vision. The dead body in the courtyard of the compound in Abbottabad, staring blindly at Joe as he hid in his OP of rubble. And then hands, strong, forceful hands, pulling him back, away from the confrontation. The 2 Yanks shouting at him, telling him to cool it. One of them had allowed his shades to fall onto his face. Joe caught sight of himself and was shocked by the look on his face. He struggled. He was screaming something, but he didn't even know what. He realized that one of the men holding him back was JJ, whose expression was more alarmed than anything else. He wrestled himself free of his mate and the other 2 regiment guys who were trying to hold him back, just as the American, his face bloody and standing at a safe distance of about 3 meters, roared some kind of instruction that Joe barely heard. More men, Yanks. 5 of them swarmed round him, hustled him to the floor. He felt a crack in the bottom of his ribcage as one of them kicked him hard. The heel of a second boot was raised, ready to stamp into his face. But then JJ and the others were there, pulling the Americans away. He saw his mate raising a fist, clearly ready to do one of the Yanks some damage, but a voice stopped him from doing it. "Enough!" Fletcher's voice rang across the hangar. Looking up, Joe saw him bearing down on the Americans, his eyes furious. "Get the hell out of my hangar," Fletcher was shouting. "Get the hell out!" Commotion. Bustle. Joe felt himself being pulled up to his feet. He saw that the Americans had left, but now he was faced with the full fury of his OC. "What's fucking wrong with you, Mansfield?" Everyone else in the hangar had fallen silent. "I told you. I quit." "And I told you it's not an option." "Then there's going to be a load more Yanks with broken noses over the next few days." A pause. "Fine," said Fletcher. "You want to spend your days stacking shelves in Tesco's and reading bedtime stories? Be my fucking guest." Joe felt his cheek twitch, but he didn't say anything. Fletcher had turned his back on him and started pacing. Joe could see his shoulders rising as he took deep breaths to calm himself. When he turned and spoke again, his eyes still flashed, but his voice had calmed down a bit. "You're on the next flight out of here," he said, "but it's temporary. You even think about shaving that beard off, I'll throw you to the fucking dogs. Do whatever you need to do to get your head sorted out." "There's nothing wrong with my head," Joe murmured. But he knew he didn't sound convincing. Only now did Fletcher turn round to look at him. "That wasn't a piece of friendly advice, Mansfield. That was an order. Follow it. Get back to your bunk while I sort this shit out, unless you want me to book a room at one of the Yanks' facilities. I'm sure they'd love to entertain you for a couple of hours." He headed back towards the exit, but stopped when he was almost at the doors, turned and called back. "Think about the rest of us when you're down the dog and fucking duck, won't you?" The OC stormed out. Joe could feel the eyes of everybody in the hangar staring at him. He could also feel his hand shaking again. About 10 meters to his left, he saw JJ approaching warily. He didn't want to talk. Not to JJ or anyone. He followed the OC's lead and strode out of the hangar. 30 seconds later, he found himself half walking, half running through the maze of bunkhouses, not knowing where he was headed for, his mind spinning. And 30 seconds after that, he realized he was sitting on the ground, his head bowed and buried in his hands. He didn't remember dropping down there, but that hardly mattered. It was all he could do to concentrate on breathing slowly and deeply, on getting air into his parched and dust-filled lungs. Chapter 6. Bristol, UK. The following day, 0900 hours.
Buster Coke's gone flat. I can't believe you want to drink Coke first thing in the morning, man, said the drowsy voice, barely awake. That's sick, you know? Sick, man.
Who left the top off?
Was it you, Rack? It was you. I can't believe you left the bastard top off.
Narinder Khalil, whose yellow teeth made him look like his mother had lactated Coke, slammed the 2-litre bottle down on the grubby carpet by his camp bed, emerged fully dressed out of his sleeping bag, sat up, and looked around the room. It was gloomy in the first-floor bedroom. The thick curtains were drawn, and only a little light peeped through from a tiny triangle where the corners met the rail. It shone a beam onto the table in the middle of the room, and last night's KFC bargain bucket. Narinder, Rakesh and Adi could put one of those away in a matter of minutes. Next to it was Adi's pot of aqueous cream that he rubbed into the eczema on his neck 6 times an hour, and enough orange Semtex to turn not only this one, but all the terraced houses in the street into a pile of rubble. Narinder stood up and glanced hopefully into the KFC bucket. Nothing but a mess of chicken bones, soiled napkins, and empty ketchup sachets. He'd finished the Cheerios yesterday morning, and nobody had been to the shop since.
I'm going for a cigarette, he announced.
No reply from Rack or Addy.
Bastard lazy, you two,
he muttered as he walked to the door. And then a little more loudly,
don't touch the shit, okay? Okay?
Snores. Narinder shook his head in disgust and left the room. The 3 of them had been living in this house for just 2 days and had met for the first time the day before that. None of them knew who owned the place, only that the key Narinder had received at his grand's house had fitted the lock, and that the sea of pizza delivery slips behind the door suggested nobody had been here for some weeks. It had the air of rented accommodation. Threadbare carpets, no furniture except the old brown sofa downstairs and the table and 3 camp beds in their room, a cooker that didn't work, and a kettle that tripped the fuse box for the whole house if you tried to make a cup of tea. The door of the only other bedroom upstairs was locked. They tried to look through the keyhole, but someone had stuck a piece of tape over the other side, and something told them it wouldn't be a good idea to puncture it with a pencil, which had been Rakesh's first suggestion. Now Narinder padded downstairs in bare feet, opened the front door, and sat down on the step before rolling a cigarette and lighting up. Of the 3 of them, he was the only one who smoked, but he hadn't left the bedroom out of consideration. He'd left it because although he didn't think a flick of cigarette ash could detonate the plastic explosive, he wasn't sure, and this was not, he decided, a good area for experimentation. The house was in Easton, one of Bristol's dingier inner districts. Narinder, who had lived in the city for all of his 23 years, had never been here. At first he'd worried that keeping the bedroom curtains closed day and night would attract attention, but you didn't have to spend more than a few hours in Crown Street to realise that at least half the windows in the road were permanently covered. The house opposite was derelict, with boarded-up windows and a steel security door. The squatters had still got in, however. Narinder had realised this on the first night, when he'd seen light seeping from cracks in the boards, and he couldn't help wondering why the house he and his companions were in hadn't been taken over. Maybe the squatters knew something about the person who owned it. Certainly nobody had given Narinder any aggro. Apart from an old lady who walked past 3 times a day with a shopping trolley, Everyone else he'd seen had been black or Asian. That suited him fine. It meant he, Rak, and Adi were just 3 more faces. Nobody even questioned their presence. It took him no more than a minute to suck down his first roll-up, stub it out under his Reeboks, and roll a second. And it was just as he was licking the Rizzler that he noticed he was being watched. He started and jumped up to his feet. A tall man with a slight stoop was standing 3 meters away, where the pavement met the litter-strewn front yard. He wore a waxed green raincoat, the sort of garment Narinder thought that an English country gentleman might put on for a day's shooting. But this was no English gent. He had dark skin and thin, floppy black hair. He was staring at Narinder with an expression that was impossible to read. "Who the bastard hell are you?" Narinder demanded, silently cursing himself for taking a step backwards. A frown of disapproval flickered across the stranger's face. Narinder found himself stammering. "I mean, who are you?" "You must be Narinder," said the stranger. He opened the gate and started walking towards the door. "You've made yourself at home, I hope." Narinder nodded. "I'm pleased." He stopped. Narinder didn't move. "Well?" said the stranger. He was standing just half a meter away. "Are you going to let me in, Narinder? It's a crisp morning, and I'd rather not spend it standing outside." Narinder shook his head. "No," he said. I ain't supposed to let anyone—" The stranger smiled. "Your grandmother is in good health?" Narinder's eyes widened as he recognized the passphrase by which he would know the man they were waiting for. He nodded, as though the newcomer was really interested in the well-being of his relations, hastily shoved his unlit roll-up behind his ear, and kicked the door open with his heel before standing aside to let him enter. Once he was inside, Narinder walked in too and closed the door behind him. He followed the man along the hallway, suddenly full of questions. "What's your name, mister? This your place, is it? I don't want to make a fuss or nothing, but you could have let us some bog roll. We had to use the Daily Mirror first day we got here." They were walking up the stairs now, Narinder 3 steps behind the man. "They're still asleep. Rakesh and Adi. Bastard lazy, them 2. Dunno where you found them, mister. What you say your name was again?" They'd reached the landing now. The older man stopped and turned. He had a patient look on his face. "My name is Mr. Ash," he said quietly. "Narinder, have you and the others started work?" "Course, we've been here 3 days." "So you have." He glanced toward the door of the locked bedroom. "You'll excuse me, I hope. I'll be pleased to meet the others when they've caught up on their well-deserved sleep." He turned, and pulling a key from the pocket of his coat, approached the door. "You're happy with their abilities? Rakesh and Adi, I mean?" Narinder was surprised by the question. "I guess," he said. He gave a grin that Mr. Ash couldn't see with his back to him. "You know, bastard lazy and everything." "If you have any concerns, you'll come to me. I need good people like you that I can trust, Narinder." Yeah, course." He stood on the landing while Mr. Ash let himself into the room and closed the door. The house was silent again. Somewhere outside, in the distance, Narinder heard a police siren, but it faded away after 5 seconds. He took a step towards Mr. Ash's door, raised one fist as though to knock, then thought better of it, and returned to the bedroom he shared with the others. It was still dark in there, and they were still asleep. He flicked on the light, a pendant with a spherical paper shade that was covered in cobwebs and as yellow as his teeth. "Wake up," he said. "Mr. Ash is here. Told him you was bastard lazy. You're lucky he sent me to wake you up." He walked round the table, first to Rak's bed, then to Adi's, kicking each of them in turn. "You think these things are going to make themselves while you're sleeping, do you? We got to get to work." "Who's Mr. Ash, man?" Rakesh stood up. Like Narinder, he was still wearing last night's clothes, and he too cast a hopeful glance into the KFC bucket. "You give it a password?" "You think I am? Stupid?" Yeah, Rakesh said, as if it was an obvious answer to an obvious question. You want to watch it, mate? Hey, Addy, man, you got to do that in front of us. Addy had approached the table, opened his aqueous cream, and was slathering it onto his neck. Did you ask him? He said quietly. Ask him what? Addy wiped the surplus cream from his fingers onto his faded black jeans. You know, did you ask him? Narinder did know, of course. The three of them had talked of little else. They'd watched the news of the lion's death on the television like everybody else. Unlike most people, however, they had not rejoiced. Osama bin Laden, the lion, the Sheikh al-Mujahid, the director, had been in hiding for as long as these three young men had known who he was. And yet Narinder felt a strong bond with him, and he was sure Rakesh and Addy did too. It was a bond that had been forged when, in his early teens, he looked up to the older kids at the mosque who talked openly about the evils of the great Satan America and little Satan Britain, who had hinted of their allegiance to and recruitment by Islamist cells. And of course, there was one Islamist movement that they all wanted to be associated with. When Narinder was 19 and doing Islamic studies at Thames Valley University, he was given the chance to travel to Pakistan. Nobody mentioned the name Al-Qaeda until he was actually there, one of 20 men of similar age, spending a summer at a training camp 30 miles southwest of Quetta, where they learned how to strip down an AK-47, how to make a serviceable detonator, and how to hate, really hate, the West. If the war on terror truly was a war, he learned, then it needed soldiers on both sides. When Narinder returned to the UK, he didn't look or sound any different, but he certainly felt it. On the outside, an unremarkable young man of British Asian descent. On the inside, a soldier waiting for the chance to fight. But what now? That was the question these three young Al-Qaeda recruits had been asking each other. The lion was gone. What did it mean for Al-Qaeda? What did it mean for them? Had they backed the wrong horse? When the young men at the mosque who were affiliated to other groups, the Muslim Brotherhood or the Young Muslim Organization, gave them superior looks the day after the news broke, were they right to do so? Narinder, Rakesh and Addy knew they were waiting here for somebody who was much higher in the Al-Qaeda hierarchy than they were. Surely this Mr. Ash would be able to tell them what the future held. No, I didn't ask him, Narinder muttered. He only just got here. Guy don't want us. Ask me what? Narinder, Rakesh and Addy looked suddenly round. None of them had heard the door open, nor seen Mr. Ash standing there. He was no longer wearing his raincoat, but an elegant grey suit. They blinked stupidly at him. We was just, thinking, Mr. Ash, said Narinder. With the director being, Our struggle, Mr. Ash interrupted, continues. He looked at each of them in turn. His face, Narinder thought to himself, was much softer than those of the fiery-eyed teachers he'd had in Pakistan. But he had authority, no doubt about that. Mr. Ash stepped into the room. His gaze fell on the contents of the table, and he nodded appreciatively for a moment. When this, he stretched out his arm to indicate the Semtex, comes to fruition, they will understand that they cannot defeat us simply by killing one man. He smiled at them and pulled out a book from the pocket of his jacket. It was smaller than an ordinary book, bound in leather and fastened with a strap. Narinder caught sight of the words Holy Quran written on the front cover in gold lettering. We shall pray together, said Mr. Ash. Narinder glanced at the other two. The truth was that they were more interested in action than prayer. Back in the training camp, he'd knelt towards Mecca because he'd been told to. His trips to the mosque were more social than religious. But he sensed that they were as unwilling as he was to disobey this strange, quiet man. And so all three knelt with him as he read in Arabic from his Quran, before intoning a familiar prayer. And once he'd left the room, each went silently about his business, carefully cutting the slabs of Semtex as they'd been taught, into smaller, flatter rectangles, ready to accept a charge, ready to pack them into whatever housing they were eventually given. It was an hour later when Narinder suddenly scraped back his chair and got to his feet. Rakesh and Adi both looked up at him. "I need a slash, all right?" he said. He left the room. The toilet was separate from the bathroom and situated next to the locked bedroom. A piece of worn grey vinyl flooring curled at the edges was covered with sticky yellow piss stains around the pan. Rakesh, Narinder had observed, was bastard filthy and couldn't aim properly. He loosened himself from his flyer and was about to empty his bladder when he heard something unusual. It came from his left, from the other side of the wall that separated the toilet from the locked bedroom. Narinder edged towards it, put his ear to the wall and held his breath so that he could hear better. It was white noise, like an untuned, old-fashioned TV set. It meant nothing to Narinder, who just shrugged, stepped back to the toilet and pissed noisily into the water. Once he'd flushed, he'd waited for the cistern to refill, before listening against the wall again. The noise was still there. Back out on the landing, he stopped outside Mr. Ash's door. He could hear the white noise more clearly from here. Again, he wanted to knock, but there was something about Mr. Ash that made him feel nervous. His instructors at the camp in Pakistan had been brutal, and Narinder had been scared of them. But Mr. Ash didn't need to threaten any of them with violence for them to do what he said. And so Narinder almost surprised himself when he found himself rapping his knuckles against the door. "Do come in." Narinder opened up and stepped inside. He hadn't really known what to expect, it was true, but the room that had been locked these past 3 days was disappointingly bland. The curtains were closed and the light switched off. There was a camp bed, just like the ones the three of them had been sleeping on. Mr. Ash was sitting at what looked like an IKEA table. A laptop was open in front of him, and his face was bathed in the glow from its screen. Next to it was a handheld digital radio. It was this that was making the white noise, and his copy of the Quran open about halfway through and face downwards. "I'm glad you knocked, Narinder." Mr. Ash smiled. Narinder flashed his yellow teeth at him in return. "Wicked," Narinder said, but his mouth was suddenly dry. "Please tell the others to stop work. You are needed elsewhere." "What?" Narinder shook his head in confusion. "But, please, Narinder. I'll explain everything when we're all together." He gave him a meaningful look. "I can rely on you to organize the others." "Yeah," he nodded. "Yeah, of course, I'll just—" He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder and stepped backwards out of the room, closing the door as he went. He sniffed, then turned and re-entered the bedroom he shared with the others. They didn't even look up as he walked in. They were too busy cutting out their rectangles of explosive. "Okay, you two, on your feet." Rakesh and Adi looked at him with scorn. "Whatever," Narinder shrugged. "If you don't want to do what Mr. Ash says, that's your bastard decision." It was enough. The other two stood up with obvious reluctance. "What we doing?" Rakesh asked. Narinder gave him what he hoped was an enigmatic smile. You'll find out, man," he said. "Mr. Ash, he'll tell you what you need to know when you need to know it." Before they could ask any more questions, Narinder left the room and stood in the hallway, waiting for the others to join him. Mr. Ash watched Narinder leave the room, and he continued to stare at the closed door for a full 10 seconds after he was alone. Only then did he turn his attention back to the laptop. He was looking at a black and white image, rather grainy, of an ordinary street. Anybody would be able to tell from a glance that it was in the UK. There was a pillar box on the right and the blur of a BT van driving out of the shot. Mr. Ash, however, knew a bit more than that. He knew, for example, the name of the road, Lancing Way, and that the street was located in the border town of Hereford. In the bottom right corner of the screen was a time code. It read 10:58 and indicated that this was the final frame in the stop-motion video lasting 10 minutes and 58 seconds. He pressed the laptop's mouse button with his right thumb and, keeping it down, swiped the trackpad with a long-nailed forefinger. The video restarted, and Mr. Ash watched it all through again. Timecode 00. Nothing but Lancing Way. No cars parked on either side. The pavement lined with temporary barriers, indicating that roadworks were to take place soon. 0120. A man walks towards the camera, with a black Labrador on the lead. 0526. A harassed mother ushers two children along the pavement in the opposite direction. 0841. A black Land Rover Discovery trundles slowly along the street towards the camera. It stops about 50 metres away in the middle of the road. The driver climbs out and opens the rear passenger door. A second man appears. He's wearing jeans and a hooded grey top, and has a black North Face bag slung over his right shoulder. He's half a head taller than the driver, and has an unkempt black beard. Even with this low-quality footage, Mr. Ash can make out the dark rings around his eyes, and he observes the heavy slump in the man's gait as he squeezes between two of the roadworks barriers, separating the road from the pavement. The driver watches him go. When it becomes clear that he's not going to get any acknowledgement from his passenger, he shrugs, climbs back into the Discovery, and drives off out of view. 0844. The bearded passenger stops outside one of the houses. It has a neatly trimmed hedge at the front. He stares at the house for a minute before walking up to the front door and ringing the bell. Almost a minute passes. 0845. The door opens. Mr. Ash cannot see who is there, but he can sense the awkwardness as he or she stands back to let this bearded man enter. The door closes, and now the only thing moving on the screen is the time code ticking down to the end of the video. A knock on the door. "Do come in," he said for the second time. It was Narinder. "They're ready, Mr. Ash." Mr. Ash smiled. "Do come in, all of you," he said. With a last glance at the screen, he shut the lid of the laptop, then looked up at his three young recruits. They seemed nervous, but eager to do well. Just the men for the job. Chapter 7. Hereford, UK, 10:08 hours. The duty driver who drove Joe to Hereford had offered him a seat in the front. Joe had preferred to sit alone in the back of the black Discovery. That way it was easier not to talk. Bagram one day, Breeze Norton the next. It was enough to fuck with anybody's head. The sun had been rising over the English countryside as they came into land. After nearly 6 months of seeing nothing but the yellows and browns of the desert, the green fields were almost blindingly intense. Joe supposed he should welcome them. For some reason he didn't. Now, though, clouds had rolled in, and there was a chill in the air. A typical English May morning. He was standing on the ordinary pavement of this ordinary street. An empty street. No Humvees or MRAPs, nor even any Astras or Fiestas, their absence explained by a sign pinned to a lamppost, 4th to the 6th of May, roadworks, no parking. Joe stood on the pavement for a full minute, listening to the silence. It was something he'd barely heard for months. In the stand, there was always the noise of a vehicle or an artillery shell or some squaddy shouting at his mates. He became aware of a tawny cat sitting on the pavement 5 metres away, staring at him with pale yellow eyes. And he remembered the lame cat that had limped over the minefield the previous day. "Fuck's sake," he muttered, as he pushed that picture from his mind, hitched his bag further up his shoulder, and stepped in the direction of his own front door. Number 38 Lancing Way was a tiny 2-bedroom terraced house, just big enough for Joe, his girlfriend Caitlin, and their boy Connor. Caitlin and Joe had met in Northern Ireland back in 1995, when he was a newbie to the regiment, and she was a local girl, serving beers at Daft Eddie's on Strangford Lock. What they'd both assumed would be a no-strings-attached Sunday afternoon shag had turned into something more permanent. And Joe had got to know pretty well the route from the regiment base at Aldergrove to the flat Caitlin shared with two other girls in central Belfast. He'd never told her that he'd run police checks on all three of them before seeing her for a second time. What she didn't know couldn't piss her off. When Joe was recalled to Hereford in the summer of '97, he'd come clean to Caitlin that he wasn't really working for British Telecom. She told him she'd politely pretended that she'd believed his little deception and agreed to come with him. They'd shacked up in army accommodation, and while Joe was hoovering up war criminals in the Balkans or pulling Royal Irish Rangers out of enemy strongholds in Sierra Leone, Caitlin had seemed happy to play house. When she fell pregnant in 2000, a surprise to both of them, she'd insisted that an army house was no longer good enough, which was why Joe now found himself here, walking past the neatly maintained front garden, all shrubs and white gravel, and rapping a dirty fist on the red front door. He saw her approach through the two glass panels, the silhouette of her curly red hair, the gentle slope of her slim shoulders. He saw the way that she hesitated for a few seconds before opening up, doing something to her hair as she prepared to welcome home the man she hadn't seen for 6 months. The door opened. Caitlin's pretty face was midway between pleasure and nervousness. "Hi," she whispered. She wasn't one for makeup. Her clear, delicately freckled skin had a beautiful natural glow to it. Today, though, Joe noticed, she was wearing lip gloss and mascara. She had on slim jeans and a halter-neck top that clung slightly to her small breasts, the kind of clothes she normally wore on a night out, not at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Some of the lads used to tell Joe that she looked like something out of the Cause. No doubt they said other things behind his back. "Hi," he replied. Caitlin stepped back so he could cross the threshold. Only when he'd shut the door behind him did she wrap her arms around his neck and give him a brief, awkward hug before standing back again and brushing her fingertips against the wall. "I redecorated," she said. Joe blinked. The walls were powder blue, though what colour they'd been before he had no idea. "Right," he replied. "Connor's in his room. I said he didn't have to go to school." Joe glanced up the stairs. His boy was only 9 years old. Or was it 10? He realised in a moment of guilt that he'd had a birthday in April that Joe hadn't even acknowledged. Connor was a good kid, at least that's what his teachers said. Privately, Joe wished he would spend a little less time with his nose in a book or at a screen playing games. When Joe was Connor's age, he spent every spare hour out of doors, getting muddy, playing imaginary versions of the war games that would become his life. Connor just didn't seem interested in stuff like that. "He's been looking forward to seeing you," Caitlin said. Joe dropped his bag on the hallway floor. When he looked at Caitlin again, he saw that her eyes were brimming with tears. "What's the matter?" he asked. Caitlin wiped the tears from her eyes. She looked angry with herself for crying. "Nothing," she said. "Christ, Caitlin, it's been a long couple of—" 2 months, she interrupted, her voice cracking. 2 months, Joe. "Since what?" "Since I heard from you." Silence. "Right. Connor's been asking every day when he's going to see his dad. When he didn't get a birthday letter from you, he asked me if you were—" The tears had reappeared. She wiped them away again, this time smearing mascara over her stricken face. "Sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't going to—" "I'm going to get cleaned up," Joe said. He pushed past her, but then felt her hand grab his wrist. "I've missed you so much, Joe," she whispered. "We both have." She hugged him again, this time resting her head against his chest. Joe breathed in her perfume and allowed the warmth from her body to saturate his. In his 6 months away, he'd forgotten how good it felt. "I really need to wash," he said. Caitlin separated herself from him and squeezed his hand. He headed up the stairs. Connor's room was at the top of the staircase on the right. The door, which had a tattered Spider-Man poster pinned to it, was closed. Joe put his ear to it and heard the beeping of his son's DS. He tried to force his face into a look of pleasure. It didn't come naturally. He was about to put his hand to the doorknob when he sensed that he was being watched. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Caitlin at the bottom of the stairs, staring up with swollen eyes. Joe lowered his hand, turned away, and walked across the tiny landing into the double bedroom. Thick carpet, flowery curtains, neat bedspread. It couldn't have been more different from the porter cabin he'd been sharing with Ricky and JJ in Bagram. And Joe didn't even feel he belonged in this room, like he dirtied it. He immediately returned to the landing and from there went into the bathroom. He stripped naked, dumping his clothes on the ceramic tiles. Caitlin had laid out wash things for him: toothbrush, razor, shaving gel. She was a lot less keen on his beard than the Ruperts were. Joe didn't bother with the gel. He started hacking at his matted beard with the razor. Clumps of hair fell into the apricot-coloured basin. The blade became dull after about 15 swipes. He changed it and continued to swipe at his face until he felt the blunt steel against his skin. It took 5 minutes and 3 changes of blade to remove the beard. By the time he'd thrown the razor into the hair-filled basin, his face was bleeding in several places. Joe didn't care. He stepped over the edge of the bath, pulled the opaque floral shower curtain closed, and turned on the water. Maximum temperature. It was scalding, but Joe didn't flinch as he held his face up to the shower head and allowed it to burn and soak him. He didn't move for a minute. When he finally looked down, he saw he was standing in an inch of dirty water, and still his skin wasn't clean. He checked the thermostat, wanting to turn the heat higher. When a sharp twist confirmed that the water was as hot as it could be, he slammed his fist in anger against the wall tiles next to him. How the hell could he wash off 6 months of shit and death without... Now the water was freezing. His eyes were closed. He opened them to see that he was sitting in the bath, the shower pouring from a height over his head. The water that had collected in the bath was clean now, save for a layer of gritty silt sitting along the enamel. He had no memory of how he got down here or how long he'd been sitting. But it wasn't that which scared him the most. What scared him were the shadows behind the shower curtain. 2 people, one standing further back than the other. Joe slowed down his breathing to stop the panic rising in his chest and moved his right hand to where the shower curtain was stuck to the inside of the bath. He carefully scrunched it in his palm and with a sudden yank ripped down the whole curtain, jumping to his feet at the same time. A scream. Caitlin had her hand to her mouth, and little Connor, his russet hair scruffy and his face pale, edged backwards in alarm. Joe stared at them, naked and confused, as Caitlin ushered their son out of the bathroom before turning off the shower. Silence. Joe looked around the room, but couldn't bring himself to catch Caitlin's eye. "You've been in here over an hour, honey," she said. Her voice was full of concern. Joe looked down at his naked body, at the scars on his chest and the blisters on his feet. "I was dirty." Caitlin looked like she wanted to say something else, but was too nervous to do so. Joe stepped out of the bath. There was a white towel hanging on the back of the door. He wrapped it round his waist and walked into their bedroom, where he sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the striped wallpaper, and at a small picture Connor had drawn about a year ago, mounted in a cheap glass frame. It was a childishly drawn picture of Joe, dressed in what Connor called his army clothes, and wearing a Tommy Atkins hat with a strap under the chin that made him look like something out of the First World War. Not a laser marker or a flashbang in sight. After waiting outside for a minute or so, Caitlin entered the room. She stood with her back to the closed door as if wary of intruding. "Why did you pull the shower curtain off like that?" she asked. Joe sniffed. I thought you were... What? Yeah, Joe thought to himself, what? Nothing, he said. Come on, honey. What did you... Leave it, all right? Silence. I heard about Ricky, she said. No surprise there. Nothing travelled faster than gossip among the regiment wives and girlfriends. Caitlin sounded frail as she said it. She'd been fond of Ricky. He used to tease her, and her face would light up every time he did it. I was with him. Immediately she was by his side, one arm around his shoulders. How did it happen? She whispered. You don't want to know. Look. Forget it. He's not fucking here. He died, just like every other fucker that goes out there. Silence. Caitlin kept her arm around his shoulder for a few more seconds, then awkwardly withdrew it. Sorry, she said. Joe nodded. I spoke to your adjutant, Caitlin whispered. He said maybe they were sending a doctor to talk to you this afternoon. Tell them not to bother. Ricky was the one who needed a fucking doctor. But Joe, if something's wrong... She raised her hand to his face and gently forced him to look at her. All he saw were mascara-smudged eyes. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time, Joe. I'm so sorry. I need to sleep, Joe interrupted. He stood up suddenly, walked around the bed and closed the curtains. They had thick blackout linings and blocked most of the light from the room. I'll leave you then, Caitlin said, standing up. Right, said Joe. He knew he was being a bastard, but somehow he couldn't stop it, and by the time he was under the duvet, she'd left the room. It was a sleep of sorts, but troubled, broken and disturbed by dreams that were both vivid and sickening. Joe saw himself in Abbottabad. From his hiding place under the rubble, he watched first one body bag emerge from the house, and then the second. They were halfway across the courtyard when the first bag mysteriously split open. A body sat up, a thin man with a grey beard wearing a blood-stained smock. He had a gruesome gun wound to the head that had turned one eye socket into a crater of bloody pap. But the good eye was blinking and looking directly at Joe. The mouth was moving. Joe couldn't understand the sinister Arabic intonation. He didn't want to understand it. He tried to block his ears, but it only made the noise louder. He felt for his pistol. The only way to stop it was to shoot the bastard again. Joe steadied his shaking hand and took aim. He was ready to fire. Only he wasn't looking at a corpse anymore. He was looking at Ricky, sitting up from the body bag and giving Joe a perplexed look. And then he was sitting up in bed, sweating, trembling. The bedside clock showed 11:58. Joe swore at himself before lying down again and closing his eyes, determined to rest. But his dreams took him somewhere else. He was on all fours, pressed against the dusty desert earth with the sun beating down on his back. He heard a child's voice. American motherfucker. American motherfucker. He looked over his shoulder to see who was speaking. It wasn't a kid. It was the same figure from his previous dream, with the same crater-like wound in his eye socket. And then another explosion. And another. And another. Joe was back in his bedroom at home, 13:02. The sheets were soaked. His breath came in short gasps, but the explosions, they weren't in his head anymore, they were real. He jumped out of bed. A pair of jeans and a fresh shirt had been laid out for him while he slept. He pulled on the jeans as the explosions continued. He stormed out of the bedroom and onto the landing. Gunfire. Short bursts from an automatic weapon. And it was coming from the direction of his son's bedroom. Joe didn't hesitate. He burst through the door, which swung on its hinges and bashed against the wall. Connor's room hadn't changed since he'd been away. The cabin bed was still neatly made. The encyclopedias he loved were lined up on his bookcase. Connor himself was sitting on a spotty beanbag in the middle of the room. He was facing a small television with an Xbox controller in his hand. Joe looked at the screen. His son was playing one of the war games that were so popular with the younger men back in the stand. From the point of view of a player with an assault rifle, Joe could see a realistic desert landscape, with an animated Chinook hovering in the distance. 2 Taliban fighters, their heads wrapped in keffirs, approached. Connor was ignoring the game now, looking up at his father with frightened eyes. The animated Taliban drew knives. Now they were at the front of the screen. An instant later there was the sickening sound of metal puncturing flesh and a rattling death groan from the device. Joe felt an unstoppable rage. He stepped into the centre of the room, grabbed the controller from Connor's tiny hands, and yanked the cords that connected them to the console. The Xbox flew forward, but the game played on. The virtual soldier was on the ground, virtual blood spilling onto the virtual sand. Joe stormed up to the TV, and before he knew it, he'd yanked the screen off its little stand and sent it crashing to the ground. At last there was silence. Joe looked down at the smashed television, and then at Connor, whose lip was wobbling as he tried to hold back his tears. He tried to think of something to say, but he couldn't. The explosions and gunfire were still in his head, like distant echoes, distracting his attention. Footsteps up the stairs. Caitlin appeared in the doorway, taking in the scene with a single glance. She'd swapped the halter neck for an altogether less glamorous black t-shirt. The 3 of them remained very still, in a triangle of silence, Connor and Caitlin staring at Joe, like he was a stranger. 10 seconds passed before Joe stormed out of the room, pushing past Caitlin and heading downstairs. "He shouldn't be playing that shit all day anyway," he muttered. "Can't he play fucking football?" He could hear their voices through the thin ceiling as he walked into the front room, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. He was angry with himself. What the hell had he been thinking? He stood at the bay window looking out at the street. Some kid was sitting on the front garden wall of the house opposite. Almost as a reflex action, Joe found himself recording his features. Dark skin, greasy black hair, yellow rotten teeth, late teens, early 20s. He was twirling an empty bottle of Coke in his right hand. For an instant he thought the kid was looking straight through the window at him. "Tell me what's wrong." Caitlin had entered the room without Joe hearing. "You wouldn't understand," he said. "Try me." Silence. Caitlin approached him. Her face had softened, and for the first time in days, he felt his defences lower. "I heard the noises from that fucking game," he said. "I thought they were real." He stared at Caitlin as though daring her to laugh. "You're home now," she whispered. "With us." From the corner of his eye, he saw movement on the street. Another kid had approached his mate with the rotten teeth. They shared a few words and walked off down the street. "Go and talk to him," she said. "Properly, Joe. He's been aching to see you." Connor was still in his room, but had moved from the beanbag to the raised bed, where he'd wrapped himself in his duvet and had a sketch pad open in front of him, and next to that the small grey elephant that had been his since he was a baby. Joe could never work out how 1 minute he could be playing war games, the next running his finger over the worn fabric of a soft toy. He had his mother's colouring, copper hair and pale freckles on his nose and cheeks. In fact, he was as unlike Joe in looks as he was in personality. Joe approached the bed and glanced down. Connor's gaze was fixed on the drawing he was making, 2 figures scrappy and childlike. He refused to look up at his dad. "Hey, champ," Joe said quietly. "Hey." Connor didn't look up as he spoke. "School okay?" Connor shrugged, treating the question with the lack of interest it deserved. "What you drawing?" "Nothing." He looked embarrassed. "Mind if I keep that?" Sounded to Joe like the sort of thing a good dad should say. Connor shook his head and ripped the sheet from his pad before handing it to his father. "Got a bit carried away there, I guess," Joe said, pocketing the picture without really looking at it. Connor looked like he was pretending it didn't matter, but Joe could see salt marks on his cheeks where the tears had dried. He put one hand on his boy's bony shoulder. When after 10 seconds it became clear that neither of them knew what else to say, he turned and headed for the door.
"Why were you sitting in the shower like that, Dad?"
He sounded frightened. "Don't worry about it, champ," Joe replied. He winked at Connor, wanting to change the subject quickly, but not knowing how. Connor smiled thinly back. "Hey," said Joe. "It's great to see you."
"You too."
An awkward silence. "I'm going to talk to your mum, okay?"
"Okay."
Joe left the room, closed the door, and stood with his back to it. "Why were you sitting in the shower like that, Dad?" "Don't worry about it," he breathed to himself. He went downstairs. On the mantelpiece in the front room was a tinny little carriage clock. It chimed 4 p.m. As the fourth chime disappeared, the only sound in the room was the continued ticking of the clock. Joe shifted uncomfortably on the chintzy sofa that faced the window looking out onto the street. There was a matching armchair in the bay. Sitting in the armchair, holding a red clipboard and a pencil, was a pretty young woman whose hair was tied back with a ribbon and who was patiently waiting for Joe to answer her. 30 seconds passed. The young woman repeated her question. Her voice dripped sympathy, and it set Joe's teeth on edge. He didn't want sympathy. "How have you been sleeping?" "Like a baby." "I see a lot of soldiers who have trouble with it." "You ever tried sleeping in a war zone, Dr. McGill?" "Are you telling me you haven't been sleeping?" "I'm telling you I could do without the stupid questions." Dr. McGill ticked a box on the paper clipped to her board. "Do you suffer from blackouts?" "Blackouts?" "Short periods when you can't account for your movements. Temporary amnesia." "I know what a blackout is." "So, do you?" "No."
Your wife,
"Partner?"
your partner told me she found you this morning sitting in the—"
"I'm not suffering from blackouts, Dr. McGill." The doctor inclined her head.
"Anxiety attacks? Breathlessness? Hallucinations? Paranoia?" she asked.
"Is this going to take much longer?"
"That depends on you."
"No, no, no, and no."
She didn't look like she believed him.
Maybe it was the way he refused to catch her eye.
"I have to ask you this question, Joe," she continued. "Have you at any point in the past 6 months had any thoughts of hurting yourself in any way? Or worse?"
Joe couldn't help himself looking scornful. Images flashed in his mind of operations out on the ground in Afghanistan. He saw himself creeping by moonlight through villages known to be overrun with insurgents. He saw himself cutting the throat of a 17-year-old Taliban recruit who he knew had laid an IED that had killed 3 British soldiers. He saw himself stuck inside the compound at Abbottabad, praying that the Americans wouldn't see him. Thoughts of hurting himself? His every thought over these 6 months had been about keeping himself safe. Hurting other people, maybe. But this earnest young doctor hadn't asked about that. "No," he said. That, at least, he could answer honestly.
"Are you sure? I understand that these things can be difficult to talk about."
"Look, love," Joe replied, "if I'd wanted to get myself hurt, I'd have had plenty of opportunity, believe me. Why don't you fill in the rest of your boxes and get the hell—" He stopped. Through the bay window, he could see something. The kid with the rotten teeth. He was sitting on the wall opposite again. His bottle of Coke was full now, and as he took a swig, he kept his eyes on Joe's house. Joe stood up. "Wait there," he murmured. He found Caitlin standing in the hallway looking anxious. She opened her mouth to speak as Joe came out of the front room, but he hushed her sharply and edged towards the front door. There was a spy hole in the door. Caitlin had insisted on having it for when Joe was on tour. He peered through it. The street appeared distorted, like he was looking out from inside a goldfish bowl. He couldn't spot the kid, but there was a flicker of movement on the edge of his vision.
Joe, what?
Stay where you are. Joe ran back to the kitchen, where he rummaged quickly in the drawer by the oven for a blade. He found a 5-inch chopping knife and ran with it to the front door. He opened up and strode outside, the knife hidden behind his back. But the kid had gone. He looked up and down the road. Nothing. Caitlin was standing by the front door now, and he could see the doctor a couple of meters behind her. Neither woman spoke, but Joe could almost hear their thoughts as their eyes flickered between his face and the knife in his hand. "I thought I saw someone," he said. And when that didn't appear satisfactorily to explain his actions to Caitlin or Dr. McGill, he pushed past them and into the living room, where he dropped back down onto the sofa and distractedly examined the blade. He could hear the women talking in the hallway, but their voices were just a blur. 2 minutes passed. Caitlin and Dr. McGill returned. "You need to understand, Joe," the doctor said, sitting down beside him and giving him a kind look that made him want to throttle her, "that sometimes, when people have experienced extreme stress, they can be traumatized in ways that they find difficult to control." She sounded like she was talking to a child. "I'm prescribing you some tablets. They might help you. Some people experience side effects. They can make you feel worse before you feel better. But it's very important that you take them every day." She started writing out a prescription. "And I'm going to recommend that you see someone. Talking therapies can be very useful in situations like this." She held out the prescription, but Joe didn't take it, so she placed it on the sofa next to him. "You'll get that prescription as soon as you can. Today, if possible." No answer. "I'll explain everything to your partner." No answer. "It's very important that you take this medication, Joe." No answer. "I'll show myself out." "You do that." More voices in the corridor, the sound of the front door opening and closing. Joe saw the doctor walking briskly past the front window, and then Caitlin was there again, standing over him with a worried frown. Joe took the prescription, but didn't even look at it before ripping it in two, scrunching up the pieces and throwing them into the centre of the room. "Joe," Caitlin started to say, but she fell silent as he stood up. "I'm going out," he said. There were the pubs of Hereford, and then there were the places people went to drink. The Three Barrels was one of the latter. Frosted glass windows, sticky tables, sticky floor, slippery customers, a faint lingering smell from the urinals, an old TV set hanging in one corner, the volume muted, which nobody watched. Joe had been dry for 6 months. There was plenty of hooch knocking around Bagram, of course, and it would have been a fucking stupid officer who didn't let his men relax after several days of repeated contact. But for the regiment lads it had been a no-no. And that was nothing to do with the Ruperts. When your fitness and a clear head are all that's between you and an enemy round, you do everything you can to take care of them. Now Joe drank like he was watering the desert. Pints of strong, cold lager, Kronenberg. He wasn't even counting how many, though he had the impression that the Aussie barmaid, with her nose-stud, low-cut top and the edge of a tattoo peeking above her cleavage, was. The winos came and went. It grew dark outside. Joe maintained his position at the bar, carefully avoiding eye contact with anyone, doing everything he could to drink himself into forgetfulness. It didn't seem to be working. When the TV screen showed what he immediately recognized as the compound in Abbottabad swarming with journalists, he turned and looked the other way, before downing what was left of his pint and ordering another. He only left because the barmaid told him 3 times that she was closing up. He certainly had no idea what time it was, or how long he'd been in there. It was only as he staggered to the door, finally drunk, that he realized he was the last punter. Out on the pavement, he swayed as he looked up and down the street, trying to get his bearings. A line of people snaked out of the door of a kebab shop on the other side of the road. The yellow and red signs became momentarily blurred, tracing neon lines in the air as he moved his head from left to right, The headlights of cars travelling in either direction, one every 3 or 4 seconds, did the same. 10 metres to his left, he saw a little mob of 6 townies starting the opening salvos of what would clearly end up as a fistfight. He saw a couple snogging in the bus stop opposite. He saw people walking up and down both sides of this busy Hereford street, even though it was late. He saw a kid with dark skin and yellow teeth leaning against the window of the kebab shop, a bottle of Coke in his right hand. The alcohol in his system made everything spin. He staggered back against the door of the 3 Barrels, his head suddenly filled with the shouts of the little mob. He tried to shake off a wave of nausea. Then he looked up again. The kid with the Coke bottle was gone. The mob's disagreement had shifted to the area of the pavement bang in front of Joe. He burst through them. They fell silent for a couple of seconds, then strode into the road. He heard the screeching of brakes and saw the line of people outside the kebab shop turn to look at him. He stepped among them, moving along the line, checking their faces, grabbing those who had their backs to him by the shoulders and yanking them round. Angry mutters quickly became more forceful. A squat guy with balding scalp and a rugby player's physique pushed Joe in the chest. "Get out of it, sunshine, you're fucking steaming!" Joe fell backwards, regained his balance and scanned the line once more. Nope, the kid with the Coke wasn't there. And as he looked beyond the queue and over his shoulder, there was no sign of him. Maybe he'd been seeing things, a pint or 2 of Kronenberg too many. 60 seconds later, he was away from the main road, walking on autopilot through the network of streets that formed the route from the 3 Barrels back home. The names were familiar: Ashbourne Crescent, Meadow Way, School Close. In the corner of his mind, he thought it should be comforting that he was here, and not patrolling some shithole of an Afghan village. Somehow, though, it wasn't. The street lamps dazzled him. He couldn't walk in a straight line. He saw 2 young women cross the road to avoid passing him. One of them wore a T-shirt with Arctic monkeys emblazoned over her breasts. The other was holding a rat-like chihuahua on a lead. Antrobus Road, Fielding Avenue, Grosvenor Place, and finally Lancing Way. No parked vehicles, no pedestrians. The no parking barriers edging the pavement, glowing fluorescent orange in the lamplight. Joe weaved drunkenly across the pavement and clattered noisily into one of them. He swore, then looked up and saw a car in the road. It was 40 metres away, about 10 beyond his own front door. Its headlights were on full beam, but it wasn't moving. He squinted. It was a 4x4, a Range Rover maybe. You could make out rails on the front. Joe stopped. He didn't know why. He found himself estimating how quickly he could get to his house. 10 seconds at a sprint. Palpitations. Something was making him nervous. A 6th sense finally honed after years on the front line. Only this wasn't the front line. This was Lancing Way. Home. This was paranoia. He remembered the doctor's questions. "Fucking bullshit," he muttered under his breath. He needed to get back to the house, sleep off the booze, start his whole fucking disastrous homecoming all over again. He looked down the road. The car was moving towards him. Slowly, he thought, though it was difficult to judge speed in the darkness. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his leather jacket and upped his pace. It was with a kind of defiance that he ignored the approaching car. So what if it was moving slowly? Probably just some John curb-crawling for a hooker. He was in the wrong street. Or maybe it wasn't. He could hear the revs of the car's engine as it increased in speed, suddenly, violently. The car was 20 metres away. When still accelerating, it veered across the road towards Joe. It was 10 metres away when it mounted the curb. There was a massive clattering sound as it ploughed into the barriers, slicing through them with 2 wheels on the pavement and 2 on the road. The headlights blinded him. Everything started to spin again. He dived to the side of the pavement, where his face scraped against a rough brick front garden wall, and his left shoulder thumped down heavily on the pavement. The stench of burning rubber hit his senses, and he was aware that the car had come to a halt,
just 3 meters forward of where he'd fallen. Joe pushed himself up to his feet as it started reversing away from him, back the way it had come. Still blinded by the headlights, he sprinted towards the car. The distance between them closed to 2 meters. 1. The car stopped abruptly. Joe was alongside the driver's door now, and the lights were no longer shining in his eyes. Although he was still dazzled, he managed to feel his way to the door handle and yank it. Locked. More revs from the engine. Joe raised one leather-clad elbow and smashed it hard against the driver's window. The glass splintered cobweb-like, but didn't shatter. It needed another blow, but the car was moving forward. His vision was clearing now, and he could see through the rear passenger window. A face was looking out at him. He recognized it, even though he didn't notice the yellow tinge of the teeth. And then the car was back on the road, accelerating away, the engine screaming. 5 meters, 10. Joe sprinted into the middle of the road and squinted after it, trying to make out the plates. But his vision was blurred, and he couldn't read them. The car turned right into Grosvenor Place, out of sight. The noise of its engine disappeared. Silence. Joe felt his left cheek. It was wet with blood. His shoulder throbbed. On the other side of Lancing Way, the door to number 17 opened. A fat man Joe half recognized appeared, wearing a dressing gown and lit up by the hallway light behind him. "What the bloody hell's going on?" he shouted. "It's 12:30 at night. What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? I'm calling the bloody police." Joe didn't answer. He just put his head down and hurried back to the pavement. 30 seconds later, he was walking up to his own front door, inserting the key in the lock and stepping inside. The house was quiet. The lights were off. Joe was dripping sweat and breathless. Whatever had happened out there, it had sobered him up. He locked the door behind him, and instead of climbing the stairs to bed, he hurried into the kitchen where he found the same knife he'd taken earlier on, and which Caitlin had now returned to its usual place. Back in the front room, he pulled open the curtains of the window that looked out onto the street. No movement. It did nothing to ease his state of mind. He wiped away the patch of condensation made by his breath. "Joe," Caitlin's voice was timid. "Are you coming to bed, honey?" "Get upstairs." He threw her a dark look over his shoulder. "Oh my God, Joe, what's happened to your face? What's going on?" "Get Connor. Take him into our room. Lock the door. The windows too." Silence. "Do it!" "Joe, sweetheart, you've been drinking. I can smell it. Joe, you heard what the doctor said." He turned on her, face ablaze, the knife still in his hand, and the look she gave him, lit only by the shard of yellow light that came in from the street lamp outside, was no longer irritated or anxious. It was scared. "Get upstairs," he said, his teeth gritted. She nodded and stepped back slowly, her fingers spread out, pacifying him. Joe turned and looked out of the window again. Seconds later he heard Caitlin thundering upstairs, and the kerfuffle as she woke Connor up and took him into their room. And then silence again. Just Joe's heavy breathing, the ticking of the clock and the thumping of his heart. He stood by the window, motionless, his eyes alert for any sign of movement. The clock chimed. 1 a.m. He felt tired, but he forced himself not to give in to it. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he was paranoid. But one thing was sure. For the second time in 48 hours, he'd almost died. And the single question that he couldn't answer was rebounding in his head. Why? Chapter 8. Joe had thought that things might look better in the morning. He was wrong. As the sky grew lighter and condensation dripped down the inside of the window, people started to appear. A man walking his dog, a lycra-clad cyclist hunched over her handlebars, the same 2 girls he'd passed last night, staggering home, the worse for wear. Every movement made him tense. The axe split of a headache he was suffering wasn't just the booze. Joe didn't let go of the knife.
The clock chimed 6 times. He didn't move. 7. There were sounds from upstairs. Floorboards creaked. Footsteps descended. He sensed Caitlin staring at him from the door. "Pack a bag," he said.
"Joe?"
Pack a bag. He didn't know at what point during his vigil he'd come to the decision, but now that it was light, he'd made up his mind. They weren't staying here. Maybe someone had tried to kill him last night. Maybe it had just been a bunch of pissed-up joyriding dickheads unable to keep control of their vehicle. And the kid with the Coke bottle was just a kid with a Coke bottle. Either way, getting out of Hereford felt like the right move.
"Where are we going?"
Caitlin asked. JJ's.
"Does he know?"
For Joe and his family, JJ's meant holidays. Whenever Joe's mate had any downtime, which was hardly ever, he spent his time at the secluded old farmhouse, 10 clicks from Berwick-upon-Tweed, that his grandparents had owned. There he kept his eye in by shooting every last game bird he could find with an old 2-bore shotgun. "No difference," he'd said to Joe just 3 weeks previously, "between a bird and a bad guy."
"Joe, does JJ know where—"
"No, but JJ's got other things on his mind, trust me." Caitlin didn't much like it up in Berwick, but Joe loved the remote bleakness of the place. And with JJ stuck out in Bagram, he knew the house would be empty. More importantly, he'd be off the radar.
"Maybe we should just stay here. The regiment want you to go in and—"
"Fuck the regiment!" Caitlin jumped. She had that look again, anxious, a little scared, maybe of him? Perhaps he should tell her what had happened last night. Or perhaps not. She already thought he was losing it. Joe took a deep breath to calm himself, then approached her and brushed one hand against her soft cheek. "We need some time out," he said. "Just the 3 of us. I need to wind down, babe. Get away from it all." It was the right thing to say. Joe knew it would be. Caitlin's eyes softened. She bit her lower lip and nodded at him. 15 minutes later, she had 3 bags packed and was back in the front room, standing just behind Connor with her hands on his shoulders. The boy looked tired. Dark rings, pale skin. He was wearing a light blue anorak and clutching his DS.
"What happened to your face?"
he asked. "Don't worry about it, champ."
"Just asking."
"We should get moving," said Joe.
"What about school?"
asked Connor. "Look, just forget about school. Okay?" Joe snapped. Connor flinched and withdrew a little into his mother's embrace. Joe pushed past them. "Let's go," he said. It was a silent trip north. Connor slept in the back of their silver Mondeo estate. Caitlin removed her shoes and hugged her knees in the passenger seat. Joe put talk radio on to fill the silence. Some arsehole of a shock jock was presiding over a banal phone-in. Joe barely heard what they were saying until 2 hours into the journey when, snapping out of his driving trance on the M6, he realized the conversation had inevitably moved on to bin Laden. An expert, he sounded Middle Eastern, was giving his opinion. "And it's quite simply wrong of the American government to suggest that Osama bin Laden's body was disposed of according to Islamic practices." Joe slammed the button to turn the radio off, drawing another of Caitlin's anxious glances. He could tell she wanted to talk to him about what they'd just been listening to. She wasn't stupid. She knew that ops like the raid in Abbottabad were Joe's bread and butter. But she also knew it was a waste of breath asking him about what he did when he was on regiment time. Joe glanced in the rear-view mirror. His face was still dirty and scabbed, but he wasn't looking at that. He saw a red Citroën Picasso behind him and an XK8 behind that. He hadn't noticed either car before, but he still pulled out into the centre lane and lowered his speed suddenly, forcing them to overtake on the inside before he dropped back into the slow lane behind them. If Caitlin noticed what he was doing, she gave no indication of it. She'd removed a bottle of nail polish remover from her bag, along with a wad of cotton wool. She dabbed her nails in silence, while Joe kept his eyes on the two cars. The Picasso pulled off at the next junction. The XK8 zoomed off into the distance. Connor woke at midday. Joe kept driving as Caitlin passed their son sandwiches she'd made before they left. Neither she nor Joe had an appetite for them. He kept his eyes on the road, she kept hers on her nails. From the back came the beeping of Connor's DS. They stopped around 3 p.m. to buy food in a dingy supermarket, the closest to their destination, but still 30 clicks southwest of JJ's. Caitlin didn't comment on the booze Joe piled into the trolley. A case of Tennant's, 2 bottles of Famous Grouse, and 6 bottles of cheap wine. She concentrated on adding microwave meals. JJ was no Jamie Oliver, and his kitchen looked like it. 20 minutes later, they were back in the car, and an hour later, they were at their destination. JJ's house stood alone at the foot of a hill that was covered with grazing sheep. When he was younger, Connor always used to say that it looked as though it had a face, and he was right. The narrow windows and cracked pebbled ash render made it look mournful. It wasn't helped by the rain that had started the moment they caught sight of it. An old iron fence about 1 metre high marked the boundary of the property, but it was so covered with bindweed that the metal was barely visible. The grass to the front of the house was a couple of feet high. Their vehicle made a clear track through it as Joe pulled up by the front door, whose green paint was peeling to reveal the white undercoat beneath. The house looked a little shabbier every time they came here. There was an old coal shed along the right-hand side of the house, and it was here, hidden behind a loose brick, that JJ always kept a key. Joe found it immediately and let them in. "I'm freezing," Connor complained as the door swung shut behind them, and they stood in a hallway that was somehow darker than it should have been, given it was still light outside. The terracotta tiles on the floor seemed to leach any warmth out of the air, and the wood-chip walls had yellow patches of damp rising up from the skirting. Against the right-hand wall stood an old mahogany grandfather clock, its hands stuck at 17 minutes past 12. The air was thick with the musty smell of neglect. Caitlin flicked a light switch. Nothing happened. A minute later, Joe had his head stuck inside a corner cupboard in the kitchen, poking around at the fuse board. He flicked a trip switch and heard the beep of the microwave as the kitchen lights turned on. "I'll sort the beds out," Caitlin said as Joe emerged. "Come on, Connor. You can help me." "I want to stay with Dad." Connor was lingering in the doorway. His face was still pale, but the rings around his eyes had faded. Caitlin looked askance at Joe, who nodded. "Come on, champ. Let's make a brew." Caitlin left them alone, while Joe wiped the dust off an old kettle with his sleeve and filled it with water, before turning to look at his son. Connor had moved into the centre of the room, next to the long pine table. He looked troubled. "How's your mum been, champ?" Joe asked. "You been looking after her like I told you to?" Connor nodded gravely. "But sometimes I hear her crying. I don't think she likes you being a soldier anymore." There was an awkward silence. Why was it that Joe could hold his own in the testosterone-fueled hangars of Bagram, but when he was alone with his own son, he could never find the right words to say? "Your mum's fine," he muttered. "She's not fine." Connor spoke so forcefully and in such an adult tone that Joe was taken aback. A memory flashed before his eyes. He saw himself as a kid, standing up to his own dickhead of a father, pretending not to be scared of his strong tattooed arm. Whenever Joe's dad came back from a stretch away, he'd been at Her Majesty's pleasure, not at her service. But that meant nothing to Connor. Joe wondered if he was pretending not to be scared now. "Are you always going to be a soldier, Dad?" Joe frowned. "What did happen to your face?" Joe touched the scraped, sore skin. "Fell over." He could tell Connor knew it was a lie. Joe crossed the length of the kitchen to the window that looked out to the front. Their car was the only sign of human life that he could see. For some reason, that made him relax. You remember learning to ride your bike out there? He asked. Connor was standing next to him now, looking out too. He wormed his little hand into Joe's, and they stood there in silence for a moment. You don't ride your bike much now, huh? I prefer my computer, Connor said. And I don't like it when Mum cries. Nor do I, champ, Joe said. And he meant it. Let's make sure she's got nothing to cry about, eh? For the first time since Joe got back, he saw a smile spread across his son's face. Do you want to see my new DS game? Connor asked. Sure, Joe said, and Connor scampered off to find it. Joe looked out the window again. He felt 1,000,000 miles from anywhere, 1,000,000 miles from danger. It was a feeling he hadn't had for a very long time. The regiment would be wondering where he was. The adjutant was probably banging on his door at home right now. He didn't give a shit. Tomorrow he'd get a message to JJ, let him know he was here. He was sure his mate wouldn't mind if they stayed here for a bit. Long enough for Joe to get a few things straight in his head. God knows he needed to. I thought I'd see if Charlie was around. It was the following morning, and Joe felt refreshed. His sleep had been far from dreamless, but it had at least been uninterrupted, and now he was sitting in the kitchen with Caitlin, drinking coffee and watching Connor through the window. Their son was tramping out a pattern in the long, dewy grass. Charlie? His friend from last year. Joe vaguely remembered. There was a kid about Connor's age living in the nearest village. They'd met on the beach last summer. The mother was blonde, overweight and bubbly. The father was a twat, dressed head to foot in army surplus gear that covered his paunch. He thought he was David fucking Sterling, not some shitkicker from Berwick with a beer belly and a shelf full of Bear Grylls DVDs. It was true that Connor and Charlie had hit it off, but now something made Joe reluctant to be in contact with anyone else. It's better if he stays with us, he said. He can't stomp around the house by himself all day, Joe. He needs someone his own age. Well, it's safer if... What are you talking about? Safer! Caitlin took a deep breath as though calming herself down. Nobody knows we're here, sweetheart. Even JJ doesn't know we're here. And anyway, she glanced down sheepishly, it would be nice for you and me to spend a bit of time together. Joe nodded. Right, he said. Connor had other ideas. At midday, once Caitlin had spoken to Charlie's mum and arranged for Connor to spend the night with them, he looked crestfallen. What if we can't think of anything to say? He asked. You'll be fine, sweetheart. You'll be fine, won't he? Joe nodded. He'd be fine. At 4 p.m. he was packing Connor into the car. You take him, Caitlin had whispered in his ear. But hurry back. Connor hugged his mum tight, clearly holding back some tears. Joe looked away. He didn't want anyone to see his frown. Why couldn't his son be a bit tougher? It was a short, silent journey to Charlie's. Joe felt himself growing tense as soon as JJ's house disappeared from the rearview mirror, and as he rounded the base of the hill that hid the house from sight, he found his senses were as alert as if he was driving out on ops. He scanned the fields on either side. A tractor trundled over the horizon, 2 clicks to the southwest. A silver Clio sped up behind him and overtook dangerously just before a hairpin bend. Female driver, 2 kids in the back. A white transit van passed from the other direction. Registration number VS02RTD. Driver bearded, baseball cap shading his face. Rear doors, Joe saw when it was behind him, blacked out. 10 minutes later, he was entering the small village of Limeford. A road sign announced that it welcomed careful drivers, but Joe was tipping 80. The Mondeo's brakes screeched as he slowed down and passed the Crown and Scepter, where he and JJ had sunk more than a few pints in years gone by. There was a quaint little pond where a couple of kids were feeding the ducks. Here he turned left, into a close of modern red brick houses, then pulled up outside one that had a black Cherokee Jeep parked outside, with a Help for Heroes sticker on the rear window. "Okay, champ?" he asked. Connor nodded mutely. Charlie's mum, Caitlin had reminded him that her name was Elaine, greeted them at the front door with a wide, bubbly smile and a hug for Connor that wasn't really reciprocated. "Oh, it's so lovely to see you again. Charlie's been dying to have you round." Charlie, who was waiting for them in the next room, didn't look like that was true. He'd grown in the last year, both upwards and outwards. Connor looked tiny next to him, and when Elaine encouraged him to go upstairs to play, neither boy looked very enthusiastic. "Bless," Elaine observed. "Would you like a cup of tea, Joe?" "The man doesn't want tea," came a voice from the next room. 2 seconds later, Charlie's dad, Reg, appeared carrying 2 cans of Carling. He wore camouflage trousers that were several sizes too small for his considerable waist, and a parachute regiment T-shirt. "How do, mate?" He nodded gruffly and handed Joe the warm beer. "What happened to your face, eh? Bit of bother with Terry Taliban?" Joe had a vague memory of telling Reg that he was off to the stand, though of course he hadn't mentioned the regiment. "Something like that, Reg," he said, taking a sip of beer. "Sit down, then." Reg plonked himself in an armchair that was already indented with the shape of his arse. Next to it there was an occasional table, on which lay a copy of Jane's Defence Weekly. "I should go." "So, we've given those fucking Al-What's-It bastards a good seeing to, eh?" Reg spoke proudly as if he'd nailed the pacer himself. Then he belched. "Right," Joe muttered. Elaine had already rolled her eyes and left the room. Reg leaned forward. "You want to know what I think, though?" Joe didn't, but knew he was about to find out. "That Bin Laden, something fishy about him. Our Charlie, always on the fucking computer he is, always on that fucking—" He clicked his fingers 3 times and shouted, "Elaine, what's that what's-it he's always on?" "YouTube," came the reply. "Always on it, looking at dancing cats and shit like that." He lowered his voice. "Probably looking at all sorts of mucky stuff and all. Anyhow," he tapped himself proudly on the chest, "I've been looking on it myself. Wouldn't believe the stuff I've found, you wouldn't." "Right." Reg leaned forward. "You know 9/11? "Yeah," said Joe. "I know." "Well, did you know that there was a 3rd building went down that day, just near the Twin Towers as it was? And did you know it was reported on the news before it happened?" Reg sat back and took a triumphant swig of his beer. Joe put his down on the mantelpiece. "Look, mate," he said, "really, I've got to—" "So, if it were on the news before it happened, how come they knew about it?" He leaned forward again, as though he was about to reveal a great secret. "Mark my words, that Bin Laden, he was a double agent." He almost spat it out. "Working for the Americans." "Reg, I'm sorry, mate. I've really got to be off." "None as blind as them that can't see," said Reg. "But you answer me this. What was he doing living where he was, eh? Right under everyone's noses. You think the Americans didn't know?" Fortunately, Joe didn't have to say what he thought, because just then Elaine walked back into the room. She put an affectionate hand on Joe's shoulder. "Never mind, Reg, love," she said quietly. "He's always looking for someone to listen to his loony ideas." Reg shrugged and belched again. "Now, don't you worry about Connor. They'll have a lovely time. I've got fish fingers for their tea, and I'll make sure they're not too late. Oh, and I'll bring him back around first thing after breakfast. We pass your place on our way to school. Now then, Reg, say bye-bye to Joe." Reg just raised his beer in Joe's direction. Joe couldn't get away quickly enough. Guys like Reg were fucking everywhere, keeping the army surplus stores in business and boring everyone shitless about their knowledge of modern combat from the comfort of their armchairs. Put a fat fuck like him within sniffing distance of a contact situation, and he'd be browning his boxers before you could say RPG. But he was harmless enough, and Elaine would look after Connor. He looked through the windscreen. Connor was at a window on the first floor. His pale face looked almost ghostly. Joe gave him the thumbs up, and the boy smiled unconvincingly back. Joe checked the time, 17:10 hours. With a nagging sense of guilt, he reversed the car, drove away from the house and headed back to JJ's. It was growing dark when he got there. The sheep had moved from the hillside, and a flock of noisy geese silhouetted against the sky were flying northwesterly in an arrowhead formation as he stepped out of the car. Their croaking echoed across the landscape. Once they'd gone, everything was silent. Joe looked at the house. There were no lights on. Why the hell not? Something was wrong. He checked the long grass at the front of the house. He counted 3 sets of tyre tracks. Arrival of the Mondeo yesterday. Departure to Charlie's. Arrival just now. He located the indentation of Connor's footprints from this morning. And nothing else. But still no lights. He circled the house. The back garden was just as overgrown as the front. There was a modern 2-story annex here. On the ground floor was a kind of boot room with a spiral iron staircase that led up to the landing on the first floor of the main house. But the rear door to the annex was locked. Windows closed. No light. No sign of access. A gust of wind picked up, carrying with it the bleating of a distant sheep. Nobody knows you're here, Joe told himself. He walked round the other side of the house, past the coal shed. The rickety wooden door was closed, the loose chain tied round its bolt in a figure of 8, just as he'd left it. When he reached the front door again, the evening had grown a shade darker. And still there were no lights from the house. He opened the door and slipped inside. He was about to call Caitlin's name, but something stopped him. The chill darkness of the hallway, perhaps, or the silence, broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock that Joe had wound that morning. The kitchen, empty and dark, the remnants of their lunch still unwashed by the sink. The sitting room on the other side of the hallway, ditto. Joe headed silently up the stairs. The steps were nearly 2 meters wide, with a winding burnished wood banister. Joe walked lightly along the left-hand edge of the treads to minimize the creaking. The staircase turned back on itself. The banister continued horizontally for 2 meters along the landing, overlooking the staircase. At the top of the steps, he stopped and listened. Silence. He was on the verge of calling Caitlin's name again. And again, something stopped him. The landing was 10 meters long and covered with a musty grey carpet. To his left, there was a closed door that led back to the annex, with its spiral staircase down to the ground floor. At one end of the landing was a door leading to the bathroom. This too was shut. The room Connor slept in was at the far end on the right. His door was fully open, but no light was on inside. Opposite this was the room he shared with Caitlin. The door was a couple of inches ajar, and from it emerged a faint, flickering glow. A glow he hadn't seen from the window that looked out onto the front. He approached with care, treading lightly, the tip of his shoe checking for any looseness on the floor that might make a noise before the heel went down. It took him 20 seconds to approach like this. When he was just inches from the doorway, he stopped and breathed deeply. Then he kicked the door open. The flickering glow he saw instantly came from a single tea light burning on the chest of drawers by the door. Against the left wall was a wardrobe with 2 long mirrors on the double doors. Opposite it, just to the right of the window where the curtains were closed, was an old 4-poster bed without any drapes. And on the bed was Caitlin. Jesus! She'd sat up suddenly when Joe kicked the door in. Joe, what's the... Caitlin closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then forced a smile to her face. She wasn't wearing much. A satin vest that did nothing to hide the curve of her breasts, skimpy underwear. Joe stood stupidly in the doorway. Caitlin approached him, took his hand and led him over to the bed. "I've missed you," she whispered, as he sat on the edge of the bed. She clambered up behind him and started massaging his shoulders. "Baby, you're so tense. Take your shirt off." Joe removed his shirt. Behind him he could sense Caitlin taking off her vest. And when she started massaging again, he could feel her breasts brushing against his back. "Lie down," she whispered. He obeyed. Connor placed his knife and fork together on his empty plate the way his mum had told him. He didn't really like fish fingers, but he'd eaten them anyway, as well as the potato waffles, both smeared with ketchup. "Looks like blood, doesn't it?" Charlie had said as he squirted his own plate. Connor had kept his eyes fixed on his food. Charlie's dad, who was passing through the kitchen on the way to the fridge, had said, "Too thick for blood, sunshine," before his mum had asked them to change the subject. After that, they'd eaten in silence. They weren't really getting on, and Connor didn't want to be there. "Half an hour's telly before bed, boys," Charlie's mum said as she gathered up their plates. They walked through into the front room, where his dad was sitting with a can of beer in his hand reading his magazine. He gave Connor the creeps, and he sat as far away as he could at the other end of the sofa. They watched Doctor Who on DVD. Connor found it scary, but Charlie was rapt and he didn't want to look like a wimp. He was glad when Charlie's mum came in and said, "7:30, boys, time for bed." Connor slept on a blow-up mattress on Charlie's floor. Or rather, he didn't sleep. He lay there in the darkness, listening to Charlie's slow breathing and the sound of the TV downstairs, thinking of his mum and how she put on a brave face when it was just the two of them, even though he knew how much she hated it when Dad was away. And thinking about Dad, too. How he'd been sitting in the bath with the water pouring over him. How he'd ripped his Xbox away from the screen when he'd been playing Call of Duty. Something he was only doing because he thought playing a game like that might make his dad think more of him. Thinking how Dad was just different this time. He didn't know how late it was when he started crying. All he knew was that once he started, he couldn't stop. Joe and Caitlin lay together, naked, spent. "What's that?" Joe breathed. "It's nothing, baby. Just the old house creaking." The curtains were open now, and their bodies were lit more by the moonlight that flooded in through the window than by the tea light. Caitlin had her head on his chest and one hand on his stomach, which she stroked reassuringly. She was warm, and there was something about her touch that made Joe feel more relaxed than he had for months. She was right. No need to be scared of things going bump in the night. "I'm sorry," he said after a long pause. "This wasn't the homecoming I had in my head. I've been—" "Shh," Caitlin soothed him. "I do understand, baby. I know the old Joe's in there somewhere. I wish I could just make it better. I'll make it up to you. And to Connor, I promise. I'll be a dad," he thought to himself. "I've had enough of being a soldier." "You don't have to promise anything, baby," her voice cracked slightly. "It's enough that you're back with us." Silence. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the soft sound of her breathing. Neither of them felt the need to speak. Joe pretended to himself that he was not keeping an ear out for another creak from elsewhere in the house. A minute passed. Something caught Joe's eye. It was almost nothing. A dot of light reflecting from the wardrobe mirrors and zigzagging like a firefly across the ceiling before vanishing. Joe sat up immediately, bringing Caitlin with him. "Joe, what is it?" "Quiet," he hissed. "Lie down." "Joe, please." She was sitting on the edge of the bed, naked, her arms crossed over her breasts, as though she was trying to protect herself from something. "Lie down." Joe was looking out through the edge of the dirty window, casting around for movement. Clouds were scudding across the sky, the long grass out front was rippling in the light breeze, but apart from that, nothing. Joe quickly pulled on his jeans, blocking out the sound of Caitlin's voice, which was tearful once more. "Joe, it's all in your head." But it wasn't in his head. He'd seen something. He looked around for anything that would serve as a weapon. Finding nothing, he removed his sturdy leather belt from his jeans and held each end tightly. At least you could strangle someone with it. Just. Stay there, he said. The tea light was guttering. Joe snuffed it with his thumb and forefinger before stepping back out into the hallway. He remembered that J.J. kept his shotgun and cartridges in a locked cabinet in the basement. If he could get there... He edged down the landing. But he'd only gone a couple of meters when he stopped and stood very still. There was no doubt about it. He could feel a breeze in his face. He peered into the darkness. The door leading to the spiral staircase and the annex was open. "Caitlin!" he roared. "Caitlin, get dressed!" Many things happened at once. Two figures appeared, one at the end of the corridor, emerging from the open door, a second from Connor's bedroom 2 meters away at Joe's 8 o'clock. But it wasn't the presence of these figures that momentarily paralyzed him with terror. It was what they were wearing. White, all-in-one outfits. A dazzling light. The man at the end of the corridor was holding a pencil-thin torch. He switched it on, shining the bright halogen beam in Joe's face. Half-blinded, Joe turned to attack the man who had emerged from Connor's bedroom. He had a torch too, and so did a third man behind him. Joe hurled himself at them, and they crumpled down onto the floor. Joe only had to touch the guy's clothing to realize what these men, he assumed they were men, were wearing. Reinforced paper Soko suits. They covered everything, shoes, bodies, heads. They wore tight yellow rubber gloves, sealed to the Soko suits with layers of packing tape. Their faces were covered with what felt, as he clawed his hand into the assailant's face, like tinted cellophane. A scream. It was Caitlin. "He's got a gun, Joe! He's got a gun!" Rage surged through him. He didn't bother with the belt, but brought his fist down on the nearest man's face. He could instantly feel the wetness of his blood slipping around between the cellophane and the man's nose. He rolled off the intruder, ready to jump to his feet and strangle the cunt that was threatening Caitlin. But now the one he'd seen coming in from the annex door was standing right over him, shining the torch in his face. Joe started to push it away. But then he saw that the intruder was carrying something else, a taser rod, about 40 centimeters long. A high-voltage strike from that would put him down immediately. He tried to parry it, but too late. Joe's whole body juddered for about 3 seconds as the electricity surged through him. When it stopped, he felt as though the blood in his veins was made of lead, and the room was spinning. All he could do was concentrate on staying conscious. Not easy. He had palpitations in his neck, nausea. And something else was happening. One of the intruders, he couldn't tell which, had pulled down his jeans and taken hold of his penis. Joe felt the sharp pain of a needle being inserted into the urethra, followed by a dreadful sensation that felt as though molten lead was seeping into his abdomen. Still dazzled by the halogen light, he couldn't see what was happening, but he knew he'd been injected. He tried to push himself up again, but his muscles would barely obey the commands his brain was giving them. The molten lead sensation spread down his limbs. He dropped the leather belt and collapsed, his body limp, the back of his head motionless against the floor. He couldn't move. Jesus, he couldn't move! Caitlin wasn't screaming anymore, but whimpering, fast, terrified sobs. All 3 intruders had moved into the room now, and Joe heard them say something, though he couldn't make out what. Caitlin said, "No." But then there was a scuffling sound. Joe tried to call out, but all that came was a dry, dusty gasp. His eyes rolled as he desperately tried to move his head at least. Nothing doing. Whatever they'd injected had caused muscle failure. Suxmethonium chloride was Joe's guess. Very difficult to trace in the bloodstream, especially when injected in that part of his anatomy. The panic inside him was like a bullet ricocheting in a small room. What were they doing? Why hadn't they just killed him? What was about to happen? Movement on the edge of his vision. He managed to roll his eyes forward sufficiently to see Caitlin, still naked, being dragged from the room by 2 of the intruders. Were they going to rape her? He didn't think so. The Soko suits were on for a reason. It wasn't a comforting thought. With a cry, Caitlin broke away from them and threw herself at Joe, sobbing uncontrollably.
but she only managed to hold on to his immobile body for 2 or 3 brief seconds before the intruders pulled her up again and bundled her into the bathroom. They switched on the light, which cast a confusion of shadows onto the grey hallway carpet, but Joe could not see inside. He wanted to roar with anger and frustration. More than that, he wanted to move. He couldn't. He couldn't even twitch. He could only lie there, a prisoner in his own body, listening. Caitlin was screaming again. "What are you doing? Oh, God, what are you doing?" There was a clattering sound, some kind of movement in the bathroom that Joe couldn't work out. A thump. Caitlin's screams grew louder, more desperate if that were possible. And then 2 of the intruders were standing above him. They had dropped their torches, and the cellophane in front of their faces was misted from their heavy breathing. They bent over, each grabbing one of his arms, and with obvious effort pulled the dead weight of his body up from the ground before dragging him into the bathroom. What he saw in there horrified him. The intruders had ripped the shower curtain from its rail and used it to wrap around the naked Caitlin, who was now lying in the bath, her feet at the tap end. She was shaking violently and trying to speak, but the only sound that came from her mouth was a retching. She vomited. It smeared over the front of the shower curtain, lumpy and yellow. One of the intruders was standing over her, but the moment the other 2 dropped Joe onto his knees so that his top half drooped over the edge of the bath, this man disappeared. Now the only sound in the bathroom was Caitlin's sobbing, which echoed off the mildewed tiles. Joe couldn't see her face. His head was pointing the other way, so all he could see was the shower curtain wrapped round the dark triangle of her pubic hair, soaked with urine, and her naked legs, her feet twisted awkwardly, and a bulbous, distorted reflection of the room in the bath taps, showing the 2 men standing over him. It took no more than a minute for the 3rd man to return. Joe didn't know what he was carrying until the other 2 pulled him back up from the bath again. The man spoke, but his voice was still muffled by the Soko suit, so Joe couldn't discern his accent. "Do the fingernails," he instructed. "Joe," Caitlin whispered, her voice oozing dread, "what's happening?" But all Joe knew was that his hand was being lifted towards Caitlin's face by one of the intruders, who bent his fingernails forward and scraped them 2 inches down Caitlin's left cheek. And suddenly Joe understood. They were making him scratch Caitlin's face to put her DNA under his fingernails, to make it look as though there had been a struggle between them. And they were wearing the suits to stop their own DNA from contaminating the crime scene. Because that was what they were creating. A crime scene. A murder scene. Connor's door opened. He immediately gulped down his tears because he didn't want anyone to think he was a baby. But it was too late. Charlie's mum was leaning over him. He could smell her perfume. "What's the matter, my little love?" she asked in a concerned whisper, stroking his hair. "Nothing," said Connor, but his voice wobbled as he said it, and he couldn't stop himself crying again. "Homesick?" Connor nodded. "Why don't we call your mum?" she suggested. "Would you like that?" He nodded again. He would ask Mum to come and get him. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Joe's brain was shrieking at him. If he could just move, if he could just do something, but it wasn't possible. His horrified thoughts were trapped inside a useless body. He was powerless. A new sound. The ringing of Caitlin's mobile phone from the bedroom. The intruders stood perfectly still, obviously listening to the ring, and the faint buzzing as the phone vibrated. It fell silent. "Do it," came the order from behind the Soko suit. "Now." With every ounce of his being, Joe tried to lash out, but all he showed for it was a hoarse whisper from the back of his throat. "No." Now he saw what the man had fetched from downstairs. A kitchen knife with a slightly buckled blade of about 3 inches long. One of his assailants was forcing it into his hand, wrapping his fingers around the handle. It was only as one of them lifted him under his armpits
and another clenched his knife hand firmly. But Caitlin appeared to understand what was happening. In an instant she stopped shaking, as though her body was frozen.
"Joe," she whispered, "don't let them. Please don't let them."
But there was nothing Joe could do. His eyes were fixed on Caitlin's face. He thought he'd witnessed true terror before. He realized now that he had not. Charlie's mum put her phone back down. "Oh dear," she said kindly, "she's not answering." They were sitting in the front room now, Connor in his pyjamas, still sobbing. Charlie's dad was in his usual place, a can of beer in his hand and a glazed look on his face. "Why don't you have another go at going to sleep?" said Charlie's mum. "It'll soon be morning, eh?" But the suggestion only made Connor cry even more. He'd given up trying to be brave.
"I want to go home," he said. "I want to see my mum."
"Oh, take the lad home," muttered Charlie's dad. "You won't get any peace until you do." Charlie's mum gave her husband a dark look, but then started stroking his hair again.
"Would you like that, love? Would you like me to take you home?"
Connor nodded. The shower curtain was not easily punctured. At first, the point of the knife just made an indentation both in the curtain and in the soft flesh of Caitlin's belly. It needed a sharp yank forward to pierce the plastic, but once it came into contact with Caitlin's skin, it slid in with gruesome ease.
"No!"
Joe roared, but the roar was only in his head. Caitlin gasped. Immediately blood gushed from the wound. Most of it remained trapped between her skin and the clear plastic curtain, but some of it seeped through the hole and onto the handle of the knife, Joe's hand, and the paper suit of the man controlling him. Joe's mind started to spin. He heard Caitlin's sharp, pained intakes of breath. He felt his hand being pushed downwards, slicing through her belly in the direction of her womb. A distended bubble of intestine slid softly, monstrously from the gash as his hand was pulled back and reinserted, not into her belly this time, but into the area around her left breast. This was clearly more painful. She shouted out, but her cry faded after only a second as the strength sapped from her. There was so much blood, most of it still caught between the shower curtain and her skin. Joe tried once more to fight against his paralysis, to take control of his body. It was useless. His assailants were moving him further up the bath now, forcing his knife hand towards the vicinity of Caitlin's throat. Their eyes locked. Joe had seen enough people die to realize that life was ebbing from her. She spoke. A single word.
"Connor."
And there would have been no time for Joe to reply, even if he'd been able to. All his effort was focused on trying to stop the intruder from moving the knife forward. For an instant, when the tip of the blade was just 3 inches from Caitlin's throat, he thought that maybe a little strength was returning to his useless muscles. But it was much too little, and much too late. The incision of Caitlin's throat was physically the easiest. There was no shower curtain to get through, just the unblemished skin of her smooth neck. And below the skin, tight lengths of sinew that required a little more pressure from the intruder, but not much. Caitlin's eyes rolled. A disgusting mixture of blood and saliva foamed from her mouth and over the vomit that was now oozing down the side of the bath. Her whole neck was scarlet. As the knife was pulled out, she tried to breathe in, but her windpipe was punctured, and all Joe saw was a little of the blood around the wound being sucked back in before oozing out again. "Enough," said one of the men behind him. Joe felt himself being dropped, the knife still in his hand. His head hit the side of the bath before he crumpled to the floor. All he could see now was the pedestal of the basin, the toilet next to it, 3 pairs of Soko's suit-clad feet walking out of the bathroom. and into the hallway. He could hear a sinister gurgling sound from the bath. It lasted no more than 10 seconds, and then there was silence. A small spider crawled out from behind the basin's pedestal. It scurried in the direction of the bath and out of Joe's field of view. His left leg twitched. Movement. He tried to maneuver it consciously. Still nothing. Something was happening on the landing. He didn't know and couldn't see what, and he almost didn't care. The horror of the past few minutes was burning his mind. He kept seeing the knife entering Caitlin's body, kept seeing the blood piss from her wounds, kept hearing her last, strangled, desperate word. Connor. He felt his body jerk. The leaden numbness of his muscles was dissolving. Was the injection wearing off? He tried to move again. His knife hand shifted an inch, but no more. And then they were picking him up again. They dragged him backwards out of the bathroom so he could see Caitlin's body again as he exited. Her face was a fixed mask of terror, the skin a shocking pallid white, a sharp, monstrous contrast with the devastating wound in her neck and the scarlet smears trapped within her shower curtain shroud. He tried to say her name, like that was going to do any good now, but he was still no more the master of his voice than of his body. Within seconds, she was out of sight, and Joe was lying on his back at the far end of the hallway, by the banister overlooking the staircase, but up against the opposite wall. His body was twitching again, as though an electric shock was passing through it every 10 seconds. He could move his left foot, but that was all. He managed to roll his eyes to the right. One of the intruders had his back to him and was doing something to the banister. After 15 seconds, he stepped away. Joe saw that he tied a length of rope to the rail. It was about 2 meters long, and the other end, which the intruder held in his gloved hands, was tied in a loop. A noose. Another of the men came into view. He grabbed the banister and shook it. It rattled a little. "Will it take his bastard weight?" his muffled voice asked. "Let's find out," came the reply. The 2 men turned to face him. Joe's body jerked. He managed to move his right arm at the elbow. It lifted 45 degrees, then flopped down to the floor again. The drug was wearing off. His strength was definitely returning, but not fast enough. The intruder with the noose was bending down. Joe's body twitched. He could hear the man's heavy breath from behind his mask and just make out his eyes behind the misted plastic. The rope was barely 12 inches from his head. A noise. It came from outside. The sound of a vehicle pulling up. The ghost of a headlight beam shone through the bathroom window and along the hallway. The engine cut out. The 2 intruders that he could see straightened up. The one holding the noose dropped it. "Leave him. Take the rope." The instruction was curt and responded to only by a nod. The intruders left quickly, but silently. By the time, 10 seconds later, Joe heard 3 sharp raps on the front door. They had already reached the spiral staircase, having shut behind them the door that led to it. He tried to shout, to scream to whoever was at the front door, to get to the back of the house. Nothing but a feeble croak emerged. Another 3 raps. He concentrated all his energy on trying to move, but all he could do was roll uselessly onto his front. He heard the front door open. "Hello?" called an uncertain voice. "Hello? I did knock." Joe would never have thought his stomach could get even more knotted. He recognized Elaine's voice well enough, and he knew what it meant. He knew Connor was downstairs. He tried to call out again, to scream at them not to come up. Still the words wouldn't come. With a massive effort, he pulled his knees up under his body. Elaine was still shouting, "Hello? Hello, it's only me, Elaine." He could hear her moving into the kitchen. He could also hear footsteps up the stairs, small, tentative footsteps, a child's footsteps. Joe was kneeling now. He stared at his blood-covered hands and at the knife he was still holding. With a terrible, painful struggle, He managed to look over his shoulder at the open door of the bathroom. Then he turned back and saw an unmistakable sight through the railings of the banister. Connor's scruffy, russet hair, his earnest young face, his shoulders, his blue dressing gown. "Go!" was all Joe could say. Connor was 6 or 7 steps from the top of the staircase. He turned to his right and looked through the railings. His eyes widened in shock. "Is anybody here?" Elaine's voice back in the hallway sounded worried, and then, Connor, is everything okay?" Connor was shaking his head. He was staring now at the bloody knife in Joe's hand. "Where's Mum?" he whispered. "Go!" Joe croaked again. But now Connor was running up to the top of the stairs and past his dad. Joe forced himself to look back again. He saw Connor disappear first into his own bedroom, then into his parents'. And only when he was satisfied that his mum was in neither room did he approach the bathroom door. It was almost as if he knew there were unspeakable horrors behind it. He opened the door slowly, as if scared to see what nightmares the room contained. He looked so small, framed in that doorway, wearing just his night things. But his shadow was long and stretched half the length of the landing. Joe couldn't bear to watch. He turned back. At some point during the past 20 seconds, the knife had fallen from his fingers. He managed to lift his arms, to bury his face in his hands. If he could have joined in with the animal scream of his 10-year-old son, he would have done. But he couldn't. He could only listen to Connor's howling, feeling that his heart was being ripped from his chest, and wondering if it would ever end. Chapter 9. Joe remembered the way Elaine's screaming had joined Connor's. She standing at the top of the stairs, he in the bathroom begging his mother not to die. He remembered trying to stand up, but not yet being back in full control of his body. He remembered Elaine shouting at Connor to come with her, and how his son, as he passed him on the landing, threw himself at Joe, beating him with his tiny fists, a puny flurry of rage that Joe wouldn't have resisted even if he'd been able to. He remembered the minutes passing like hours as the strength seeped back into his body. He knew he was alone in the house with Caitlin's corpse, that Connor and Elaine had fled. He knew it would be just minutes before the police arrived. They wouldn't see what they were supposed to have seen, a sight that told a story of Joe having murdered his wife before hanging himself, but they would see enough. And when he heard the sirens, faint at first but quickly growing louder as the cars approached, he knew what he had to do, forget all thoughts of running to Caitlin's side or trying to see his son or attempting to explain the truth of what had happened. Forget about everything, except getting out of there. The police would have his name. They'd know who he was. They wouldn't be sending some 2-bit Bobby and a community service officer. They'd be sending an ARU fully prepared to drop him if necessary. Somehow he found himself standing up, holding onto the banister like he was learning to walk again. He remembered edging towards the top of the stairs, the sirens blaring now, their blue strobes flooding in through the bathroom window, lighting up the hallway. The sound of the door being kicked in, the red dots of laser scopes flashing up the staircase. He could hear his own voice, a shadow of itself, shouting as loud as it could, "Unarmed! I have no weapon!" And he remembered his legs giving way, and the brutal, soul-shaking thump as his body collapsed down the stairs, and everything around him went black. When he reawoke, it couldn't have been more than a few minutes later, he was surrounded by Sokos, trying to force him feet first into a paper body bag to preserve any incriminating DNA on his clothes and skin. Every muscle in his body shrieked with pain, but that hadn't stopped him lashing out with heavy fists. It had taken at least 6 officers to pin him down, bind his hands behind his back, and continue the process of wrapping him in the DNA suit before forcing him outside where the night was lit up by flashing blue lights. He remembered shouting, screaming his innocence, yelling about assassins and Bin Laden, roaring at them to let him see Caitlin, to let him see his son. But nobody even answered him. Then he was in a local police station, held down by the same 6 officers in a small cell where he was formally cautioned, while a shocked-looking young forensic woman wearing a white coat and pale blue latex gloves took swab samples from inside his mouth, his fingernails, his foreskin. He didn't stop shouting. His throat was raw like he'd swallowed a razor. His mind was burning up. The room was spinning. He was screaming Caitlin's name. When he heard the forensic woman call for a semen detection kit, it made him roar louder than before, made him raise his knees and kick 2 of the officers holding him down in the face. Now he was banging his own head against the hard floor. If he did violence on himself, perhaps he could stop the agony. Lights and faces danced before his eyes. He heard the call for a sedative shot, and he shouted even more, not words, but strangled animal noises. For the second time that night, he felt a needle slip through his skin. And then darkness once more. He had no way of knowing how long he was out. When he drifted slowly back into consciousness, he was in a vehicle. It was dark. He was lying on his front, on a cold, hard, metallic floor, and his hands were tied behind his back. He was wearing only jeans. Bare feet, bare torso. It was noisy. The floor was vibrating with the movement of the vehicle. The drugs had fully worn off now, but every cell in his body was bulging with pain. His skull throbbed, but that was nothing compared with the agony that exploded in his head when he remembered what had happened. It didn't matter if he opened his eyes or closed them. All he saw was Caitlin, stricken, brutalized, begging him to help her. Dead by his hand. Joe started to dry retch. It would have been better if they'd succeeded in faking his suicide. Then at least Connor would be safe. He knew now that somebody was trying to eliminate him, that they'd do anything to achieve it. If they could do such a thing to Caitlin, they wouldn't think twice about targeting his son. He retched again. Minutes later, he pushed himself painfully up to his knees. He figured he was in the back of a secure vehicle about the size of a transit, maybe a little bigger. On one side there was a small slit in the chassis, the size of a letterbox, with 3 vertical bars. Getting groggily to his feet, he managed to peer through this peephole. He was on a motorway. Checking the rate at which they passed the cat's eyes on the hard shoulder, he estimated the speed at 70 miles an hour. The landscape beyond the motorway was enveloped in blackness. He moved to the rear of the van, turned to face the front, and felt behind him for any bolts with his bound hands. There was a bar across both doors, like on a fire exit, but it wouldn't budge. He was locked in from outside. Broken and shuddering, Joe slid once more to the floor, in the back of what he guessed was a police van. He couldn't read his watch because his wrists were tied behind his back, and there was no way of guessing the time. But it was perhaps 2 hours after he awoke that the van stopped to refuel. Joe positioned himself by the peephole again. The owner of a Porsche Cayenne was staring in his direction as he refueled. The guy was lit up, as was the whole service station forecourt, by a blue strobe. Joe realized he must have a police escort. Nobody was taking any chances. After 5 minutes, they set off again. Joe remained on his feet, looking out of the letterbox, trying to see landmarks he recognized. The angle of his vision made it impossible to read the road signs as they passed, and they had travelled for at least another 3 hours before he was able to get a bearing. They were crossing the River Thames over the QE2 bridge. He counted the lights of 4 vessels on the river, 3 heading west, 1 east. After another half an hour, they turned off what was clearly the M25, and from the motion of the van, he calculated that they were heading towards London. It was all the information he needed to work out where they were going. Remand Prison? High security? South East London? It could only be HMP Barfield. He'd been there once before, a decade ago. The squadron had been on standby in Hereford when word had come through from the Home Office that the Barfield screws were predicting a riot. They were clearly expecting something big to go off because the police had requested regiment support. 16 men had travelled down from Hereford to Greenwich and remained in a state of readiness for 24 hours. Nothing had happened. Maybe the inmates had got wind that they might have more than a few plods to deal with. Good thing, too. Joe and the guys were only ever called into situations that needed the precise and ruthless application of violence. Send a squadron into a Cat A institution, home to some nasty fuckers who made Ronnie and Reggie look like eccentric uncles, and you could be sure of one thing. Prison numbers would fall. The lights above Barfield's high-wire perimeter glowed brightly in the early morning darkness as they approached the entrance. Joe heard a babble of male voices outside, then felt the van move forward again, through the entrance and into an empty reception yard. He tried to estimate the distance they travelled from the gates before stopping. 50 metres, perhaps? A long way to run, especially with his arms bound behind his back and bare feet. Maybe if he had the element of surprise. Unlikely. He could see flashing lights illuminating the yard. There was a reception party. He didn't see the face of the man who opened the back of the vehicle. All he saw were the 4 armed police, with flak jackets, visored helmets, and MP5s, 2 kneeling 5 metres back from the van, 2 standing 10 metres behind that. Between the 2 standing officers was a uniformed screw, tall and thin, carrying a clipboard. "Get him in!" he shouted, his voice echoing in the night. As Joe stood at the vehicle's exit, squinting against the sudden influx of light from a powerful beam behind the screw, he clocked a look of disgust on the man's face. 2 more men appeared from the wings. They also wore prison officers' uniforms, but were burlier than the guy with the clipboard. They pulled Joe roughly from the van, each man taking one of his elbows. Instinctively, Joe wrestled away from them. He was rewarded with a solid truncheon blow in the stomach that knocked the wind from his lungs and bent him double as he was dragged across the yard, his bare heels scraping painfully against the rough tarmac, and into a single-storey brick building, the armed police following some 5 metres behind. This first building was little more than a waiting room, 5 lines of brown plastic chairs and an old vending machine in one corner. There was a door on the far wall, and Joe's 2 guards pushed him through it. In a weird way, the room he found himself in reminded him of the armoury back at Hereford. It wasn't big, maybe 8 metres by 5, and there was a long counter with an open doorway into another room behind. There was a desktop computer on the counter, next to which Joe saw what looked like a webcam and a small flatbed scanner. On the wall behind the counter was a laminated poster entitled "Coping with Prison." At the far end of the room, there was a third doorway, this one closed by a heavy metal door studded with bolts and with 2 keyholes. Apart from Joe and his 2 guards, the only other person in the room stood behind the counter. He wore a ginger moustache and the bored expression of a clock-watching official. He said 3 words: belt, shoelaces, watch. Then he looked over the counter and saw Joe's bare feet and lack of belt. "Watch," he corrected himself. Joe gave him a dark look and didn't move. His hands were still tied behind his back. How the fuck was he supposed to do anything? The thin screw with the clipboard entered. He took one look at the situation, then nodded at the man behind the counter, who produced a pair of wire cutters and handed them over. "We know who you are," the thin screw said to Joe in a reedy Cockney accent. "Let's not do anything stupid, eh?" "I want to see my son." "Tough shit." With one squeeze of the cutters, Joe's hands were free. Distance to the exit, 5 metres. 2 guards, thin screw, ginger moustache. He could put these 4 guys down with his bare hands, but he didn't know what was waiting for him outside. He didn't move. "Watch." Joe removed his watch, but kept his eyes on the Jobsworth with the moustache. When he placed it on the counter, he saw the man's face change. Joe looked down at his own hands. His right hand, his knife hand, was blood red, from the fingertips to an inch above the wrist. There was spatter all the way up his arm. "Empty your pockets," the man said, his lip curled with disgust. Joe's eyes flickered to the left. The two guards were standing 3 meters away, one with his arms folded, the other tapping his truncheon lightly against his right leg. To his right, the thin screw was scribbling something on the clipboard. Joe could hear the sound of his pencil on the paper. "Pockets?" Joe could smell the tobacco on the breath of the man behind the counter. He noticed a signet ring on the little finger of his right hand and dirt under the fingernails. "Come on. I haven't got all fucking night." Joe pulled a £5 note and a handful of change from the front pocket of his jeans. From the back pocket he removed a folded piece of paper. For a moment he didn't know what it was, but then he remembered Connor's picture, the one his lad had given him in his bedroom back home. "You're not having this," Joe muttered, making to put it back in his jeans. The thug with the truncheon didn't hesitate. The second blow was even more violent than the first, and Joe felt the paper being ripped from his hands, even as he bent double with pain. It took 5 seconds to grab his breath. When he straightened up, he saw that the man with the moustache had unfolded the paper. With a malicious glint in his watery eyes, he tore it in two, then in two again. Something snapped in Joe. He hurled himself at the counter, grabbing the officer by his greasy ginger hair and slamming his head down so that it smashed against the counter. The guy cried out. When he stood up again, blood was flowing from his nostrils, and he had his hand pressed to his face. Vaguely aware that the thin screw with the clipboard had run from the room at the first sign of trouble, Joe turned to the two guards. They were edging away from him, the thug with the truncheon holding it forward threateningly like a sword. Joe was ready to jump them, but at that moment the armed police officers burst in. Total confusion. 4 of them, MP5s, dug into their shoulders, shouting at the tops of their voices, "Hit the ground! Hit the fucking ground!" Joe dropped to his knees, his hands raised, fully expecting the brutal kicks that his two guards now delivered to the side of his stomach with their heavy black boots. The thin screw reappeared behind the armed police, watched for 30 agonizing seconds before saying, "Stop!" The 2 prison guards straightened up, leaving Joe in a pile on the floor. The silence that followed was broken only by the pained swearing of the guy with the ginger moustache. As he tried to stem the flow of blood from his nose, he staggered backward through the door behind the counter and out of sight. The thin screw gave a nod to one of the ARU. They lowered their weapons and withdrew to the entrance. "Stand up." Joe stood. "Look, pal," the screw said. "In 20 minutes' time, you'll either be in a cell or in the hospital wing. The duty nurse is 6'3" and called Albert. Lovely bloke. Family man. It's a very funny thing, but last time he had a wife-beater in there, another inmate managed to stab the little shit with a dirty needle while Albert's back was turned. Cunt got a nice case of Hep C off of it. Now, I might be wrong, but I reckon someone who just killed his missus could find Albert's got his back turned on him, too." "I didn't kill her," Joe muttered, his voice hoarse. "Save it for the beak, pal. Now take the rest of your fucking clothes off before we give Albert something to ignore." Joe blinked stupidly up at him. "What the fuck?" "Clothes," barked the screw. "Off, and don't look at me like that. There's plenty of faggots on the block, but we've all got wags to suck us off at home. Your arsehole's safe on this side of the door." Joe stood up slowly. Without taking his gaze from the screw, and aware that everyone in the crowded room, the 2 guards, the thin screw, the 4 armed police by the door, were watching him, he stripped, then stood up straight. "All right, E-man, turn round." Joe turned. "Squat." Joe didn't move. "Squat." Joe squatted. "Cough." He did as he was told. "All right, you're clean. Put your fucking trousers back on. Just so as you know, we've got a nasty habit of asking you to do that whenever we feel like it. Remember that if you get tempted to keister or anything." Joe pulled his jeans back on, then felt himself being yanked towards the counter. The guy with the bloody nose was still missing. Another screw, bald and thick-set, had emerged from the room behind the counter. "Hand," he said, and pointed to the scanner. Joe stretched out his blood-stained hand. The guy grabbed him by the wrist and looked at his palm. He didn't seem at all bothered by the gore, other than to say, "Too much blood, won't work, give me the other one." The next thing Joe knew, His clean hand was palm downwards on the scanner bed, and the fluorescent white strip was moving from top to bottom under the glass. "What is it?" he demanded. "Biometric ID," the screw said proudly, as he held up the webcam, looked at the screen and pressed the button. "Matches your palm print to your face. Course, clever bloke like you won't be thinking of no funny business." He seemed to find this amusing and grinned at the others. The thin screw started talking. "My name's Sowden," he said. "You call me Gov, and you do what I tell you. Trust me, sunshine, you've heard it all, seen it all. You want a quiet life? Put your head down and do as you're told." Joe had zoned out. Sowden continued talking, a list of rules and regulations, something about a lawyer and remand custody. His words barely registered. The bald man handed Joe a bundle of beige clothes, then took a set of keys, walked round to the other side of the counter, and opened up the heavy metal door. It was a good 8 inches thick, with 2 sets of internal locking bolts, each at least 3 inches in diameter. Joe felt himself being nudged through the door. He found himself in what felt like a cell, 3 meters by 3, with an identical metal door on the opposite wall. The 2 prison guards and Sowden joined him, leaving the ARU in the reception area. The door clanged shut behind them. Joe heard the bolts closing. 30 seconds passed before the second door opened. Another screw was there, his keys attached to his belt by a length of cord. Joe's guards pushed him out into the corridor beyond, and the door was locked behind him. The corridor had yellow-painted concrete walls and bright strip lighting. After 15 meters, it led to a second set of double security doors, then to another courtyard half the size of a football pitch and surrounded by imposing brick buildings 4 stories high. Even though it was still night, the sky was bathed in light. Joe had the sense that the whole exterior was lit by floodlights. Every window he could see had bars over it. He counted 4 prison guards circling the courtyard, each with a German shepherd on a lead. One of the dogs looked in his direction, its ears flattened. His handler yanked its lead sharply and continued to circle the courtyard. The building to which the guards led Joe was on the opposite side of the courtyard at his 10 o'clock. This time they passed through a single security door, which Sowden carefully locked behind them. They were in a small annex with a sign on the opposite wall, Category A. "You said remand," Joe muttered. "We've been advised you're a flight risk. You're under observation. Do yourself a favour and keep your head down." Joe opened his mouth to argue. He didn't get the chance. "Give me any more trouble, fella, I'll stick you with the fucking Irish. I reckon they make short work of a nice army lad like you. Trust me, mate, you're better off with Hunter." Joe didn't ask who Hunter was. He figured he'd find out soon enough. The block Sowden and the 2 guards led him to consisted of 3 landings, each with a set of security bars at intervals of 15 meters, and lined with solid metal doors with shuttered peepholes every 7 or 8 meters on either side. Joe's guards led him to the 3rd door on the right of the ground floor landing. One of them rapped on the door, 3 heavy thumps, then unlocked it. "In," said Sowden. Joe entered. He had no other option. The cell door clanged shut behind him. He found himself in almost total darkness. Silence. In the corridor outside, he heard the rattling of a set of security bars dissolve into nothing. Silence again. Joe realized his muscles were tense. He didn't know who this guy Hunter was or why he was here. But he did know that he couldn't afford to display a moment of weakness in front of whatever fucking maniac he was banged up with. He expected Hunter to be in the bottom bunk. That, he knew, was where the dominant cellmate traditionally installed himself. Joe considered pulling him out and forcing him to the top to show he didn't intend to take any shit. But before he could do anything, there was a voice.
"Ain't someone been a bad boy?"
A nauseating sound somewhere between a giggle and a snort. Joe peered through the darkness, trying at once to see his cellmate and work out what his voice said about him. Hunter sounded older than Joe, probably in his 50s, London accent, east, not south, probably white. He didn't sound very hard, quite the opposite, almost effeminate, and it was clear he was already occupying the top bunk.
Very bad boy to end up with old Hunter.
Joe managed to pick out some dark shapes in the room. A table along the right-hand wall with a small TV on top. A set of bunk beds along the left. The outline of a window at the far end, about 1 metre square, and with the shadows of 6 metal bars just visible. A toilet at the near end, with a tiny sink next to it. A wardrobe to his right. The cell smelled of bleach. Joe installed himself on the bottom bunk.
A bad, bad boy to end up in here with me.
The voice persisted. It had a sing-song lilt to it. The voice of a man doing what he could to sound like a child. Joe had a flashback of another voice, so far away but with the same rhythmic sing-song. American motherfucker, American motherfucker. You speak again, Joe said, his voice level. I'll break every bone in your fucking body. His cellmate sniggered, then fell silent. 5 minutes later, Joe heard the deep breathing of sleep. As for Joe, it still didn't matter if he kept his eyes open or closed. Either way, he relived the night's events over and over, like a film loop in his head, like a knife being stabbed into his own guts, withdrawn and then thrust in again. Just as he had done to Caitlin. He could hardly bear to think of it, and yet he couldn't think of anything else. And in another corner of his brain, questions. The sortie through the minefield that had killed Ricky. Was that just an accident? Or had they been manoeuvred into position? But manoeuvred by who? The Americans? Was the car that had tried to run him over anything to do with it? The driver hadn't looked American. Middle Eastern, if anything. And the intruders in the Soko suits who tried to make it look as if he killed Caitlin before committing suicide. Who were they? How had they tracked him down? No one knew he was there. It all led back to that night in Abbottabad. He was sure of it. And if whoever was behind all this had had their way, Connor would be dead too. The sick, distraught, unreal feeling that was running through his body grew stronger. He didn't give a fuck what the Yanks were trying to hide. As far as he was concerned, they could have nuked the compound and good fucking riddance. But who could he tell? Who would listen? He was surrounded by the impenetrable walls of a Cat A prison. There wasn't a single person in the world that he could trust. A chill fear started to descend on him. He counterattacked with thoughts of revenge. Somehow, he told himself, someone was going to pay. It was not the grey light of morning seeping through the barred window of the cell that roused Joe from his open-eyed trance, nor was it the rustling and heavy breathing from the top bunk. It was the rattling noise from the corridor outside, and the subsequent scrapes and shouts of the prison population waking up. He turned onto his side and faced the wall. A minute later, the overhead rustling stopped, and he was aware of his cellmate getting ready to climb down. Joe slowly turned. He took in the details of the cell. The textured beige tiles on the floor that wouldn't have looked out of place in the changing rooms of a public swimming pool. The exposed pipes running along the bottom of the wall opposite, their grey paint peeling. The graffiti scribbled on the wall, detailing the names of inmates past and present who were cocksuckers, motherfuckers and cunts. His cellmate climbed down and stood beside him. He was in his 50s. He wasn't much more than 5 foot tall and had a pasty, pallid, jowly face with thin, moist lips that looked like they were permanently on the edge of laughter. He wore brown trousers and an open-neck shirt, presumably the prison uniform. One of the buttons was missing, and the hair on his fat stomach protruded through the gap. His thin greying hair was combed over to make it look thicker, and he wore unfashionable black-rimmed glasses with lenses so thick that they slightly distorted his eyes. A smell wafted off the man, a musty, pungent, unwashed odour. The wall behind him was covered with magazine centrefolds, not the beaver shots Joe was used to in military installations, where the tits-only rule was regularly disobeyed, but brightly coloured pictures of pop star kids, not much older than Connor. Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus. Joe felt sick. He looked back at the guy. He had 2 thin scars just below his jugular, raw enough for Joe to deduce that they had been recently sustained.
"They ain't given me a little friend for ages," said the man.
His eyes lingered on Joe's torso for a few seconds before noticing his unfriendly look, but it didn't seem to worry him much. He smiled at Joe and walked over to the toilet at the end of the bed. Joe donned his khaki shirt to the sound of his cellmate pissing thunderously against the steel pan.
"Hunter's the name,"
he said over his shoulder.
4 years. Won't bother you with the details. Sure you'll find out. The ladies here do love a little gossip."
He sniggered again before turning around, with his dick still on show, licking his lips slightly, then zipping up his fly and continuing,
"So, what's a nice boy like you doing in a place like this?"
Something exploded inside Joe. The force with which he grabbed Hunter and thrust him up against the door was enough to make the door itself echo. The smarminess instantly disappeared from Hunter's flabby face. He looked like he might cry. "You even speak to me," Joe breathed. "I'll see to it that you get another pair of scars on the other side of your neck, only these ones won't heal up so pretty. Got it?" Hunter nodded. When Joe let go of him, he didn't move, but stared at him, a frightened rabbit. There was the sound of the door being unlocked. It opened a couple of inches. Hunter looked like he was about to say something, but then he thought better of it. He disappeared from the cell, leaving the door ajar. Joe kicked it closed, then stood at the sink. He turned on the tap, and the trickle of scalding water ran out. Caitlin's blood had dried to his hands. He had nothing to scrub it off, apart from the hot water and his own fingernails. He started slowly, scraping hard at his palm and the back of his hand, but the stain refused to budge. After 2 minutes, he was soaping his skin in a kind of frenzy. Pink water ran into the steel sink. He watched it circling down the plug hole. But his skin remained stained pink. He couldn't get it off, and as he rubbed harder, he started to feel dizzy. He was on the floor, his head in his wet hands. "Looks like our new celebrity's feeling sorry for himself." Joe looked up sharply. There was a screw standing over him, no older than 30 but with a thick head of white hair, and almost as broad-shouldered as he was. He looked at Joe's dripping hand. "Shower block's the place for that." Joe breathed deeply to calm himself. There was no point making an enemy of yet another screw. He stood up. "Where is it?" The white-haired screw shook his head. "Too late. Breakfast." "I'm not hungry." "Word of advice. You might be on remand, but this isn't the fucking Ritz, and you don't get to choose what you do or when you do it. Now get to the dining hall before I stick you in the fucking segwing." Joe stood up. He wiped his wet hands on his prison clothes. The remaining blood smeared over them, but at least his right hand was relatively clean now. He said nothing, but followed the screw out of his cell. The dining hall was in the adjacent block. Joe could smell it from the exercise yard, the cabbagey odour of mass-produced food that reminded him of the cookhouse at Barracks and Catterick in his recruit company days. The hall itself was filled with row upon row of trestle tables and benches. Joe noticed immediately that they were fixed to the floor, with a 4-metre-wide gangway up the middle. The room was brightly lit by glaring strip lights hanging from the high ceiling, and it was crowded. He estimated that there were close on 700 men in there. At the far end was a serving area where a line of hot plates were manned by 6 inmates. Joe assumed the door behind the hot plates led to a kitchen, and he stored that information away, Kitchens, he knew, were good sources of hardware. Provisions and waste moved in and out of them. The remnants of a queue, maybe 15 or 20 people, snaked down the gangway, and Joe counted 15 screws standing with their backs to the wall at regular intervals around the edge of the hall. "All yours," said the white-haired screw before leaving the dining hall. Joe felt eyes on him as he walked up the gangway, and it was only then that he twigged what the screw had called him back in the cell, our new celebrity. Had word of what had happened really leaked out so fast? Joe's definite impression was that it had. As he walked towards the serving hatch, he found himself picking out sets of eyes, staring at him as he went. A thick-set, shaven-headed man with inked-up forearms. A skinny, weaselly-looking guy with round glasses and a weak chin. A young Asian lad, his face covered with wisps of bum fluff. Hunter, sitting on his own at a table well apart from the others, a dedicated screw standing over him as he chewed slowly and watched Joe with bright eyes. There was an immense echoing hubbub in the dining hall. Maybe it was just Joe's imagination, but the conversation seemed to lull at the tables he passed. He joined the end of the queue. It had gone down to 10 people now. The final 3 had their backs to the serving area and were watching him approach. They were bulky men, all with jet black hair and green eyes. They looked like they might be brothers. There was a pause of 30 seconds before one of them spoke. His hair was brill-creamed back, and he had a pasty, unhealthy face. He stank of cigarettes. "You are a new army boy?" he asked. He had a thick Ulster accent. When Joe didn't reply, he continued. "Always a pleasure to welcome a brave lad like you." He didn't sound like Joe's presence gave him any pleasure at all. His 2 companions gave Joe a menacing stare. 2 years in the province meant Joe could spot a crew of PIRA hoods from a mile off. Even back in the day, the majority of these lads were more interested in republicanism as a front for their criminal activities, drugs, long firms, contraband booze and smokes, you name it, than anything else. Their criminality hadn't disappeared with the Troubles, so it was hardly surprising to run into their type in a place like this. And though the politicians liked to pretend that the days of antagonism were at an end, Joe knew that was bullshit. The British Army were the bad guys in vast swathes of Northern Ireland. The SAS even more so. If these lads found out he was regiment, they'd be almost duty-bound to have a crack at him. "Not looking for any trouble, fellas," Joe said quietly. "You hear that, boys?" the other guy sneered. "He's not looking for any trouble." His mates laughed, and the queue shuffled up a couple of places. "Well, you never know, army boy," the guy continued. "Maybe it'll come looking for you." An unpleasant smile crossed his lips. "A filthy Brit and a beast in the same cell. It's like Christmas came early." He turned his back on Joe. "Course, if you don't want every Tom, Dick and Harry having a pop at you each time you leave your cell. There's ways and means, army boy." "What are you talking about?" It's just a matter of keeping in with the right people. People with clout, who can protect you." Joe sneered. "You?" he asked. "Well now, that's your choice, army boy. That's your choice." 2 minutes later, a member of the kitchen staff was spooning rubbery scrambled eggs into one of the compartments of a tin tray, baked beans into another. The table Joe sat at was 3 rows down from the serving area and populated solely by black prisoners, 8 of them, 4 along each side. The guy closest to Joe had elaborate patterns shaved into the side of his head, but his face was a lot less pretty than his haircut. He wore a vest, and the muscles in his arms were enormous and well-defined. He had black tattoos on his dark skin. As Joe sat down, the man pushed his food tray away and turned to stare at him. Joe concentrated on his food, but he felt every part of his body enter a heightened state of alertness. He could sense the potential for violence in the air, and he gripped his plastic fork more firmly than he otherwise might have done. Not much of a weapon, but all he had. If he splintered it, he could wreck an eye, at the very least. "Stand up!" Joe had barely forced down a couple of mouthfuls of his unwanted food when Sowden, the tall, thin screw from the previous night, walked up to him. "Follow me," he said. Why? All the black prisoners were watching the exchange in silence. "Because I told you to." And then, perhaps remembering Joe's outburst the night before, he added, "Your lawyer's here." "I don't have a lawyer." "You do now." Joe wasn't sad to leave the dining hall. It felt like a war waiting to happen in there. Sowden led him into the courtyard for the second time that morning, towards another prison block, and into a small room with nothing in it but a table and 2 chairs. A woman was sitting at the table. She was dressed in a 2-piece business suit and had her brown hair arranged in a bun. Not a looker, and her face was pinched, unfriendly, and covered in a thick layer of foundation. As the door was locked behind Joe, she nodded at the spare chair on the opposite side of the table, but she failed to catch his eye. Joe sat. The woman pushed a copy of the Times across the table. "You'd better read that," she said, in a slightly hostile Scottish accent, sounding as though her mind was elsewhere. "Page 5. Joe wasn't sure he wanted to, but he navigated past the front page and a picture of Princess Anne on page 3. He pretty soon wished he hadn't. He had no idea where they'd got the pictures from. There was one of Caitlin that he recognised as being the photo her dad kept on his mantelpiece in Epsom. It was about 5 years old, taken at Christmas. She had a smile on her face and was wearing a scarf Joe had bought for Connor to give her. The mere sight of it made him feel hollow. Next to the picture of Caitlin was one of him, taken the day he'd been awarded the MC for bravery in Iraq, having pulled a couple of wounded Yanks from the debris of a roadside bomb while under fire from insurgents. There was no image of Connor. He read the caption above the pictures: "Partner of Afghanistan hero found murdered." He looked up at the lawyer. She was studying papers in a file on her lap, almost as if he wasn't there. Looking back at the paper, he continued to read. Northern Ireland-born mother of 1, Caitlin O'Donnell, 36, has been found brutally murdered in a remote cottage near Berwick-upon-Tweed. A police spokesman confirmed early this morning that her partner, Sergeant Joseph Mansfield, of 2nd Battalion, the Parachute Regiment, is currently assisting the police with their inquiries. Sergeant Mansfield would recently return to the UK from Afghanistan, where it is thought he was considered unfit for active service. The Ministry of Defence has declined to comment. Statistics released by the MOD suggest that troops returning from Iraq and Afghanistan are 10 times more likely to suffer the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder than those who remain at home. Joe threw the paper to one side. PTSD? He remembered Ricky. He tried not to think about his own behaviour, but he knew how easy it would be for the fuckers to slap that label on him. Clearly they can't say outright that you did it for legal reasons, said the lawyer. I didn't do it. The lawyer finally looked at him. You're on remand, Sergeant Mansfield. Do you understand what that means? You've been arrested on suspicion of murder, which means you're not eligible for bail until you come to trial, which could take anything up to a year. My name's Jacqueline Thomas. I've been assigned to your case, and I'm... Where's Connor? I understand he's being looked after by his paternal grandfather. Sergeant Mansfield, I'm going to recommend from the get-go that you don't attempt to... I didn't do it, Joe said, keeping his voice quiet. There was a pause. Jacqueline Thomas's eyes flickered towards the door, and Joe could tell she was wondering whether to call in the guard from outside. She obviously decided against it, and continued as though Joe hadn't said anything. A plea of diminished responsibility could reduce the charge to manslaughter. I didn't do it. The lawyer laid her file on the table, removed her glasses and looked him in the eye. "Fine," she said in a neutral voice. "Perhaps you'd like to tell me what happened last night." Joe closed his eyes. The horror flashed back into his mind. The knife entering Caitlin's body, the noose, Connor's scream. When he opened his eyes 5 seconds later, he saw that his hand was shaking again. The lawyer made a show of noticing it too. One eyebrow shot up meaningfully. "Sergeant Mansfield?" she pressed. He stared at her. Unbidden, another image returned to him. Dom Fletcher, his OC, asking if any of them had breached SOPs. The way his gaze had lingered for a fraction of a second on Joe. "Who sent you?" She blinked. "I told you I've been assigned to your—" Joe made an impatient tutting sound. Why the fuck should he trust this woman? Why should he trust anyone? "I want to go back to my cell," he said. "You can't do that. You're looking at life without parole, Sergeant Mansfield. As your designated legal counsel, I'm obliged to advise you that we request a full psychiatric evaluation, and that we do it immediately." "Shut up!" Joe roared at her. "Just fucking shut up!" He could feel himself losing it, feel his whole body shaking with anger. He could see Ricky looking at him across the minefield, Caitlin's face as the knife entered. He was on his feet, banging on the door with his fists, vaguely aware that the woman behind him was shouting for help. The guards were there, barking at him, restraining him. And 10 minutes later, Joe was back in his cell, trembling, his breath jerky, cold sweat soaking his body. Hunter stared at him like he was a lunatic. He was sitting cross-legged on the top bunk. The TV was on, some fucking Noel Edmonds game show. Behind him, Joe heard the sound of a key in the cell door. He kept his back to the door, breathing deeply, trying to regain control of himself. "Lock up till 12:30, fella," Hunter said nervously. Joe stepped forward and switched off the TV. No complaint. Hunter clearly knew what was good for him. Joe lay on the bottom bunk. Perhaps emboldened by the fact that Joe hadn't threatened violence, he spoke again. "I can sell you some snout," he said. His voice had taken on a wheedling tone. "Pay me back when you get—" "What's that?" A huge din had erupted outside. Shouting, clattering. Joe jumped up and strode towards the window. He opened it was grimy and smeared, and looked through the bars onto the exercise yard. Approximately 20 inmates had walked out into it. Without exception, they had their hands in their pockets and their heads down. None of them spoke to anyone else, and everyone ignored the din. It came, so far as Joe could tell, from the windows that overlooked the exercise yard, of which there had to be almost 50. He could see hands emerging from the windows, grabbing the bars and rattling them. Amid the chaos of shouting, he heard 2 words repeated: "Beast!" and "Nonce!" "I saw you talking to Finch." Hunter's voice was slightly strained, as if he wanted to distract Joe from what was going on outside. Joe closed the window, the noise deadened slightly, and turned back to him. "Who's Finch?" he demanded. "He's from Northern Ireland." Joe remembered the man in the breakfast queue. "Give you a word of advice for free," said Hunter. "What?" "Finch thinks he's top dog. Least he wants other people to think that, but he can't touch Hennessy. Don't matter where he is." "Who the fuck's Hennessy?" "He's in the seg wing," Hunter said. "Solitary. Often is. Reckon he prefers it that way. Don't stop him running the place." "What do you mean?" "You think the screws are in charge here?" Hunter snorted dismissively. "That's bullshit. Hennessy's in charge. Ain't afraid of nothing or nobody, up to his eyes in drugs and killings when he was on the outside. Done 3 murders since he's been banged up. Knows he ain't never getting out." "Who did he kill?" "Scoobies wouldn't give him his own cell up in Hull when he got banged up. Bumped his cellmate off first night he was in. Smashed the bloke's skull against the wall, that's what I heard. Done it another 2 times before they give him his own room."
Fucking stupid, some of these screws, if you ask me. Anyway, what Hennessy says goes. Even the Scoobies do what he tells them, and there ain't a single inmate won't follow his orders. Except Finch and his crew, of course. But they'll learn. He's a clever bastard, Hennessy, on top of everything else. Sly, knows how to make things work for himself. Another pause. Hunter started examining his fingernails. Does he get visitors? The more information Joe could get on this Hennessy, the better. Why are you so interested? Joe gave him a dangerous look. All right, Hunter said quickly. There's a woman, at least that's what I heard, comes in once a month. Scoobies let them hook up, dunno where. Know her name? No. Anyone else get the same treatment? Hunter shook his head. Special privileges. Word is, the only thing that's stopping Hennessy's lot rioting is his says-so. Take away his privileges. He made a sign with his hands, like a bomb going off. Like I say, clever bastard, knows how to fix things. Course, he added quietly, it's because of Hennessy that I'm not in the seg-wing with the others. What others? The others that are in here for the same as me. The sex cases? Another sniff. If that's what you want to call us. Got the Scoobies in his pocket, ain't he? Knows he'll never get us all out into the general prison population, so he's doing us one by one. Last fella they done in the showers. Cut him to ribbons, his dick and all. Broke both his arms. Didn't kill him, though. Dunno why. Young lad. Nice fella. He sniffed again. I'm next. They already had a go, didn't they? The train tracks on your neck. Ooh, you been eyeing me up? Joe immediately stepped forward and grabbed the disgusting little nonce by his hair. Hunter squealed like a frightened girl. What did they use? Joe hissed. A shiv. What the fuck's a shiv? A weapon, the nonce babbled. Homemade. The block's full of them. Joe let go of his hair in disgust. How did they make it? He demanded. The one that done me? I think it was a toothbrush they used. 2 razor blades super-glued to the end. Hunter scrambled up into a kneeling position, then made a swiping gesture with his right hand. His eye burned brightly as he did it, but when his imaginary slice was complete, he shuddered and put his fingers to his neck as though reliving the pain. But they done me with a power cord off the telly once, too. Blades tied to it. He made a whipping gesture to explain how that worked. A frown crossed his face. Reckon they're playing with me. You know, like cats and mice. You got a shiv of your own? Hunter shook his head timidly. The Scoobies don't want me to defend myself, he said. They search me more than the others. But Joe had immediately noticed the way his eyes darted towards the wall behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus grinning back. Joe marched over to the posters and was about to rip them from the wall when Hunter spoke quietly. Don't do that, fella. Joe's hand stopped, inches from the top of Justin Bieber's gay haircut. Hunter looked anxiously over at the locked door, then carefully peeled back the blue tack, fixing the bottom corner of Miley Cyrus to the wall so that Joe could see the back of the poster. There were 2 strips of masking tape, each about 2 inches long, stuck to the shiny paper. Underneath each strip, Joe could see the outline of a razor blade. I won't go to the showers, he admitted. I wash in here. Reckon this is where they'll try to do me when the time comes. Hunter lowered the poster and stuck the blue tack to the wall again. He waddled back to his ladder and climbed up into the top bunk. His lips spread, fat and toad-like, as he watched Joe return to his own bunk. Did the other inmates see newspapers? Joe said. Course, if they pay for them. What do you want, page 3? Joe didn't answer. All he really wanted was to find out if the rest of the prison population had access to the article about him. It seemed they did. There's blow, said Hunter. He sounded desperate, as if he was trying to get on Joe's good side. If you know where to get it.
But Joe didn't want drugs. He didn't want tobacco. And he didn't want anything to do with the man he was sharing a room with. If Hennessy's boys felt the need to do Hunter, they were welcome to him. All Joe wanted was to get out of this stinking, scum-infested shithole. Or failing that, to protect himself. He had access to 2 razor blades and nothing else. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. Chapter 10. It had been a good shift, Eva Buckley thought to herself. Tiring, but good. She'd been on since midnight, working from her desk in Scotland Yard. Things had been quiet. She'd not been called anywhere or hassled by anyone. For a lowly, overworked DI such as herself, that was unusual, but it had meant she could spend the night dealing with the paperwork that had been piling up over the past couple of weeks. And anyway, she found herself less inclined to put herself on the front line these days. Maybe it was the first sign of growing old. Now she was winding down with a latte and a blueberry muffin in Starbucks at Victoria Station. At least that was the idea. But now the latte was cold, the muffin uneaten. and there was no doubt about it. The day had just taken a turn for the worse. She read the article in the Times for the third time, grinding her molars absent-mindedly, as was her habit. And then her eyes returned to the picture of the fresh-faced young soldier, slightly blurred and spotted with age, that she recognized so well. Sergeant Joseph Mansfield of 2nd Battalion, the Parachute Regiment, is currently assisting the police with their inquiries, the report said.
"Joe?" she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. Eva looked up, seeing but not registering the crowd of Japanese tourists that had just flooded into Starbucks. She was trying to work out when she'd last seen him. 10, 11 years ago? The afternoon of Millennium Eve. It should have been a happier occasion than it was. Her mum and dad, who still lived in Lady Margaret Road, Hounslow, where Eva and Joe had grown up, were having a get-together. All the old faces. Joe had shown up with his Irish girlfriend. She was beautiful and graceful. Everything Eva had hoped she wouldn't be. Eva looked back down at the paper. If anyone had asked her, she'd have pretended she couldn't remember the girl's name. But she could, of course. How many times had she wondered whether Joe had talked to Caitlin about her? Had he explained that, growing up, he and Eva had been like brother and sister? Had Caitlin ever felt a twinge of jealousy? Had he ever had to explain that he'd never even so much as kissed her on the lips, no matter how much she'd wanted him to? Or had it never come up? Joe had stayed at the party an hour, then left. Eva had never heard from him again. She'd thought about him, though. God knows she'd thought about him. On his birthday, 22nd of April, she never forgot that. At Christmas. And when she was lonely and wanted to talk to her childhood friend. He'd been such a quiet boy, but none of their group took that as a sign of weakness. That was partly because of his dad. Reg Mansfield had a reputation. Now that Eva was in the job, she knew his type well enough. A bit of door work, always happy to earn a few quid roughing up some poor sod who owed a couple of weeks' rent or hadn't paid their bar bill. Brought his work home with him, too. Joe's mum had the bruises on her face to prove it. Sometimes she'd make a go at camouflaging them with a bit of cheap foundation, but most of the time she didn't bother. It was no secret in Lady Margaret Road that Roberta Mansfield's biggest concern was where her next bottle of vodka was coming from. You didn't often see her sober, though best not to mention this in front of Joe. Reg eventually got out of his depth when he found himself caught up in an armed robbery that went wrong. Eva had never got to the bottom of it, mainly because it was something Joe would never talk about. All she knew was that there had been a raid on a post office, during which a police officer who'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time had taken a hit. 2 days on life support and a widow's pension for his missus. Joe's dad hadn't fired the trigger, but that didn't stop him from receiving a 15 stretch. The scrubs, frankly, the best place for him. Joe couldn't have been more different from his dad. Eva remembered a time, just a month before that last blag, when they'd met at their usual hangout, the old bandstand in the recreation area at the end of Lady Margaret Road. It was winter time, and Joe's skin was flushed with anger. He was holding the knuckles of his right hand, and Eva saw that they were bleeding. At first he didn't want to tell her what had happened, but after a few minutes of cajoling, he gave in. His mum had been hitting the bottle. His dad had been hitting her. Joe had stepped in. It was a brave man that muscled up to Reg Mansfield, but Joe had done it and come out best. Eva remembered how she'd looked at him in a different light that night, how she'd realised that he was a teenager with a man's strength and a man's determination, realised that even though he'd grown up in a den of thieves, he knew right from wrong. She stared back at the article. Joe knew right from wrong. It was a surprise to everyone, Eva included, when he joined up at the age of 16. With his dad banged up, and his mum now a slave to the bottle,
Nobody really believed he could make anything of his life. But Eva could tell, when he came back for his first home leave, that the life he'd chosen was the right one for him. The quiet, steely manner had intensified. When their loud-mouthed friends in the pub bragged and swaggered, Joe kept quiet. He didn't feel the need to big himself up. He didn't feel the need to do anything but watch. Apart from that one time. He'd been home for 2 weeks. Joe, Eva, and a few of their mates were drinking in the Hand and Flower, a local pub that turned a blind eye to the fact that they were all underage. Ashley Bamber had left school to become an apprentice mechanic. He'd been sinking pints of lager at twice the rate of any of the other guys and was growing leery with it. Joe, as usual, had sat in the corner, quietly watching. Then, just as last orders had been called, Ashley started coming on to Eva. There was nothing friendly and flirty about it. He groped her in front of everyone and said something filthy. For what seemed like the first time that evening, Joe had spoken. "Time to go home, Ash." Ashley had looked at him over his shoulder. "Knob off, action man," he'd said. "Just because you spent the last 3 months sucking the sergeant major's dick." They'd left then, all of them, embarrassed and awkward. Outside the Hand and Flower, however, Eva had watched as Joe grabbed Ashley by the arm and led him down the side of the pub and into the deserted beer garden. 2 minutes later, he returned alone. "He ever gives you any trouble again, you tell me," he said. She never found out what had happened in that beer garden. Joe wouldn't tell her. But Ashley never gave her any bother again, and whenever Joe was back home, he stayed away. It was thanks to Joe that Eva had joined the force. She'd half thought of joining the army like him, but her courage deserted her, and she'd decided to dedicate herself to a life of policing, thinking, maybe wrongly, that it was the softer option. She'd seen some things in her time. Rubbed shoulders with some nasty bastards who'd done some nasty things. She knew how they ticked, knew the kind of men and sometimes women that they were. And she knew Joe. Murder Caitlin? Eva no more believed him capable of that than herself. But then, war did things to people, or so she'd heard. Maybe the Joe Mansfield she'd grown up with was not the same one who would now be in remand custody awaiting trial. She closed the newspaper and pushed the cold coffee away from her before leaning her head against the back of the banquette and closing her eyes. She felt sick. Maybe it was because she was tired, or maybe it was because she didn't know what the hell to do. 2 minutes later, she was walking east up Victoria Street. Hundreds of workers from the surrounding area had emerged from their offices in search of an early sandwich. Eva battled against the tide, growing more and more anxious the closer she got to the yard. By the time she turned into Broadway and could see the revolving logo 50 meters away, she was out of breath. Eva worked out of an office on the 3rd floor, which she shared with 4 other colleagues. To her relief, it was empty. She hadn't even thought up an excuse for returning after her shift was over. They shared a single terminal of the police national computer, and it was to this terminal that she headed. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard as she sat down, but something stopped her from using her personal login. Every piece of activity on the PNC was logged, and searching for information not directly linked to an ongoing investigation was a sacking offence. But Eva had a workaround. One of her colleagues, a sleazy fat bastard by the name of Daniels, had been hitting on her a few months back. She'd found herself trapped in his office while he sang his own praises, clearly thinking that was how to worm his way into her underwear. He hadn't realised he'd left his log-in details in full view on his desk, or that Eva's memory was far better than his feeble pulling techniques. She'd stashed the login on her phone, never knowing when it would come in useful. Now was the time. She gained access to the database, and in less than a minute, she had the information she required. Barfield. That was where they were holding him.
Fuck me, Eva. Bit keen, isn't it?
Eva immediately shut down the screen she was looking at and spun round in the chair. A young, friendly DI called Frank was walking over to his desk and removing the leather jacket he always wore to motorcycle into work. She and Frank had gone out a couple of times about a year back, once to a film, once for a meal. He'd taken her home on the bike after the second date and hinted that he might come in for coffee. When Eva had said no, he'd taken it fine. No hard feelings. She hadn't let on that it was the closest she'd ever got to a relationship, and Frank had never mentioned it again. As colleagues, they rubbed along together just fine.
Just finished now,
said Eva, feeling her cheeks flushing. She stood up.
I'll see you, yeah?
Frank slung his biker's jacket over the back of his chair, raised one palm in farewell, and Eva hurried out. Her heart was thumping as she walked the corridors to the exit, avoiding the eyes of all the yard employees she passed in the hope that nobody would stop and talk to her. Nobody did. And as she sat on the tube from Victoria to Green Park, then headed west on the Piccadilly line, she was almost glad that she couldn't get a seat. She felt too anxious, too restless to sit. Eva was sufficiently clued up on prison regulations to know that a remand prisoner could receive visitors. Normally, it was enough just to phone 24 hours in advance, and she could get away without showing her face in the office, she reckoned. But as she locked herself into her cramped third-floor flat, all IKEA furniture and framed photos of her mum and dad, she found herself doubting the wisdom of making such a call. She knew Joe would be a high-profile, high-risk prisoner. Maybe the rules were different for him. Maybe she'd be causing him more harm than good if she tried to arrange a visit. All these thoughts spun around in her head as she sat on her futon sofa, staring at her phone. It was with a head full of confused misgivings that she finally called directories and requested a number in a quavering voice.
HMP Barfield, she said. London.
HMP Barfield? That's the prison? Asked the operator.
Yeah, the prison.
Chapter 11. During the night, the agony of Caitlin's death kept coming to Joe in vividly accurate flashbacks. Fear, too. It was a dark shadow on the edge of his mind. He was trapped, set up, and if anyone wanted to have another go at him, it would be easy. As it grew light, he realized he would soon have to go back to the dining hall. When the door was unlocked at 7:30, he decided to head straight there without saying a word to Hunter. But his path was blocked. Sowden, the screw who'd received him when he first arrived, was standing in the doorway.
"All right, Mansfield,"
he said.
"Hands flat against the wall. You too, Hunter."
It was a brisk but thorough search. Sowden patted down his arms, his legs, his torso, back and crotch.
"Go,"
he said shortly when he was satisfied Joe was clean.
"Your turn, Hunter."
Joe left them to it and made his way to breakfast. His senses were heightened, tuned in to any possible sign of danger, like he was in the field. Maybe the eyes that he felt burning into him weren't really following his progress towards the serving area. Maybe Finch, still surrounded by his crew at a table halfway along on the left-hand side, wasn't staring at him as he passed. Or maybe they all were. Joe ate everything he was given, shoveling alpen and rubbery eggs down his throat like he was filling a magazine with rounds, and gulping down a cup of hot, sweet tea. All around him he heard cons complaining about the food. Try a cold MRE after 3 days in the snow, he thought to himself. It took him no more than 3 minutes to get his breakfast down him, after which he headed straight back to his cell, intending to stay there till the next mealtime. No such luck. It was 10 a.m. when he heard the sound of truncheons banging against the doors of the corridor.
"Exercise,"
Hunter said from the top bunk.
"Fuck that," Joe replied. "Won't let you, fella. Everyone's got to go outside. 1/2 an hour. It's the rules."
Hunter was right. When Joe refused to leave his cell, 3 screws arrived to persuade him otherwise. He quickly decided it wasn't a battle worth fighting. A minute later, he was outside in the yard. It was a warm spring day. A third of the yard was in shadow, as the sun had not fully risen over the prison buildings. Joe scanned the inmates. There were 2 men walking on their own. They looked anxiously at the other cliques and groups who'd congregated in different areas. Were they nervous that they might be targets? If so, they were doing the wrong thing, keeping close to the walls. If anyone decided to close in on them, they'd have nowhere to run. Finch and his crew, Joe counted 7 of them now, were standing 10 meters away. In the opposite corner, 4 Middle Eastern-looking guys were talking. And there were several groups of black prisoners. And as always, the screws, 5 of them this time, patrolling the yard, but keeping their distance from any of the prisoners. Joe started walking, bisecting the yard, which meant passing within 3 meters of Finch. The crew from Northern Ireland fell silent as he approached. He'd cleared them by 2 meters when he sensed them closing in to follow him. He was practically in the center of the yard now, 25 meters to the nearest walls, 15 to the nearest screw, who'd obviously seen what was happening but keeping his distance. Joe stopped and turned. Finch was standing 2 meters away at the head of his crew, who were holding back slightly, looking menacing, but in a disorganized ragtag formation. "Enjoying the sunshine?" Finch gave him a crooked smile. "If you've got something to say, Finch, say it. Otherwise, take your goons and fuck off." Finch raised a sarcastic eyebrow as he looked round at his mates. "You hear that, lads? Goons, you are." The goons didn't look very amused. "You thought about what I said?" "Not really." Finch's face remained expressionless. "Here's the deal. You do something for me, I do something for you. Protection. It's worth more than money in this place, but you've got to earn it." From the corner of his eyes, Joe could see Hunter. He'd circled round the perimeter of the yard and was now at Joe's 2 o'clock staring at them. "You want to do Hunter, you do him yourself," Joe replied. "I don't provide muscle for the nutting squads." A look of suspicion crossed Finch's face. "Where did you learn so much about nutting squads, army boy?" He shrugged. "Nah, you can be sure one of us will look after the pedo. I'll take a knife to him myself if I can. I got someone else in mind." Finch looked to his right. "See the packers?" Joe followed Finch's gaze. The 4 Middle Eastern-looking guys he'd already noticed were now sitting cross-legged on the ground. They were deep in conversation, seemingly oblivious to anybody else around them. To Joe's eye, they didn't look Pakistani. Lebanese, maybe, or Syrian. "Got a thing about the packers?" "I don't think too much of the niggers, neither, but they're busy enough doing our work for us and fucking each other up. Now, the packers, they need proper cutting up, maybe more. Reckon you're the man for the job. It's what you army boys like to do, isn't it? Fuck with the towel heads." Fuck with the towel heads. He was back in Abbottabad, firing rounds into Romeo and Juliet. "Snap out of it," he told himself. "Fucking snap out of it." "Do your own dirty work," he said. "And you can shove your protection up your fat Irish arse." There was a silence. Joe was aware of a pigeon flapping down and settling on the ground 3 meters to his right. "Bad call," Finch whispered. "Bad call." He turned round to his cronies. "Looks like Rambo here's going the way of the nonces," he announced. Finch backed away and was immediately surrounded by his lads. The movement caused the pigeon to flap noisily up into the air and settle again between the bars of a second-floor cell window. "Be seeing you, army boy," Finch said, then turned and walked off. His crew joined him one by one, leaving Joe standing alone in the middle of the yard. Joe stepped away. His hatred of the PIRA was deeply ingrained. He turned his attention instead to his surroundings. It was second nature to him to look for an exit strategy, but nothing presented itself here. The walls were nearly 10 meters high and topped with barbed wire. Every window was barred, every door bolted. There was a reason why prison escapes were so rare. They were almost impossible. He paced the exercise yard. He circled it twice. Then he saw, 15 meters ahead, a man blocking his way. He wasn't tall, perhaps 5'8", but he was stocky, with slicked back grey hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He had a lit cigarette in his right hand and an old-fashioned wooden crutch under his left. Joe stuck out his chin. The two of them shared an unfriendly look for a full 10 seconds before he sidestepped the lame man and prepared to continue his circuit of the exercise yard. But there was another obstacle awaiting him. He could see in an instant what was happening. On the far side of the yard, 5 meters from the door through which the inmates had entered it, Finch was talking to two of the screws. At Joe's 9 o'clock, two of his crew had started arguing, one pushing the other in the chest and attracting the attention of the remaining 3 screws. It was a clumsy diversion, but it was working. 2 more of the guys from Northern Ireland were striding in the direction of the lame man, violence in their eyes. They were 3 meters from the inmate. Joe could see something shining in one of their fists. He acted almost without thinking. With a couple of strides, he was between the lame man and the newcomer. The 2 from Northern Ireland continued to bear down on him, but they soon regretted it. Joe grabbed the fist with the weapon in it, and with a single move twisted it as he brought his knee up into the pit of the man's stomach. He went down. Joe turned his attention to the second guy. There was no need. The man with the crutch was not so lame as he appeared. He'd lifted it into the air and swiped it solidly round the second assailant's head. The lad fell to the ground, so did the lame man, but not by accident. He knelt down and stabbed his lit cigarette into his attacker's left eye. The lad screamed. Suddenly screws were all around. It was the lame guy they surrounded, confiscating his crutch, grabbing him under his arm. "All right, Hennessy," one of them shouted. "Back to the fucking Segwing." "We didn't bother to change the sheets. Hope you don't mind," said the second screw. Before Joe knew what was going on, Hennessy was being marched across the courtyard. It didn't seem to bother the guy. He had a fiery glint in his eyes, and it was directed at Joe. He gave a nod of acknowledgement before he disappeared. Joe stepped away from the trouble as a medic rushed in. The whole exercise yard was suddenly awash with conversation as the other inmates started discussing loudly what had happened. All of them except Finch, who stood by the door with his back against the wall, looking at Joe with poisonous hatred. Eva was used to prisons. She was used to the smell of them and the noise. She was used to the way the inmates stared at her as she passed. In Holloway and other women-only clinks, the women would stare at her without even trying to hide their contempt. They could spot a pig a mile off. In male prisons, it was different. In these places, she was a woman before she was a cop, and the inmates leered at her, checking her up and down, their eyes lingering on her tits and arse without any attempt to hide what they were doing. Her first ever trip into a prison had been behind the thick, ancient walls of Maidstone to interview a convicted rapist in the hope that he might be able to give her a lead on a sex crime she was investigating. They'd been talking for 5 minutes before she realized he was jerking off under the table. But she'd never been as a visitor before, and there was something about the visitors' centre at Barfield that put her on edge. Maybe it was just this depressing waiting room, where the plastic chairs were lined around the edge, and the walls were covered in posters advertising counselling for families with a parent behind bars, or benefits for mums left on their own. Maybe it was the aggression steaming from the wives and girlfriends waiting to be admitted along with her. Eva counted 16 of them, all done up to the nines with wonder bras and lip gloss, like they were heading up west, but with eyes that flashed like flick knives any time they caught her looking at them. About half of these women had kids in tow. They were quiet, mostly. Eva wondered whether they were scared of their mums, scared of the prison, or scared of the dads they were here to visit. Or maybe her nerves stemmed from the prospect of seeing Joe again, in a place like this, at a time like this, when he wasn't even expecting her. She realized she was grinding her teeth and made an effort to stop. There were also 3 men waiting to visit. One of them was an elderly black man, the father of an inmate, Eva assumed. The second was a lad of about 17, wearing the standard uniform of a London rude boy, hooded top, baggy jeans, trainers, bling, cigarette behind his ear. He was chewing gum and pretending he was the only person in the room. Eva would have put money on there being a few lumps of hash wrapped in cling film in the bag at his feet. The third man seemed a little out of place somehow. He had dark skin, Asian maybe, or Middle Eastern, and wore a smart suit that looked elegant on his slim frame. He had a large hooked nose, slightly stooped shoulders, and looked quite serene as he waited for the screws, 2 male, 1 female, to call them forward. It was 2 p.m. exactly when they called the visitors to the reception desk at one end of the room, next to which there was a magnetic security arch leading further into the prison. There was a bit of jostling as the wives and girlfriends competed to be first in the queue. Eva found herself one place behind the Asian man, but in front of the 2 others. The queue moved very slowly. The female screw patted each woman down and asked them to empty their pockets, while the male officers stashed any bags or possessions into lockers behind the counter. More than once, Eva heard the woman explaining the regulations in bored tones to visitors. "You can take a maximum of £5 in change past security. Anything else you leave here. Come on, you know the drill." It took 20 minutes for the other women to disappear through the security arch, and for the Asian man in front of Eva to reach the counter. She'd already removed her bracelet and earrings and put them in her handbag and counted out £5 exactly to take through with her. Now, though, she was thinking of just walking out. She should have written to him instead, asked if she could come and see him, not just turned up. "What's this?" One of the male screws had been patting the Asian man down and was removing something from the pocket of his suit. "It is a book," said the man politely, as if he were not answering a stupid question. "You can take a maximum of—" The screw started to repeat the mantra. "It's only a book," the man protested mildly. "I am accustomed to carrying it with me at all times." But the screw wasn't having it. He flung the book onto the counter. Eva saw the words Holy Quran in gold letters on the leather cover. "Hand." "I beg your pardon. I need to scan your hand, all male visitors." As he spoke, the screw held up a webcam and took a picture of the Asian man before indicating the scanner on the counter. The Asian man looked uncomfortable, as though he was about to protest further. But then he thought better of it, gave the screw a nod of thanks, and disappeared through the security arch, by which time the female screw was patting Eva down and finding nothing but the £5 coins in her back pocket. Beyond the security arch, she found the other visitors waiting in a small holding room, a third the size of the one they'd just left. It stank like the perfume hall in Debenhams. Eva stood slightly apart from the others, next to the Asian man who was blinking calmly into space. The remaining 2 visitors and the 3 screws arrived a couple of minutes later. The female screw locked the door behind them before opening one on the opposite side of the room. The visitors were led across a deserted exercise yard and into a brown brick building on the other side. The visiting hall looked more like a daycare centre than a prison. It was large, probably 30 metres long by 20 wide, with strip lights hanging from the ceiling. Every couple of metres there were sets of 4 chairs, all fixed to the carpet-tiled floor. 3 of each set were yellow and 1 red. In the middle of one long wall was a serving hatch. As Eva entered the hall, the metal grate was being raised to reveal a couple of dinner lady types in plastic hairnets, 2 stainless steel tea urns, and behind them boxes of Kit Kats, Mars bars and crisps. There were another 4 screws in here, already patrolling the room. The door at the far end, which was clearly where the inmates would enter from, was locked. "All right, everyone," barked one of the screws. "Find yourselves a seat. Prisoners on the red, visitors on the yellow." The wives and girlfriends hustled forward. Clearly the seats nearest the serving hatch were the most sought after, and were filled in seconds. Eva took the one nearest the entrance, naively thinking that she could make a sharp exit if she wanted to, until she saw the female screw locking the door behind her. Then the woman nodded at one of her colleagues who had approached the entrance at the other end. The door opened. Men entered. Eva realized her palms were sweating as she watched them come in. These lags' faces looked eager. Some of them were even smiling as they hurried into the room. She looked at them all in turn as they peeled off from the other prisoners and headed to hug their women or their kids. At another time and place, the sight of these incarcerated men softening at the sight of their children might have caught Eva's heart. Not today. Today she hunted for the features she knew so well. And she couldn't see them. All the inmates had entered. Joe wasn't among them. Maybe she'd missed him. She stood up from her yellow chair and scanned the room again. There was the old black man sitting and talking quietly with a guy in his 30s who shared his features. Next to him, the Asian man was talking with 2 others who wore plain prison clothes but had their heads covered according to the rules of their religion. She was so distracted that she didn't see a final figure appear in the doorway. When she did notice him, she had the feeling he'd been staring at her for several seconds. Her eyes widened. She swallowed hard. He looked terrible. His face was covered in scabs, as though he'd been in some kind of accident, and he had a couple of days' dark stubble. He was leaner about the face than Eva remembered, but it was his eyes that shocked her the most. They were haunted, unfriendly, mistrustful. He didn't smile as he looked at her. In fact, his face barely registered any expression. And he didn't move. Eva felt Joe might have just stood staring at her for the duration of the visit, but the screw instructed him to walk into the room. He walked slowly, his face still set. A kid ran in front of him, but he barely seemed to notice. When he reached the little group of 4 chairs at which Eva was standing, he stopped. Still he didn't talk. "Inmates on the red!" shouted the screw from across the room. Joe sat down. Eva sat opposite him. "Hi," she said. Her voice cracked, so she swallowed, smiled, and tried again. "Hi." No reply. "It's Eva," she said. Joe looked around and beckoned to the female screw who was patrolling about 5 meters away. "I want to go back to my cell," he said. "Visiting time 1 hour. You go back then, no exceptions." The room was a hum of quiet conversation. About 10 people were queuing up at the hatch. "I could get you a coffee," Eva suggested, or some chocolate." "Why are you here?" Eva blinked in surprise. "Joe," she whispered. "Who sent you?" "Nobody sent me, Joe. It's me." She saw his eyes narrow as he looked briefly around the room. I saw..." Her voice cracked again. "I saw it in the paper." "I didn't kill her." He said it quietly, not much more than a whisper. For an instant his gruff, unfriendly voice sounded just like the kid she'd grown up with. "I know you didn't. I just thought I could help." Silence. "You want some No." The screw walked past. They sat in silence until he was out of earshot. "What happened?" Eva said. "Who did this?" He leaned forward. Eva did the same. For a moment she was back in Lady Margaret Road with him. "You expect me to believe that you just happened to get a sudden itch to see me after 10 years. You think my brains have dribbled out my fucking ears?
Joe!
I don't know who's got to you, Eva. The firm, someone else, but whoever sent you, you can tell them this from me. I don't care what happened in the compound, but I do care what happened to Ricky and Caitlin. You tell them that. You tell them if they think they can set me up for this, they got another thing coming. And when I'm out, I'm going to track them down and do something that is worth sending me down for.
Joe, I don't know what you're talking about. What compound? You're not making sense.
She looked around the room.
Are they taking care of you here? You know you're only on remand. They shouldn't be treating you like you're convicted.
She paused while Joe made a hissing sound from behind his teeth.
Have you seen a lawyer?
And then more quietly,
a doctor?
Joe stood up. Immediately 2 screws bore down on him. Red chair, one of them called across from 10 meters away, and everyone in the room turned to look at him. With a dark expression on his face, Joe sat down again. He didn't look at Eva, but stared into the middle distance. They sat like that in silence for 5 minutes. Eva found that she was holding back tears.
You're different,
she said finally. No reply.
Do you remember the last time we met at the bandstand? She whispered.
It had been a cloudy Saturday afternoon, 2 days before what Joe had called selection week, whatever that was. Joe had told her that he was applying to join a different regiment, a special regiment, he'd said. Eva hadn't known what he was talking about, though she had a good idea now. It would mean a lot of travel, staying away for months at a time, or leaving the UK at short notice. She'd made him promise to keep in touch, but he hadn't, not really. Their paths had diverged. An uncomfortable thought crossed Eva's mind. Maybe she didn't know Joe as well as she thought. Maybe the things he'd seen, the things he'd done, had changed him. She wondered how many people he'd killed in the line of duty. And she wondered if, once you'd killed one person, it was easier to kill the rest.
I'll get us some coffee, she said weakly.
And she stood up immediately because she knew Joe wouldn't give her any response. The queue was still long, which was a relief. It gave her time out. When she returned to the seating area 10 minutes later, Joe hadn't moved. He was staring into space. He didn't take the coffee, nor did he speak as Eva drank hers. I shouldn't have come, she said when she drained the dregs from a plastic cup. I'm sorry. You ever been in the jungle, Eva? He still didn't look at her, but he seemed to know that she'd shaken her head. Last time I was there, I spent 5 days lying on the jungle floor. Hard rations, mosquitoes, snakes, fuck knows what else. Had to piss and shit where I was. Didn't move more than half a meter in any direction. He turned to look at her, his eyes flat. You tell them that.
Tell who?
You tell them I can do my time better than any man alive. And when I'm done, when I'm out of here, I'm going to find out who they are. And...
Joe!
Eva knew that the tears were flooding her eyes now. He sounded paranoid. And what was it she'd read in the newspapers about soldiers coming back with their heads messed up? Maybe he really had lost it. Maybe he really had killed her.
Joe, she whispered, I don't know what you're talking about. Really, I don't.
But the conversation was over. Eva was left counting down the minutes until visiting was over. She made an awkward goodbye.
I still live in the same place, Dawson Street, if you need anything.
Joe didn't respond. The inmates and visitors divided into 2 groups, one standing by the door that led further into the bowels of the prison, the other by the exit that would take them back to the freedom of the outside world. And as the lags waved at their kids and wives and girlfriends across the open room, Joe stood by the door with his back to them. 10 minutes later, Eva was walking away from Barfield. The world was misty with tears. As she waited at the zebra crossing, she became aware of a man standing next to her. She recognized his suit, his stooped shoulders and his hooked nose, and she sensed that he was looking at her with interest. But Eva just kept her head down and crossed the road as soon as the little green man told her she could. It had been a traumatic afternoon, and she really wasn't in the mood for talking with strangers. "Who's your girlfriend, army boy?" Finch was 2 steps behind Joe and talking in a quiet, taunting voice. "Wouldn't mind getting her sweet lips round my chubby." Before Joe knew it, he grabbed Finch by the neck and forced him up against the corridor wall. Instantly they were surrounded by a semicircle of inmates. "Go on then, army boy," he rasped. "Take your best shot, why don't you? Might be your last." Joe squeezed his fist. He could feel Finch's stubble against the palm of his hand and the pulse of his jugular. There was a thickening of the neck as the blood constricted. Finch tried to kick him in the shins, but Joe barely felt it. He threw the bastard down. "I wouldn't waste it on a piece of shit like you, Finch." Finch just grinned at him. "Be seeing you, army boy," he said, "sooner than you'd think. Eh?" He dusted himself down and pushed through the semicircle of onlookers, who dissolved among the other inmates walking the corridor.